literally click that. And we're live?
We're live?
We are live. What do you see on your computer?
That's a good question. So this is what people see right there.
Where's the camera? Oh, it's here.
It's right there.
It's looking all around.
We don't have the desktop. So was it sharing earlier? Did James say it was sharing?
Yeah.
So if I go add the stage, so that's just a thing. Let me see.
We're live right now on the stream.
Yeah, we are totally live. That's rad.
Hey, everybody. We're kicking it off. I am here with Brigit. This is, was it, day 3?
Day 3.
Day 3
Yeah.
of VS Code Live from Build. We are in a fish tank, not literally, but it feels like it. We're in like a glass booth, and there's people kind of strolling by, our friends and colleagues and people from the community. And I get distracted easily, so I'm always like waving and what's going on. And we've been building some cool stuff. So I think like day 1 we had some Flutter apps, we had some web apps getting built. I didn't check Burke's stream yesterday. I think he was doing something cool with like his lights and building an app
because
for
didn't
his
he bring a
lights.
lamp?
He brought a lamp. I cannot imagine like traveling what that looks like. Did he have to pack that in like his carry-on luggage? Did he pack that in a checked bag? Is that like I don't know. Was that a backpack situation?
Do you have to like take it out when you go through the line? And
Can
be
you
like,
imagine
"Here's my
like go
lamp."
through security like, oh, that's kind of a strange object that's in this person's bag. Oh, that's a lamp for some reason that they brought on the airplane.
It's like the overhead lights are just never enough on the plane.
That's actually a good point. If it was in your carry-on, you could plug it into the little plug at Delta.
Can you imagine someone next to you on the plane just brings out a lamp?
That would be wild. I actually wonder, I've thought about bringing my desktop machine and just like especially now that I have a Mac Mini, not like the full rig, right?
Yeah.
And like just like be that person. Like I see that at Starbucks sometimes, like people just bring their whole setup and post up at a Starbucks for 8 hours a day. So yeah, people have been building some cool stuff. I think yesterday I was on the stream with James, and we were building I'm building like an AI cycling application.
Ooh.
So that was fun.
Nice.
That was Swift. But the thing I really like about this whole like stream is everybody that, I've kind of stopped by the booth. I've been emceeing a little bit. I've done some coding myself. The cool thing you kind of notice is even amongst people like on the team and like very close to the team, when they come on the stream, everybody uses agent mode differently. Everyone's using VS Code differently. James loves clicking buttons. I'm like trying to use keyboard shortcuts and remember them. And so it's just like a nice, like we do UX studies, and it's like a nice thing to see like, oh, that's interesting that they do that and I do this. And like you pick up on all these little patterns of how people use the product, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, it's super cool to see, because then you get tips for like, oh, I'm so used to doing it this way, and I saw someone do that, and I want to try it that way.
Yep. And I mean, I'm learning things that I'm often embarrassed by that I probably should know. Also, BT dubs, we're stalling a little bit because Burke, we might need your help, bro.
Yo, what's up,
We're trying to figure out how to share Bridget's screen. Trying to kick this thing off right now. Bridget and I we're live, by the way, so people can hear you.
Okay, we're in here.
Just one, duplicate. So you're on duplicate.
Yep.
Already.
And it was working a second ago.
1 and 2.
So I don't
Wait,
see
it's just a starting soon. So we've not started the.
Oh, we're not live?
So
Oh, I thought we were live.
We are live.
Then why is the starting soon screen up?
Well, that's just that screen isn't the same as what the stream is. That's not YouTube.
Well, hit the stream deck though. I feel like that's where this is controlled. Yeah. I just don't know.
Yeah, this is controlled by the stream.
There you go. So
Yeah, but that's not live. That's just pumping it
so
out.
It's not coming live here.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't see it in here.
Oh, so everyone here can see my screen.
Yes.
So people here.
No, this is riveting for everyone online.
Yeah.
We could
How-
just try to
debugging
describe how we're
issues.
vibe coding. Like, so it says div class. Just read my code.
People say they say we are,
You see us? Do you see a screen?
Do you see my code?
Yeah,
It says
do we see a screen?
froggergame.html.
All of us standing around.
Vibe streaming, apparently. Someone in the comments says accurate.
So the problem is we've got 90 things. There's like OBS and bots
Yeah,
everywhere.
we got a complex setup in
I'm
here.
used to people calling into a StreamYard and I say,
Yep,
"Here's your link, here's how it
exactly.
works." So when we go to like present or invite,
Honestly,
like,
we're
this
just
is
blaming James.
this is
James
not
is the
controlled.
only one who knows how any of this works, and he
This
just
one
left us for
controls
his
that.
He
session.
did give us permission to.
Where it does.
this thing here.
Yeah. So just like hit
What? Let's just start pressing buttons.
all your apps that you don't want people to see are closed, right, Bridget?
Yes.
We're just pressing things over here.
So we're not seeing.
No, people on stream they can see our camera, right? But they're not seeing Bridget's screen.
They see what you see.
Yes.
Bridget's HDMI capture card thing is not connected.
But it is. 'Cause it's over here.
It's up there. Okay.
We move the camera to face that screen.
Yeah, we're gonna put the camera out there and stream our stream.
Dude, you have twice as many viewers as I have.
I know. We got twice as many viewers, and we're just trying to set up our thing.
We're gonna have to
People
start telling
showed up for
jokes.
Bridget this morning.
Thank you so much, chat.
Because she's gonna be the best stream. We can actually make
I know. Bridget has the best stream always. So, how'd you get your lamp here? We were discussing this when we kicked off the stream. I was describing some of the apps people are building. They can't probably hear you, so I'm gonna have to repeat it.
Did you
unless
bring it
wanna
on the
get real close to
plane?
me. Yeah, is it a carry-on situation or like what did you do?
Bert just leaned in.
I had coffee this morning. You probably don't want to be that close.
I stuck in my suitcase and I put it in my backpack and then I had to check it every morning.
Was it a carry-on situation with your suitcase or was this a check?
He
Okay.
put the lamp
Did
in
they
his
say
carry-on.
they said
folks.
anything in security?
No, not
Did you ever think about taking it out of your bag on the plane and plugging it into the outlet? You should do it. And vibe code. Oh my gosh, you should do that. Yeah, get your lamp app going on the plane.
Bert just said no.
especially after all this. I'm not doing any of
They're gonna haul you off that plane, man.
that. I'm not. Hopefully we can find some. I gotta get back over here and see. Hopefully we can find someone to.
Yeah, it would be great. You know, worst case, Bridget and I can do a little fireside chat situation here, but
Yeah, we could just
I
take questions
I can
from the
pull
chat.
up. Is your thing on a repo? Would you mind using my machine?
I could if you have Docker set up.
Why do
Yeah.
we have
Yeah.
both of these things plugged in here?
I don't know. James did it.
Because we have this is an HDMI. Oh,
Yeah, one's
is one supposed to go there?
Do you want to
and
start
one
setting
goes
this up in
Sure,
case you
let's
need it?
try it.
We're gonna go to my Mac maybe at worst case.
That's a problem.
Yes.
This is how you do security, folks.
Well,
You
I
just
think
say,
this- I think
someone else
this-
use my machine.
Let's just share.
Hold on, I'm gonna disconnect this. here.
Yeah, go for it.
So that
So that's what was going live up there.
I feel like
We're switching adapters.
That's what we need. More dongles.
More dongles, more adapters. It's always the solution. Y'all can't really see the setup here, but we got like a lot of it's like I'm a pilot. There's so many buttons and things like that.
That's stressing me out. I'm gonna grab this
Yeah,
coffee.
Sorry about that.
Oh yeah. Well, and you don't want any drinks up on this console with me. I'm likely to spill them.
Gonna hold this carefully to my chest.
This is your Wi-Fi.
All right, so got a little Ethernet going in the port for all the
This is
people at
supposed to
home.
drive Both that screen and that screen.
Oh, we have a little bounce.
That's right.
That's usually a good sign.
We got a bounce on the screen when we plugged in that dongle. All right.
I mean, because we got it back up on the big screen.
Connected to the desktop.
You just need to share like you normally do.
Share screen.
Oh,
Let's see if I go
entire. Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, it's
Whoa, how many
happening.
people does it take to figure out how to share a screen? We are back.
Oh my gosh,
Yes!
we're here. We did it.
We
Here's
are
your coffee.
Yes.
Let's go.
You left me hanging.
I'm outta here.
All right.
Be the
Thank
best
you.
stream ever, Chad. Thanks for hanging out. See you.
I don't even know if you're
Thanks
on
for
camera.
sticking
Bert.
with us.
Yeah, thanks for sticking with us. Actually, I said I don't need to put my drink on the console, and I'm not. It's a very dangerous
give you your
situation. All right,
computer
so my
back.
computer's coming back. I'm gonna put that in my bag so I don't forget it. I always leave my charger every time I come to a conference, and those chargers are getting pricey, right?
Yeah.
Like $70-$80 for one of those USB-C MacBook Air chargers. So okay, I'm trying to regain composure, right?
Refocus.
We're
here.
refocused. I'm gonna click some buttons. This is a very scary situation. All right, we're
Ooh.
back. We're back full screen.
Okay, perfect.
And so yeah, we were just describing like, hey, everybody kind of has something different. They're building, they use the product differently. I think the other cool thing is like everybody's using different tech, right?
yeah.
Whether it's like languages or frameworks or things like that. And that's super cool. Like I love kind of coming and seeing how different people use things. So what are you gonna be building today?
Yeah, so I have this website that our team actually uses. So it's a real site. So if you go to the URL containers.dev, One of the areas I work on in VS Code is remote development, and that includes dev containers. And we open sourced the dev container specification a few years ago, and we have this awesome site for it where you can kind of explore like what are dev containers, the reference implementation for them. The community can contribute features and templates to help configure dev container environments. So we have this great site that our team actually maintains, owns, works on. And so then I love using Copilot to add some new features to it. So that's what we're going to be doing today.
That's really cool. And the VS Code team, we build like even the VS Code website.
We do, like
When we update the website, it's like someone on our team, maybe me, you, one of our engineers. Like we're actually literally going in. That is real. It's not like Squarespace or something like that.
Yeah,
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but like we are literally writing our own stuff for the website. We're pushing that out via pipeline, right? We're running it like a real website, and that's all done from our team. That's not some external team at Microsoft. That's all the VS Code team that's maintaining all that. So same for the dev container site?
Yeah, same for the dev container site. We have an LSP site as well. So I took the template from the LSP site and then just implemented the dev container site from that, and then we made it happen.
And what year was dev containers? Like what year did that become a thing? Was that like trying to remember, like 2019, 2020?
Yeah, I think we announced it either in 2018 or 2019 because it was before I joined the team, like right before I joined the team in 2020. And then we open sourced the specification, which is the CLI powering the dev containers extension and GitHub code spaces in 2022, I think it was.
Super cool. All right. Well, it probably would have been easier. Name drop. It would have been easier to do this if you had agent mode back then. Probably.
Yeah, I think it would have, because I remember I just sat down one Friday and just spent a few hours of, okay, let me just copy over this template code. I don't totally know what it does, but let's see what happens.
I mean, honestly, like even with agent mode, that's often how I start new projects, right? Like we've seen this on some of the streams as a pattern. Like sometimes LLMs are still not good at bootstrapping, right? Like it's okay if they can go to something like Create React App or some sort of scaffolding tool, UMN generator, whatever, right? But when it literally has to like lay code on disk to scaffold out a new project, it often doesn't do the best job. And to be honest, like that takes like a minute anyways using one of these other tools. So it's not like really you're losing that much time. So like often what I do actually is before I start a project, I'll actually just go scaffold it on whatever stack I want to use. And if I'm not sure, I might ask chat in VS Code and say, okay, you know, what is a good stack? This is kind of what I'm trying to do. And I might have that conversation, but actually doing the scaffolding, like the file new or running the scaffolder, like I usually do that manually because then like the code's laid down. Like there's no reason to introduce like room for error with AI. Like it's OP for that task, right? You might as well just do it yourself. So like, honestly, even for that sort of thing, starting from a template or some existing thing is honestly like a best practice, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. And I've done that too, where I ask Copilot, like, hey, what tech stack do you think I should choose for this? Can you compare two different ones? And so I feel like that's really nice being able to kind of do that decision making all in the editor and then have Copilot then help kind of guide along the way.
Makes sense. All right. So what are we going to do first?
Okay, so I can show how far we got. So if anyone might have tuned in or will watch the recording later of VS Code Live, which is a session that a few of us did on Monday, 4 of us competed to create a Frogger game all at once. And so I have this version of the site running on that branch, and we got creative. I was like, I want to make a Frogger game that is dev container themed because I just think that sounds fun and different. And so it was cool too, because I first just asked Copilot, like, hey, I want to add Frogger to this site. And maybe that doesn't make sense, but we're going to make it make sense.
We should ship it. We should. It'd be very random. Imagine just surfing around. Oh, I'm learning about dev. Oh, there's Frogger.
There's Frogger. But we're making it interactive because I asked Copilot, I was like, well, how can we then make it more dev container themed? So it's like, well, let's use a dev container icon as the frog. And so it chose this little box, which I love it. And then it made the cars like different kind of like.
Wait, why did they just speed up? Is that like a thing?
No, it did that on its own. It made
we were vibe coding this live. It was a fun. It's actually up on YouTube now. So if you want to go and check out, like we had 4 of us, like you said, we're all building games. Like you built this dev container Frogger game. They were all Frogger variants, right? And then I did like a 3D game that was a total fail. Like my person floated up into the sky.
Into the sky.
It was a corporate nightmare game. I think Chris from the GitHub team built like a nice site and deployed it to GitHub pages. And then Harold, I'm still accusing Harold of cheating. He had 2 games up and running in like 10 minutes. And I was like, dude, I was sitting next to him. I was like, come on, man.
And they're both really nice and neon.
The
or
graphics were a
3D.
little too suspiciously good right away. Meanwhile, my person's floating up into the sky, right?
Is that to say, well, that's where like the other cars and obstacles were. So
Yeah,
I'm just on a new
exactly.
3D level of Frogger.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so we got Frogger.
Yep.
It's in this site. We're running this locally.
Yep. And so I just think something that's cool too is, as we were kind of saying, you kind of iterate, brainstorm with Copilot, get some inspiration from it. So I was asking it for inspiration of the different ways to make this more dev container or coding theme. So it's like, hey, let's make this an editor in the background. So I thought that was cool. It's a little abstract, but I'll take it.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. I see
Yeah,
like
there's,
the
like, the
line
numbers.
That's pretty
Yeah.
cool in the gutter. Yep.
Yeah, and then, maybe this makes sense to make it on the dev container site because we can teach people along the way. So like there's 5 levels and each of them is a different level of
Oh.
configuring dev containers if we kind of talk about like the phases of using dev containers. So
Oh, that's cool. So like rather
yeah.
than like, everyone's favorite thing that no one ever does, go read the docs, right?
yeah.
How about you play some Frogger instead?
Yeah,
And learn
make a
what's going
game
on?
and like
Yeah, I
learn
kinda like
snippets
that.
along the way.
We should update all of our docs, like our now games. We've deleted our doc site. We now just have Frogger.
And to unlock more knowledge, you have to keep winning. So you really have to like
can't
dedicate
learn-
the time.
Exactly. You can't learn about the latest features until you move to the next level. Sorry about that.
All right, cool. So I'm thinking, because in that session, we were presented 4 different game options. The audience voted on Frogger. I'm thinking we could just go through and just try adding some more games, try making them dev container
Yeah,
themed, see what
yeah,
happens,
let's do
and
it.
just kind of like go from there.
Love that.
Okay, so I think some of the other options were Doodle Jump, Flappy Bird, and Snake.
Yep.
Can we get input from the chat?
Yeah,
Like,
chat. What should we build? Don't say GTA 6. But, we only got 2 hours here.
Yeah.
As Burke said during our session, LM's getting good. Not quite that good.
Not
We
quite
can't
that
we can't one shot GTA 6. So yeah, like if there's games you want to see us build, please give us something realistic. But chat, we'd love to see what we should build. So while chat's weighing in, so can you walk me through a little bit of the kind of the code we have on the left-hand side here? Like what is this repo? What's the tech? How is your VS Code set up? That sort of thing.
Yep. And so it's cool. This is all open source as well. So
Okay.
if anyone wants to like follow along, you totally can. If you
Great.
go to just that containers.dev site, and then if you say star, it'll bring you, we have a whole spec repo. You can see all of the repos we have in here. This is the one for the website. So anyone can feel free to follow along. I think I even published this branch. So if people want to see my Frogger and build on
There
it,
you
you
go.
totally can. So yeah, this is a GitHub Pages site. So we also
Nice.
deployed it through GitHub Pages. And so a lot of it is just HTML and CSS, but then it's also deployed with Jekyll, which is Ruby based for having it be going to GitHub Pages.
Okay.
And it's cool because I don't have Jekyll or Ruby installed or managed on this machine, and I don't really use it a lot except for within this repo.
Right.
And so then we have steps to build and run in the repo. And so it's cool because you can actually use a dev container to work on this, and then you don't have to install those dependencies locally. So if I pop over to my dev container, which is in my .dev container folder, we're going to see that we are using this Jekyll based image. So that way we can have the dependencies we need without me having to install anything locally. And
is that just like a Docker file? Like how can I find different
Yeah.
images for like the types of projects that I might be working on?
Great question. So everything is within this dev containers org. And so you'll see we have a variety of different things that we host, and that also we allow community contributions.
Okay.
And so kind of what you can think of the structure of a dev container. If we go over to source, we're going to see that we have a bunch of different examples for different kinds of like languages or tech stacks.
Okay.
And so for instance, let's just look at one for like .NET.
Yep.
And if we go in here into the .dev container folder, then we're going to see we have a dev container JSON. I'll zoom in a little bit. It's maybe a little zoomed out. And it's going to be based on a Docker file, which is also contained in here. And then it installs some different kinds of dependencies. We call these features. Features are basically different kinds of like scripts for common things that you might work on. So for instance, like ZSH or just kind of like anything you might want to add of, oh, like my environment's perfect, but I just need to add one more thing or 2 more things. We try to contain those into features. So you can see, okay, we have some like common utilities contained in here. We got Node, we got Git, just common things that you might be doing here. And something recently that we just added as well to our images and to our features is custom instructions for Copilot.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So if you look at these, my teammate Christoph and I, we went ahead and added some different just kind of explanations that are going to get fed to Copilot about what the environment is. So for instance, for the .NET one, this dev container includes the .NET SDK, which includes .NET CLI and shared runtime. And so it tries to give some information to Copilot because a lot of times it's like, Copilot isn't necessarily going to know exactly what's in your environment. So if we can kind of precede it with that, that can kind of speed things up instead of it needing to be, oh, I should go check if you have .NET. It can say, oh, well, it looks like you do. So maybe we can move a little bit faster. I know where to look for it on the path.
So if I'm using this dev container with my project, basically, and then I open something like chat in VS Code, basically what you're saying is like this instruction is passed on every single interaction with the model inside of chat.
Yep. Yeah. And so if we go over, so like images and features, you can kind of think of as like the building block to then creating what we call dev container templates, which are more like full featured collections of images, features, like those kinds of things. And so then if you go into a template, the template that I'm using is our Jekyll one. And so this is the real one that I have in that repo. And so you'll see it looks just the same. And so then it's based on that Jekyll image that was in the images repo. And so even though I don't see the custom instructions defined here, they're going to automatically feed through that image where they were defined. And then Copilot is able to use them. So if we look in here, it's automatically using custom instructions that I have, which is cool.
That is really cool. So we got a question from the chat. I'm going to click show. As evidenced by how we kicked off this stream, it's a little dangerous putting me in the MC seat because I'm giving this a try, but I just click show comments in StreamYard, so hopefully this works. What is the benefit of using a dev container?
That is a great question. And so in VS Code, I can search up here. We have a variety of remote development extensions. And let me just get some more real estate there. So if I open this up, we have WSL, which is the Windows subsystem for Linux, dev containers, remote SSH, and remote tunnels. And so the thinking being is that it's super convenient to be able just to develop on my local VS Code on my local machine. But a lot of times I need some sort of environment that maybe has more compute, has different source code, has different dependencies installed, all of the above. And I don't necessarily want to like clutter my local machine with those things, or it might not be possible. Like I might need to connect to like a much larger VM or a much larger desktop machine or like a secure work VM or something like that. So with that, then we want folks to still have the comfort of being able to develop from their local VS Code while connected to a remote environment. So it's cool with something like dev containers, which we were just talking about. You're basically able to develop within a Docker container. And so I'm able to have the dependencies that we were just looking at in those different images or features or templates installed in that container, and I don't have to mess with installing them locally. And that can be really helpful in cases like I was saying with Jekyll. I don't really use that locally, so I don't need to worry about installing it. Or if you're doing something that has different like versions of dependencies, like Python, for instance, or Node, and you're like, I don't really want to do version managers or uninstall and reinstall different versions. I can just pop into a dev container that has those dependencies. And then I also don't like, if I get the right versions configured and I put that into my repo, it's cool because then anyone contributing to that code base or me in a day or a year, if I've forgotten what that environment requires, I can make sure that I have everything super easily.
So basically, like, you know, whether it's just for me or my team, if any of us went and cloned this repo, we would essentially have an equivalent environment because of this, right?
Exactly, because you can commit the dev container to your repo here, and then when you open it up in VS Code or in any editor ID that supports the dev container spec, because we do have a growing collection of them, you'll be able then to commit to it. So if I look at supporting tools, you can see different kinds of editors and IDs that support dev containers and like how you can go ahead and connect to them.
That's super cool. So if I'm not using something like VS Code, maybe I'm bumping between VS Code and other editors. There's other things like Visual Studio that support it too.
Yep, and you can connect to dev containers in the CLI. So as well, kind of no matter where you are, if you like the IDE, you like an editor, you like the CLI, you can do whatever you like.
So I have a question, and we're live, so maybe I'm asking you something. We don't support this. But so if it's in my GitHub repo and I have something like a GitHub Actions or something, does it use my dev container to like configure my environment?
I'm trying to envision, so because it'll automatically get picked up in something like code spaces.
Okay, code spaces.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so code spaces as well, even if you don't have a dev container actually committed to your repo, it'll use
Okay.
a kitchen sink image that includes a bunch
Oh, I
of
see.
common things that we
Okay.
think folks will need, so you're still getting like a dev
see.
container. But yeah, if then you do have a specific dev container, it'll choose to use that one instead.
Okay. We've been Brigit and I've been joking for a long time. Like, we need to do a Brigit teaches Pierce how to use all this stuff stream.
And we're doing it now.
We're doing it now. We made time. All right. Okay, so we got a nice little intro to dev containers. Chat's weighed in. I'm scrolling back up. Let's see what we got here. We got some suggestions. There was a GTA 6 recommendation. Okay, so we got bingo, always a classic. We actually have a bingo game for our stand-up.
Yeah.
People say different things in our stand-up. There's like rant of the day and very good and different sayings that people will say in our stand-up we have for our team. So we have a little bingo app that's what Karthik on our team made. So we've actually made that one. Stand-up bingo. That's a good way to make your stand-ups more fun. We got Pac-Man. That's a good one.
Ooh.
Asteroids. That's another good one.
Oh, these are great.
Solitaire. Any of those speaking to you? Fancy calculator. Anything in particular from what the stream? So what were the other options? We had Snake. We had
Flappy Bird and
Doodle Jump, and then we had the 3 contributions from chat. Any of those kind of standing out to you?
I'd say, Pac-Man sounds fun. It sounds kind of complex to start with, so let's
do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
And I'm excited to see how we can make a dev container themed, because that is the goal, to make everything
well,
themed.
So how did the icons? Was it just like pulling the icons from somewhere for the Frogger game?
Yeah, because it didn't ask me to go get
save
images
the icons
or anything.
That's
and
interesting.
So if I look at them, because I was a little surprised that it got them. I don't know, because like the Docker whale, I guess we probably have that icon used somewhere else within the site, and so maybe Copilot was able to go find where those images were and then.
That's true. Yeah, maybe exactly. Like maybe it has a URL and it's just basically throwing it in. Okay.
Yep. So let's give it a try. Okay. I'm going to open up the chat panel here in agent mode.
I like how you start with hi.
Yeah, I just, want to test the waters, greet Copilot, make sure that we're here, we're working. I'd like to add a Pac-Man page to my site. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, cool. So this is already, so I prepped some custom instructions in this repo specifically too. And so, because if we look at the structure of the site, we kind of have a few different things. We have these pages that are like, I call them like main top pages at the top of the site. And then we also have then specifically like spec pages of things that are part of the specification. And then those are collected also in this table of contents. And so since not every page is like in both places, I asked Copilot every time I say I want to make a new page to please ask me like what kind of page I'd like it to be. So it's cool that it's doing that. So let's say a new main page. I want to have a Pac-Man entry at the top.
Also, I think there's more people starting to stream into the venue, right? So I'm getting more distractions. There's people walking by, waving, taking pictures. Like we're not like really on a stage, but like I said earlier, we're in like this weird like.
It's like a dunk tank. Like I feel like I'm ready to be dunked if it doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. So I also noticed you're GPT-4-1ing.
Yep.
So. What's your kind of thought process for different models you use for different situations?
I feel like lately I've been bouncing between 4.1 and 3.7 Sonnet. Like I think especially like I'm trying to start small with any agentic tasks I'm doing, and so I'll kind of maybe test the waters with both models, see how they do, and see if one feels like it's maybe better suited for this.
Yep.
Since we were making the Frogger game, and I think I tried it with both Sonnet and 4.1, and both worked pretty well. So I did 4.1 when we were on stage, and it worked out. So I'm like, hey, since we're creating kind of a similar game situation here on the same repo, let's use 4.1 again.
Makes sense. Yeah, I think for me at least, 4.1 is the fastest by far. Like I feel like I get the fastest kind of interaction with the model, and the code quality that I get for. It depends. Like I was saying in the chat yesterday, doing backend, like I really like the OpenAI models because they're really logical and good at that sort of thing. And sometimes for front end, I like Claude or Gemini. So I do like to poke around. But 4.1, we're rolling that out as the default actually inside of chat with VS Code, because I think it's like this really good combination of being fast and also a very capable model. And so I'm excited that will be the new default. I think, especially if you've been using GPT-4o, GPT-4o is a great model too, but 4.1 is much more capable than 4.0 was. So I'm excited to change the defaults, because the defaults make a big difference on people's experience.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so we're gonna try just asking Copilot to follow what it did for the Frogger game, because that worked. I found that to be a good technique if like Copilot did something well before
Yeah.
and that code is in there.
Well, it's like, I mean, it's not exactly few shot prompting, but it's kind of that technique of like give examples of like things that, and it, it'll basically go find it as examples in agent mode if it needs to, right? And that's like a really good technique of like, you did this thing before, do it like that again, but with this other thing, the model tends to do a really good job when it has examples.
Exactly. And it seems like this is already working better. It's like, oh, okay, I see what I did with the Frogger one. Let's try that. And
exactly. So we're doing some code search here. It looks like looking for Frogger. It found some stuff, and it's kind of traversing, it looks like, the repo to kind of gather the context it needs.
Yep. And it's cool too, because it goes ahead and I see it did this during the Frogger one too, of making sure it's updating the top nav bars. There should be an entry there, like I specified in my custom.
Yeah, I was wondering why it went there, but then I was like, oh, that's right. It needs to
Yeah.
add navigation to that page.
Okay, let's see, because it says that it created this. Okay. Not quite. So it's having an issue. I wonder if we just switch models at this point.
Yeah, usually when stuff
try.
like this happens, I do exactly what you did. I go new thread, and then I'll try something else.
Let's try that. Okay. I'd like to add a simple Pac-Man game to my site, similar to how I have a page for Frogger.
So we got a comment in the chat. 4.1 is the best OpenAI model for tool use. And so, like, if you don't know what tool use is, like, the way agent mode works compared to the other modes inside of chat is basically we provide the model a list of tools. And some of those are contributed by VS Code directly. So like code-based search, creating files, editing files. And some are provided by extensions, either VS Code extensions or MCP servers. And tool calling is really important. There's multiple aspects to it. There is like actually like, we basically pass all the tools, the descriptions, the input schemas, output schemas, right, to the model from these tools that have been registered. So there's kind of like is the model picking the right tool based off what the prompt was or what the next logical step is. So that's like one thing. And then there's also like the fitting the inputs into that tool call, right? And making sure that it's matching, basically, it's also matching basically the parameters that it needs for each tool call in there, and then actually calling it correctly. And so like Matt's saying here, 4.1 is really, really good at tool calling, and that's super important in agent mode. And some models are definitely better than others at tool calling. And so that was definitely a big consideration for our team when we were thinking about defaults. We're like, well, and if it kind of revolves around tool calling, right, we want a really capable model that's good at tool calling as the default.
Yep, that totally makes sense.
And we got people joining us from all over. We got Kansas City, Missouri, Pakistan, in the Bay Area.
Awesome.
Malaysia. I'm from Utah originally. Well, not originally. Now I'm from Alabama originally, but so I've kind of been all over. I went to Boston for a couple years, but now I'm in Utah. But now we're in Seattle. Although I think there was years where Build wasn't in Seattle, if I remember correctly. Like it hasn't always been here.
Do you know where?
I think we did like a brief Bay Area. Okay. Like there was a couple things where we did like I forget the conference center down there. San Francisco. The year Xamarin was acquired, I think I went to San Francisco and Build was there. If I remember correctly, I may have this like way off, but I think that was 2016-ish. And then I don't remember when we came back to Seattle, but at some point during my time here, I've been at Microsoft 9 years, we came back to Seattle. So
I like doing that kind of mental timestamp of, okay, I remember this happened. This was this year, since Build was also that year.
Yeah, definitely. Like I'm terrible at like, people who give directions and they're like, take this road and then you take that interstate north and then I'm like, turn left at the Wendy's. That's my style of instructions.
Yeah, it's like I could not tell you what road number that is or anything, but I know in my mind what it looks like and where I should go.
Exactly. All right, so what's happening here? Like, what's happening in
it says that it created this, but I don't think it did. I think as a next step, if this struggles, we might just try updating insiders. I was on a working version, but maybe that'll just give us some better luck. So I might try that. So let's go ahead and just stop that.
It's only natural, Brigit. We started off with some AV issues, couldn't share our screen, right? It's only natural that we start our day in this way.
And
It's not
that's
Monday. I
okay.
just checked. It is Wednesday.
Yeah, I feel like I have no idea what day it is at all this week.
Well,
I
when you're
just-
in these conferences, you know, you don't see light, right? Like
That's
you
true.
come first thing in the morning, you roll up here, right? You get the booth set up. We come over here. Well, in theory, we try to make sure the stream works before we go live. And get some coffee, right? Get some food. Because usually the middle of the day, like sometimes I don't even eat lunch, right? And you just lose track of time,
Yeah.
right?
Looks like it wants me to sign in. Would we be able to
Yeah.
stop?
I'm just going to go full screen on us so no one can see anything.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and sign in. Yesterday, I had an API key situation on my stream. It would happen to me. Now, Mott's, I was like, dude, I'm about to create some keys. I think I needed an OpenAI key and a Perplexity AI key. So James, for the people here on the venue, he just put Pierce is getting keys up on the screen. And then I think it was just James and I full screen. But yeah, no, there's also some really good sessions going on this week from our team, from the GitHub team, from people in the community around agent mode and VS Code. So I think right now there's a session going on, probably wrapping up in the next few minutes here with James, Harold, Den from the Microsoft team and a couple folks from the GitHub team on MCP. I think it was like a nice little like fireside chat situation on MCP.
Those are so fun, those kinds of sessions where you can really just chat with people. I love
definitely. And like Harold and Toby from our team are working super closely with the folks at Anthropic on MCP. And so it's cool. It's been like, it's funny. Like, I think the thing that is very like to your point about not knowing what day it is, like, I feel like I lose track of time because like MCP, it's like everything is MCP now. Right.
Yeah.
But it's like, it has been a thing for a little while, but in terms of like being a thing, right? It's been a thing for not that long, but it feels like it's like the thing, you know? And like, that's just the whole, like Harold and I had a session on Monday night and we were talking about vibe coding and like we had the initial Karpathy tweet, right? That kicked it all off. And I was like, wait, that was February when he tweeted that? Like what month? It's only been a couple months. Like it feels like it's been like, that's been my life for a long time, but I've just like totally lost track of time. Like the AI stuff is, you really have to like, things are moving so quickly and it is definitely a challenge to stay up to date with like all the things happening in the space. Because yeah, there's a lot going. I mean, even in the product, like I sometimes struggle at the pace at which we're moving. Like if you're using VS Code Insiders, which we're pushing every single day, right?
Yep.
The stuff that our engineers merged into main yesterday is shipping to you today.
Yeah, that's what now I've got in my latest Insiders that I just updated.
Am I good to switch back to your screen?
I think you're good to switch back.
All right, we're coming back. And so, yeah, like sometimes like we don't really have like release notes for our daily builds for Insiders. We just do that at the end of the month when we promote all the Insiders features to stable that we feel comfortable with. And so like sometimes you'll just download Insiders. You're like, oh, hey, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, this is a cool new thing. All right.
Yeah, like there's some new MCP stuff dropping. I think Harold was telling me before this, auth is there for MCP now and Insiders. Okay. And I think prompts and resources, which are different like types of things inside of MCP. Like people typically think of tools, but there's other kind of contributions you can make from MCP servers. Those are also supported in Code Insiders. And so, yeah, like I feel like every single day there's something new. And I'm like, wait, that's why you got to go to stand up, right? Because you're just like, wait, the team added this?
Yeah, hear all of the latest things and be like, oh, this is the best way to keep up with it.
Well, and we need to try, like, I do think something we can do better as the VS Code team is like, I have tried to do like, hey, we just added this to Insiders, like you should go try it out, right? Because like the whole point right, of Insiders is that we have it in preview and you can go give it a try.
Exactly.
And see what we're doing. And we're like, I get that we can't do like release notes for everything because then we won't ship as fast, right?
Sure.
But like to some extent, like, hey, throw up a tweet or something like that, you know, I need to do better about that.
Yeah, and it's cool too hearing from the folks who are actually making the features. Like, hey, I just added this, and so let us know how it goes.
Connor just tweeted about MCP, and like Connor is literally the engineer doing the work to implement all that. And I always say like he knows that feature more, like you work on NES, like you know NES in a way that I will never understand NES. And so it's cool when the people who like built the feature and know how it works behind the scenes and know how you get the best results are sharing their features, because it's like the ownership aspect, but also like you are the expert and you can answer the questions in a way that I never can. Because if someone asks me about NES, if it's something super in depth, I'm just gonna, hey Brigit, like in Teams, like, hey Brigit, can you help me with this, right?
Okay, let's start even smaller. Let's just start with like add a new page to my site. Let's switch back to 4.1 because it did that well earlier this week. Add a new main page to my site. I'll tell you later what to put in it.
So we got a question from the chat. Any idea how we start vibe coding more precisely and effectively so we can prepare prompts before we start to implement? So Harold and I's session earlier this week, we kind of did this, spectrum of partnering with agent mode. We started with like just pure vibes. Like we were just throwing things into the chat inside of VS Code and hoping for the best. And like, there is a place for that, I think, like rapid prototyping, exploring new technologies. There's a place for that. And then like we kind of walked through this progression of like adding more and more context and more structure to how we partner with agent mode to get better results. And so then the second thing we did is we kind of added custom instructions, and we added some best practices around committing, and you should always be committing every turn. We had that in our custom instructions. And
yeah, that's really helpful. That was
settings.
Helpful when we were doing the VS Code live session, because there was a point where I was like, okay, this Frogger game works. Let me commit it because I think I'm going to just like break it right after. And I did. And so it was perfect.
How much do commits cost, Brigit? They're free.
They're free.
They're free. That's what we've been
saying. And we can use the
stream.
Sparkle to even
to generate that commit message.
You don't have to think of the message yourself. Okay, so we're running the app again. I just tried reloading VS Code because it looks like it's having a little bit of trouble adding a new page. So add a simple new page to the site. And let's say new main page.
And it's also interesting, like I will say, like, okay, we got a file laid down, allegedly. Like with GPT-4.1, the other kind of, all the models are slightly different in their behaviors as well, right? Like I had this thing where, like you just had this with 4.1 where sometimes it will be like, it won't like start on your task. It'll be like, ask for clarification first, which sometimes is great. And sometimes you're like, just do the thing,
Yeah. Okay, let's see if it is an issue with being connected remotely. I can't imagine it is, but let's see if it has any better luck creating this while running locally. But here we can see the notification that comes up when.
So how did you just bump out of the dev containers and run local?
Yeah, so we have this remote indicator in the lower left, which is kind of like your shortcut into everything with remote extensions. And so if you don't have remote extensions installed, it can guide you to install them. I do have them all installed, so then it'll guide me to a subset of the commands. There are more commands though, so if you are curious for the full set, we can open up the command palette. So I'll do Control-Shift-P. And then if I type in dev containers, we can see all our different dev containers commands here. So a whole bunch. But this is kind of like a shortcut to some of the most used ones, or ones you might use the most often. And so here either I can reopen in dev container, or if I was already connected to a remote, it'll allow me to disconnect and reopen locally. So let's see what happens. Let's say add a new page to the site. And we'll say we want a new main page. Okay, let's just say, let's call the page Pac-Man.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes like I didn't even know I could click that down there. I didn't even see that, right? Like visually, sometimes I feel like I don't think about the little things on the bottom, right?
Okay, so maybe it's not liking my current app. Maybe we'll just start fresh. Maybe the dream of putting it in the dev container site is not going to happen at the moment.
We could try VS Code stable, bump over there, or if you want, we can start fresh.
Yeah, maybe just stop sharing my screen for a second, just so I can.
All right, you're good.
Okay.
Someone says their lunch break's almost over. Sorry about that. But you are in Miami, so I'm jealous about that. I could go for a Miami trip. That'd be fun. I mean, it's been raining. Like it was pouring rain this morning when I went to Barry's boot camp with some people.
Yeah.
Not sponsored by Barry's boot camp, but it was a good time. Got a workout in this morning before I go sit in the conference center all day. Please have notes for each insider build. We have to go through commits to find out what's new. I'm with you. Like we need to do a better job figuring out exactly like how to promote the new things that we're shipping as a team. So that's definitely something we can do better. I agree. you're talking to the VS Code PM team here. So we love the feedback. I'm just going through the chat. Someone in chat says I like to mix mini tools with MCP. I agree. I think we have a 128 tool limit right now, and that's mostly just because of the way I was just saying that MCP works with the models is, we're passing all this in as context, right? And so the thing that like you have to remember about that is like each tool has a description. It has it has input parameters, it has output parameters. And so like you start filling the context window with that, right? And so also like the more tools you have, you're giving the model more choice on if the tools are similar, what it can do. And so sometimes that will give you not the best results. And so right now we're limiting tools to 128. But you can always go in, there's a little tools icon, and you can kind of click that little button and disable tools that you'll need for your particular task. And most of the time, like you don't really need all the tools. All right. Am I clear to come back to you?
Yeah, let's try it.
All right.
I'm in stable. I'm connected to the same repo and dev container.
All right, we're creating something.
We're creating something.
Yeah.
I thought to switch to stable.
Yep. And that is the nice thing. Like generally, I was propping up insiders. It's just, you never have issues. It's great. But like if you do have issues, the nice thing is that you can have stable and insiders side by side, right?
Exactly.
You can always go back to stable, right? Like, so MBD, we popped over here. Okay, so we got things going on.
We got things going. It ran my app because I have a custom instruction asking it to make sure my app is running after every change. So it followed that. Okay, we're
all right. So it must
far.
be so we need to report a bug after this.
Yeah.
BT dubs.
Okay. So we have a page describing that we're going to add Pac-Man. let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's actually add a Pac-Man game to the new Pac-Man page.
So the other behavior I kind of noticed sometimes about GPT-4.1, which is something I think we is a bug that I filed, is it does this like I'm gonna read like the file in chunks, right? It has a preference for doing that, which I think sometimes is okay. But like if the file is relatively small, I think I just prefer for us to read the full file contents rather than do multiple loops with it, right?
Yep.
But that's okay. All right, so it looks like we're applying some edits into our HTML
you can
page
see them
here.
Streaming in now.
Yep, exactly. I'm seeing some HTML.
It's no longer just going to be a site that says, "Yeah, this is a Pac-Man game."
Yeah. And I think like also like with these sorts of like kind of vibing out things, I noticed it's throwing CSS into this file, like rather than trying to spin it out into a separate, like I actually like that in many instances, right? Because then the model just like, it has to go to one file to do the thing, and it's just increasing the likelihood of success. Like obviously in a real world thing, you'd want it probably separated, but like, oh, look at that.
Okay.
Fancy.
And so we added this search too, because I have a custom instruction saying that every new page should be searchable. So it's following my instructions every way. Okay, let's see what and it made this clickable, because something that I found is when we are adding new pages to the site, we always want these to be clickable so that way we can easily share the links with other folks. So I said every time you add a new title, make sure it's clickable. So it's nice that it's doing that. Okay, let's see. Oh my gosh, it's so fast. It works, I guess.
All right, so it's working. We don't have the Pac-Man character is not rotating, so that's one thing.
And we got to make it so the keyboard shortcuts don't move the page.
Yeah, that happened with my Frogger 3D game.
Yeah.
So we have, according to the chat, we got someone joining us from the future, the year 2080.
Wow, what's going on in 2080? Please let us know.
How does it work out for all of us? Can you let us know? Okay, this is cool. I'm excited about this. We got something on the page.
Yeah, we're seeing it happen. We've got some sort of game we can interact with. And I'm still impressed every time when there's some game that I can go use after just asking Copilot one thing.
Yep.
That still excites me so much every time. Okay, so my first issue is I wanted to not have the arrow keys scroll the page. So great. Okay, that was my personal pet peeve. Okay, so we have a lot of things that we could add to this. What do we feel like is the first one that we want to add or change here?
I don't know, chat. Let us know. Like, what are some things we should be adding to this? I see score is also accumulating.
Oh, yeah, wow.
I didn't even notice that. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is.
It's a little bit hard to get to the new ones. You have to be very fast with it.
Yeah, while we're waiting for chat to weigh in, like I think the other thing that I just picked up on as you were doing this is like your way is like you have these small little chunks, like fix this bug, do this one thing, and then like sometimes I notice like sometimes it works really well to just be like do all this, right?
Yeah.
But like I also like the technique of like getting super granular of like do this, okay, that works, do this, now that works, and that's the session that I think Olivia threw in the chat for us here. Like that is exactly kind of the extreme style of like I build a spec and then I build a plan and I iterate with the model to make sure I'm happy with both of those, and then I pass that to Copilot inside of VS Code to actually go implement that, and that's kind of my workflow, and that's kind of like a less. It's essentially the same thing, but more planning oriented to break down what you're trying to do into these really small granular tasks. And then if you do the thing we were just saying with like commits and stuff like that, then literally if things go off the rail, this happened yesterday's to me on the stream, like when I was running through this, great. Commits are free, Brigit. You just roll back.
Commits are free. Yep. In fact, that's going to inspire me to commit right now because we have a working game, and let's remember that. So actually, I'm not even. Why would I type it? Let's use the Sparkle. See what Copilot says that we should call this. Add Pac-Man game and navigation link to top nav. That is much more detailed and beautiful than what I would have written, and I love it. So we're going to commit that.
Brigit, what's your Twitter handle? Someone on the stream was asking for our Twitter handles.
I believe it is at Brigit Murtaugh. So just my full name.
How do you spell your last name? I always get it wrong.
I
spelled it
It's M-U-R instead of M-A-U-R.
Yep. Classic. All right. I'm going to throw this in the
me.
chat. Throw it in the chat.
Okay, let's go ahead and I'm going to say that I feel like we want to make this dev container themed right off the bat. So I'm going to start asking Copilot how we can make this a dev container game. How can we make this game dev container themed?
So we got Brigit's handle. I'm going to throw that up on the screen. If I can find my mouse. There you are, mouse. Boom. X.com, Brigit Murtaugh. And then I am just also my name. We're very creative people. We like to keep it simple.
We're straightforward. We're trying to.
We're not confusing anybody.
There's so many complexities in life that our handles don't have to be one of them.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm getting some inspiration from Copilot here of how we could make this dev container themes. It's similar to the Frogger one. It's like you could use a dev container logo or some other dev tools logos. I like that they took an assertive stance in the suggestion 3. If you could change the walls to dev container blue. So we have dev container blue.
I like that it knows what it is too.
I know, that's so nice because otherwise I'd have to look through and like, oh, like what exactly is the blue that we used?
Yep.
I like that it gets creative. I like Copilot to generate jokes, you know, sometimes they're hit or miss, but I appreciate them.
It's good at dad jokes, I will say that.
Yeah, update you win to dev container complete or all features collected. I like this idea of having each little one be like a new feature we have to collect, and then it tells me all features collected. So let's try that. I like the idea of making the collectible items features, and I like your suggestion 5 to say all features collected. Let's see what happens, because these logos are pretty small as well. They're a little bit smaller than the Frogger ones. So I'm curious if it resizes them or what's going to happen.
Yep.
And it's super nice too that it always is just keeping like my current file open, the relevant instructions open, so I don't need to go searching for that every time. And I'm like, great, it's following my decided best practices. And also I have a custom instruction.
I was about to say
it's
being very it keeps encouraging us with our build stuff.
I know. I wanted it to
like
be themed for the build conference. So I made this specifically for build too. Okay.
Sometimes you just need some positive encouragement from Copilot.
I agree.
Well, I did see and I will admit I've used LLMs in this way too. Like I saw one of the top use cases outside of coding is like therapy and like self-reflection and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually do use LLMs a lot for that as well. It's pretty good.
I feel like everything's still too small. I think it said that the green for some reason represented a feature. I don't totally know how it made that artistic choice. I respect the opinion, but I don't know if I agree with it.
I respect it, but I actually don't respect it at all.
It's small. Let's make everything bigger. Let's at least start there. I feel like right now we're working in like mini Pac-Man, which could be cool, but it's not what I envisioned for this journey.
That's actually, maybe we should also have the canvas, because the canvas is a pretty small for the Pac-Man game on the page. Maybe we should also like make the game bigger too.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I said, like, let's just make everything bigger.
I
I'm
love
hoping
that.
that it does the dots and game. We're gonna see.
Everything's bigger in Texas, but we're in Seattle. Yeah, so you were mentioning like how the context is kept. Like the other cool thing is like, and it's kind of like something you have to learn is like that just works. Sometimes the model starts going down a path, and you're like, I do not like this at all. Please don't do this. And I think the fact that in agent mode the next step builds on the previous step, that is great. Like that's exactly what we're doing here. It has the previous context and knows the last thing it did, which generally does inform the future thing you do.
Yep.
But that recency bias can also be bad, right? If the model starts going down a bad path, right, that you don't like, then you kind of have to like be like, no, don't do that. And you can click undo and we'll delete that from the context.
Right.
Or you can start a new thread. But that's another best practice. Like you notice it going down the wrong path, you can kill it with the stop button and then basically say, you know, do I need to undo or do I need to start a new thread? And so that's like another best practice is if you're not getting the results you want, you can always do that.
Yeah, I agree. And sometimes, like, because we're talking about commits are free. Sometimes if I think it's like maybe made something useful, but I kind of want to try restarting, I'll just commit that to a branch and then start like a completely fresh branch sometimes. And then if I just decide, you know what, that first version was okay, then I can go back to it.
Yep.
Okay, so our game is bigger, which
it's definitely bigger.
Feels much more comfortable. The dots are still not feeling right to me.
Yeah.
How should we... Let's make the dots more interesting, like Docker whale icons. Since we know that that exists and they grabbed it for the Frogger game, let's...
I also wonder, like, literally if you copy pasta, like, because in agent mode, you can take I say Earl. People were mad at me yesterday on the stream. You don't say Earl, you say URL.
I've gotten so used to it now of you saying it that I'm like, yeah, URL, Earl. You're efficient. We talked about being efficient, like with our handles. You're efficient.
Exactly.
Earl.
So you could always, like, if this doesn't work, we could go grab an Earl, and we could throw that in here. But it looks like some things are happening. All right.
It says it now replaces Docker whale icons, making the collectibles more interesting and on theme. Thank you. Okay. Wow.
Whoa. That is a whale, I think.
So. If I zoom
really, really close. Wait, what's the green stuff? Is that part of the icon?
I'm going to ask, what is the green part?
Is that supposed to be the water coming out?
What is the green part in the icons?
So we got a comment in the chat. For some reason, Copilot, when running terminal commands, sometimes stalls out. So we have a repo, I think it's vscode-copilot-release.
Yep.
And if you notice things like that, like sometimes with the terminal commands, especially, please go log a bug. Our team is super responsive there. And like, if you're using insiders, it might be fixed tomorrow, right? So definitely go log a bug and we can make sure it gets fixed.
Yep. And feel free too, because we gave our Twitter handles. Feel free to tag us. We're super active on there as well. Okay. So Copilot explained that the green spout is the water. The green part is the water spout, and it also specifically listed the color. So I like that it's like saving me time of, okay, like it's again giving me those shortcuts. Okay.
So quick question.
Yeah.
In the editor here, I'm seeing some color previews. Is that like a special extension, or is that just built into VS Code that I'm getting these?
It's just built in, as far as I know, because I don't think I installed anything special for this. So you should just be able to get this kind of support out of the box.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah.
And we also shout out to the Google team. Congratulations on a great conference this week as well. They recently, if you go read the VS Code 1.100 release notes, they recently added support for baseline. And that's basically something that can say, like when you hover over an HTML or CSS element, it'll say, this is broadly supported in all browsers since this year, like that sort of thing. So you can kind of know when you're using features, like, is this something that's broadly supported? Is this like a niche thing? Was this just added, right? So that's a great community contribution from the Google team. So shout out to them for that and the VS Code 1.100 release.
Yeah, awesome. 1.100, such an exciting milestone. I love that.
I love that too, but I'm going to swerve. I wish we would have done 2.0. I know it's like a sacrilege. I'm relatively new to the VS Code team. I joined in December, and apparently that's like a third rail topic. You're not supposed it's never 2.0. It's 1.101 is the next release.
Which I think sounds cool. It's he started
yeah. I think it is cool. It's crazy. It's been 100 releases of VS Code.
I know.
I guess we're shipping every single month. I'm bad at math, but Yeah, I guess when was 1.0? That was like 2015, 16-ish. We just had our 10-year anniversary, but I don't know if that was from literally the moment we announced VS Code. I think it was, not like when we hit 1.0.
Yeah.
So, because I'm like, it's been 10 years, 100, there's 12 months a year, doing the math, right?
Yep.
Like, all right, math ain't mathin', right?
Math ain't mathing. And hopefully we're going to have some bigger whales out of this. I said it's hard to see, and also maybe let's make them bigger and have a few less. We maybe don't need 1,000.
I'm excited for like just that one massive whale that
You
renders
win.
over your entire editor. Like you can't see anything but the whale now. Question in the chat: why not use 3.7 Sonnet? It is that whale is not that much bigger.
I think it drew the whales, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Because I think that's why it knew the color, because I think it drew them.
And some of those whales look like the one right here looks bigger than that one.
Yeah, why is this one?
The whale gets progressively larger the more you get. That's too good.
I kind of love that. I don't know why it did that.
Oh, that's
It's
too
so
fun.
It's like the corner ones are bigger. I don't.
That makes me think they did draw it. That
Yeah.
There's like a weird thing like that they're doing.
I'm gonna ask Copilot. Did you draw the whales?
So we talked about different models. 3.7 Sonnet's amazing too. We were just GPT-4-1ing. We were vibing out with that this morning. I like to poke. I will say Gemini 2.5 Pro. We released a new version with the Google team earlier this month, and that new version is much better for me at tool calling, which is important in agent mode. And I do really like the design taste I get from Gemini. It's quite good with front end apps, and even my Swift app, it does a pretty good job. So I definitely recommend if you use Gemini 2.5 Pro, like kind of before the last couple weeks, like go back, give it another try, because I think it's much improved in the latest version.
Okay, so Copilot drew all of these. So it drew Pac-Man. It drew these whales. So this is Copilot's idea of what a whale looks like.
Just a blob.
Just
what?
a blob.
What is the green thing? Did we ever figure that out?
They said it's the water spout, and
yes, famously green water
the
in
green
the ocean.
arrow water spout. Everybody's favorite part of the Docker icon.
Yeah. Well, we won't be accused of copyright infringement. That is for sure with this game.
This is definitely a very personal interpretation. Okay, I think I gotta fix this speed. This speed is stressing me out. That
it is very stressful. Someone actually said that vibe coding more like stress coding in the chat. So if there are models, I see like requests for models we don't support within GitHub Copilot natively in the chat. You can always use, actually, I wonder if it'll work if you just click the little drop down while it's going and you click manage models. I think it should all work. Yeah, so we have these different providers here. So you can always bring your own key. So if you wanted to hit Anthropic, Azure, Gemini, OpenAI direct, like the frontier model providers directly, you could, right? And that won't decrement if you're on something like Copilot free. That won't decrement your chat quota. Alternatively, you can use something like Grok with a Q or OpenRouter to click on OpenRouter for me.
Yep.
Oh, no, you're going to have to add your key before it's fine. Basically, like the OpenRouter provides a standard interface for LLMs. And so they have like, if you want to use DeepSeek or other models, like those are on OpenRouter. And then Grok with a Q is like our super fast inference provider. So you'll notice it's quite fast. They do have a more limited model selection, but they're much faster than some of the other providers. And then Ollama was on that list too, if you want to do local models, right? Mm-hmm. So that's something we added, I think, 2 versions ago in VS Code. So if there's a model you want to use, like I've been playing with a lot of different models. I mean, you are kind of choosing your own path when you go that direction, because our team does a lot of evals and things like that in our simulation workbench to make sure that all the models we provide in the box work really well. But if you go use something like DeepSeek, like sometimes it will work well and sometimes not. And it's because, obviously we haven't done all the prompt tuning that is sometimes necessary to really make these models shine inside of GitHub Copilot. So someone said, shouldn't the style be a CSS file? So we kind of talked a little bit about that earlier. We weren't super specific with Copilot when we prompted it. And I actually said, okay, like for the purposes of actually doing this iteration, I actually prefer it to be in one file because it's way easier. At the end, we can just say refactor it out, right? That's not a hard prompt to do. And for now, we're just kind of vibing out, right? So it's actually fine. It's in the same file because then we can just send that whole file to the model and it has all the context in one file, which is nice.
Yeah, and that's something too that we could have chosen if we wanted to specify in our custom instructions that we have. And so like I have some information about like, hey, here's how to create like new HTML pages or new markdown pages. And I could have put that in there of, hey, like make sure also you don't automatically include the CSS in the same file.
Makes sense.
Okay.
All right, we're moving at a more reasonable pace now. Maybe it actually feels a little too slow now.
Yeah, it's a little too slow. I think the
And
problem,
isn't it supposed to like, I forget exactly, aren't we supposed to have like monsters or something
we
too?
are. That's definitely like the whole point of like dodging monsters.
Yeah. Who are
Let's
the
say
monsters in this
it's
game?
a tiny bit too slow, and then we're gonna add monsters. What do we feel like are the monsters?
That's what I
Like
was.
build failures?
Maybe we should just ask GitHub Copilot what should the bad guys be in this one.
Yeah, I like that because it comes up with sometimes more creative ideas than I thought of.
Yep. Someone says, what about legacy code like COBOL? Does Copilot actually do it well? Well, I mean, we're just interacting with the underlying frontier model. So if the model does well with that language, then it'll do a good job. But we should have, that is actually a great call out. Brigit, we should have pivoted your demo, done some COBOL. We needed someone on this stream to go like old school.
Yeah.
Use some COBOL, use some assembly, right? Even
There's still
C,
time.
like,
Someone next
something
can
like
do
that.
it.
There is still time. I'm going to have to message some of our presenters and be like, time to pivot. I know you've literally never done COBOL before, but today's your day to shine.
Yeah. That's a realistic look at Copilot helping you with something that you don't really use the language. Okay. Wow. Okay. So it came up with some nice alliterative
YAML Yeti.
monsters. We got the YAML Yeti,
I
a
love
blue
that.
monster with the YAML file icon or curly braces,
Shout out to YAML.
representing config file confusion.
That's awesome.
Dependency dragon, a green monster with a chain or package icon, representing build bug, a red bug or beetle, merge monster, registry ghost,
Okay, these are way better than what I would have come up with.
port goblin, token troll, cache kraken.
These are amazing. They're all amazing. I don't know which one to pick. Chat, which one is your favorite?
Yeah, let
Which-
me expand it so everyone can see the list a little bit better.
Yeah, we need you to weigh in.
Please let us know. We got YAML Yeti, dependency dragon, build bug, merge monster. We lose the alliteration, but it's still really good. Registry ghost, port goblin, token troll.
So we got someone in chat saying we need to rotate the Pac-Man. We agree. I forgot that we were going to do that. So after we do monsters, we'll get rotation working.
Okay.
Can you provide the link of the repo on GitHub? That was just the dev container site repo.
Yeah, so the easiest thing is, if you just go to containers.dev, and then the repo will be linked there for all of our relevant stuff. So
That's really cool.
we have
All
like star.
Oh, literally from the homepage.
That'll bring
Okay.
you here. This brings you the specifications, so you can read all about the actual spec. And then if you want to go to like the website code, if you just go to the devcontainers.org, it's this devcontainers.github.io is the repo.
So we're getting basically everyone's like, we love it. I got a troll, I got a merge monster. Someone says put all the monsters.
Yeah, what if we put one of each?
Yeah, and someone said you could randomize selection of the monsters. So you could
Ooh,
you could implement them all and just have like Copilot randomly lay them onto the game canvas.
Okay. Let's implement all 8 and have, let's say, one of each displayed, and then we can try the randomization if we want. Those are all great ideas. Thank you so much, chat.
Also, I think we got another hour, Brigit. We got a long way to go.
We got it. Well, a good thing, we've got the foundations in here. We've got some good monsters going. I love the direction this is going.
Okay. I was just doing a quick time check. Quick time check.
Thanks for sticking with us, chat.
Yeah.
Hopefully those of you who are here are excited about our game progress. And let us know if you want us to try something else. Give us whatever you'd like us to try out.
Honestly, when I'm writing code, even if it's not like a stream from us, if it's just a stream, I do kind of like some background, like ambiance, and because I work from home, right? And I kind of like, otherwise I'm just sitting in the basement by myself, right? It's kind of depressing.
Oh, you put it like that.
Yeah, I mean, I love working from home, and that's an intentional choice so that I can do what works best for me and my family. But it does have downsides. Like there's no perfect path in life, and I do like the company. Like thankfully, a lot of people on our team stream, right? I'm into cycling, so there's always like cycling streams and things like that.
Yeah, so it feels like you have something.
Exactly.
going
Like you're
on.
in an office and there's banter going on, right?
Yep, exactly. Okay, so it made them all ghosts, which is I love. I maybe didn't expect it, but I guess this is on Pac-Man theme that they should be ghosts.
Yeah, they do look like ghosts.
This is maybe the merge monster because it's like green and has like commit.
Yeah, that's true.
graph.
It's kind of difficult to ascertain.
Okay, one of them was supposed to be a ghost. That one specifically looks like maybe the ghost. Registry ghost.
Registry
a
ghost,
white ghost.
okay.
Oh, because they're also different color. Okay, so we can correlate
Wait,
what color
you
it
should
shows.
you should say your next prompt should be add like a key for the monsters at the bottom, so
Yeah,
we know which
great.
monsters are which.
Great idea.
And something I noticed when we were building our games, like I don't know if this happened to you, I had to say, tell me how to play this game, because sometimes it's like you got to hit spacebar, escape, or to get the
Yeah,
kick
you
the
don't
game.
know
And
what
you're
is
like,
the-
what is
the
the
key
mechanics
binding?
of the
Like,
game?
wait.
Yeah.
I'd added 2 to add a key binding to restart for the Frogger ones because I found that I had to constantly refresh or press a button. I was like, no, I want to save that click.
We got some praise. I'm ignoring all the negative comments. I'm just kidding. We got some praise. You guys make this demo cool and fun, so I appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
I mean, if I'm being honest, like when we started talking about this idea on the team, the big thing is like I just want to hang out with my friends. Like, I obviously love coming here and talking about VS Code, but like I also work, like I was saying, I work remotely. I don't see you all every single day. And for me, like this is like one of the moments that we all get to hang out as a team, go out to dinner, hang out with the community. And so like honestly, like just writing code with my friends, like doing things like these streams, like we do it every Friday morning, Pacific time. James, Burke, and I, we have different guests, and like I just love hanging out with my friends and writing code. It's so much fun.
It's so fun because it's like all of us got into this because we like code and tech in some ways, and getting to do it with the people that we love as well is the best combination of things that we could imagine.
Exactly. Okay, so we got our key.
We got and it's clickable too, so I can be sure that I can share this. Okay, we got fascinating. Okay. We're collecting more people for the stream, chat. Pierce is dipping out for 1 second. Okay, we're getting a new co-host in for a second. Pierce will be back. We've got John here.
All right.
Welcome, John.
I feel like a subject matter expert. Last night I played Ms. Pac-Man.
Oh my gosh.
I got to the 4th screen. I was pretty proud of myself.
This is amazing. I'm so happy that we have you then here for your expertise.
Okay. So what do we got?
Okay, so we've gotten this far. So the premise is we're adding a themed Pac-Man game to this existing dev container site. So we're trying to make it dev container themed for Pac-Man, just because that sounds fun and interesting and different. So we're at this point where we have our little Pac-Man, and we made the collectibles Docker whale icons that Copilot drew itself. So it's kind of an artistic interpretation of what a whale is.
Is this like is it a canvas or is it SVG or what sort of drawing?
It's in HTML and CSS and JavaScript. And so I asked where it defined, because I said, did you draw those yourself?
Yeah.
And it said yes. And it's defined directly in the HTML file.
All right. Okay.
And then we realized that we didn't have any monsters. It added the monsters outside of the which might be a little too easy, but then it was really
a good start.
Yeah, and we asked for inspiration of what monsters to add, and it came up with some really creative ideas. We got the YAML Yeti, the dependency dragon.
Okay, I like it.
It's all on, and we couldn't pick one, so chat had a great idea to either implement all of them or randomly go between them.
Yeah.
And we have our key here, so we can know which one is which.
Wow. So what's the next step?
Well, since you're the Pac-Man Pro, what are you thinking looking at this?
I think you got to put those monsters in. Well, and is anything moving yet?
Yeah, I can move. I can move this and I can collect, and then there's points at the bottom. So I am collecting points.
So I think it would be neat if the monsters move when you do.
Yeah. Okay.
You know how like some video games do that when you move, the bad guy moves. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's some like horror things.
Yeah. Okay. So let's move. Actually, let's commit all of this because I feel like we're at a good point and everything could go wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, Pierce is back, but
thank you for pointing us in the right direction.
The highlight of my day. And
I'm so glad.
Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, John. Let's use our sparkle. Perfect. Okay, saving that. Commits are free.
Commits are free
because we might go.
James is over there. He knows commits are free. He's like, is everything okay? I'm pointing at him. Yeah.
Okay, so I got some. John was basically a Pac-Man expert. He said he was just playing Pac-Man last night.
Oh,
So I showed
wow,
him our
okay.
progress. And
Well.
so we agreed that the next thing, we got to move those monsters into the board because right now they're just kind of
Yeah,
hanging out.
they're hanging out.
And he
yeah.
also said that we should make them move when we move, which I think is a cool idea.
I do like that idea.
So let's say,
Oh, look, we
Right
get Chris.
now-
Chris is catching on. Commits are indeed free, Chris. They are.
monsters are outside.
I forget sometimes, but I need to be reminded. Commits are free.
Move the monsters into the path, so I have to dodge them, and they should also be moving around on their own. Okay, because technically, if they were just sitting there not moving, that is not really that much harder
They're
of an
not-
obstacle.
They're not that scary.
They're-
I guess visually distracting. But other than that,
I don't think we did a good job of making scary monsters. I think they're kind of adorable.
they are. They're very cute. Like some of these things that we have as monsters are actually quite scary.
I know, but like looking at this, like the little troll, the little goblin.
That's cute. It's very cute.
Oh, and they made the Kraken like they gave it legs.
Oh my gosh.
I love it. Okay.
I am sad. I wanted to see the Kraken when I was here in Seattle, but hockey season, I don't think the Kraken are in the playoffs. I might be wrong. And if they are, I probably can't afford a ticket. But the attendees at Build, I think tonight we're going to, what is it, the football stadium, Lumen Field?
Lumen Field, I think.
All
Yeah,
right.
there's an event
That's
there.
super cool. Hey, James is stopping by. James, we were just telling the people commits are free.
Commits are free.
They are free, and that's why I
Commits are
pointed
free.
at you. Look, I'm gonna bring it back up with Chris. Chris is agreeing with me. Commits are free.
They're free. They cost $0. Now reverting a commit.
I had to revert some commits yesterday.
That's Copilot.
Yeah, well, that's true. Like,
Yeah, reverting commits.
we
are
all
maybe not as
forget like the
scary.
random git commands we need to use for different things.
Even though commits are free, we did find a flaw in Pierce's
Oh, no.
strategy of having it always do a commit, which is that it tried to commit the .env file, which had Pierce's Perplexity API or key or OpenAI key in it,
Oh.
because it in the git ignore it didn't add the .env.
So their commits are not free because you're
In
sharing
this
your
case,
API key with
I had
everybody.
I was like, don't commit it yet.
There goes $5 of my Perplexity AI credits. That is a good point though. Like, we should make sure that when I do kind of like the idea of this as a custom instruction or maybe something built in, like if I'm adding things like env, if my thing doesn't already have right a git ignore that's looking for .env, right? Like, can you please do that for me?
Yeah.
Because if not, like, I have that custom instruction that's like I don't even like manually go commit, right? I have a custom instructions like just run like git commit dot, right, or stage all the commits, and then like generate an AI commit message like step 1 done, and here's what step 1 did. And so like even just as part of the turn, it'll just happen, right? So I do kind of need to interject and be like, you need that to git ignore. I didn't even know I did that. I wish James had told James. That's very rude. He didn't tell me that yesterday, and now it's been almost 24 hours. So that's good. I probably need to go take care of that at some point, but that's okay.
All right, that's a good action item for after the stream.
So is that text that I see?
We've also broken everything.
Yeah. All right.
So let's refresh so we can show where we're at. We start off in a game over state, which is a little sad. And then if you move, you just make a bunch of Pac-Men. And they don't eat the points anymore. So I don't know how we brought everything so wrong. But let's.
So I want to see what it actually did. Can you click on the diff?
Yeah. Let's go over here. What's the best way to view the diff? This?
If you click the Pac-Man, if you
Okay.
actually click that should open the diff viewer.
Okay.
Yep. So we can see exactly what happened. And we can always click undo, by the way. Up here if
Yeah,
we
I was
wanna just
thinking we
roll
might
back.
just undo this, but I am curious. It added a whole new move monsters and check collision function, which is maybe the main change. And
Okay. Yeah, so basically it looks like we
let's
were
not do that.
Yeah, it looks like we were colliding because of the way the math was
Yeah.
worked. So you can just how do you click undo? How does this work?
I
There's
think
little
if we just say undo.
do that. No,
This
up here. This is fine grain. Yeah,
This
click
is
that
last
one. Last
request.
request. That would have
Okay.
done a lot.
I see. But that's why I commit partway through too, because sometimes if I'm like, should I undo this or this?
Yep.
Then at least if I have it committed, then I can bring it back.
Yep, exactly. So like you don't have to hit keep or undo or whatever every
Yeah.
single time. But if you were to just have done undo then, it would have like gone since the last time you hit keep. So
Yep,
that could have been
okay.
multiple conversation turns with the model, right?
Yeah, because I think I accidentally did that during the Frogger one, and I was happy that I had it committed because then in my SCM view, it had it as if I had just deleted those files. So then I said undo deleting those files, and then we got
Mm,
back to everything. So committing
nice.
every time is
Well, and
very helpful.
you know, I'm gonna drop a little thing that we're actually working on the team. I don't know if it's gonna make it into this next release, but it's something I'm excited about. This idea of like checkpoints, like undo redo is cool, but like sometimes you want like basically each turn, like imagine the git thing I'm saying, what if that was built in, right? And you could just roll back to like previous conversation turns. So this is something we're exploring as a team right now, is like this idea of checkpoints in the chat UX. So it's kind of like undo redo, but not exactly. And also when you undo behind the scenes, we're also deleting that last like interaction with the model from your conversation history, not just like in the UX, but also like the next API request we send to the model, like you're not going to have that context there either, right?
Yeah.
And so that's good, because to the point I was just saying about biasing the model, like we don't want any of the bad edits, right, as part of the context. And so when you undo, it's not just a UX treatment, it's also actually behind the scenes making sure that in the thread history, we're not sending that up.
Yeah, which is nice because you don't want to contaminate your history with something that is not relevant anymore. But I do have a question because I hit undo and I did it a couple of times and it's still there.
Interesting. All right. But I still see, hold on, go back to your chat.
Yeah, it didn't undo anything here. Like it's still the same
I see
diff here. I can see.
Well, do you see it in the, okay. Now click undo again. Oh, I just want to see. Wait, what is this last one?
Because now it brought us back to implementing the monsters.
Okay.
Which,
are we sure we have like hot reloaded and are on the latest here?
Yeah, it is live reload, and I did also just manually refresh it.
Okay. Oh, that looks new as well. Okay. So like another thing I'll try is like, hey, like just be like, it doesn't look like that change got reverted. Can you try again?
Yeah, let's do that. Monster placement and movement changes got reverted. Can you please try to revert them again?
So we got a comment in the chat, someone saying they like the checkpoint idea. Yeah, like I think a lot of these things, the thing is, if you have custom instructions, you can actually drive like people ask us for memory a lot, right? Like, can you have memory? And I think that'd be awesome to have in the product, by the way. But you can actually do, like, I have this in my stream I showed yesterday, and also in the talk Harold and I did. You can create like a memory like folder, and like you can pull out whatever you want. And so I'm like anytime I create a new file, I have like a files folder and my memory folder, and like that will basically update, and I have a custom instruction. Anytime you're adding or changing or deleting a file, make sure we're reflecting that in the memories, right? And so a lot of these things, even using custom instructions, whether it's checkpoints with commits or even things like memories, you can drive that via custom instructions. And so that's kind of the cool thing, is like between tools and custom instructions, you can really kind of like, you have the basic experience that you get with chat and agent mode inside of VS Code, but you can really dial it to like how you want to work, right?
Yeah, which I find to be really nice, because that's why, like, when I've pointed out some of the things about the custom instructions I added of like, hey, adding search to each page, making each header clickable. These are just gotchas that I've noticed in my years working on this site of, okay, every time I do this, I have to remember, or I recommend to other contributors who are doing it, hey, if you've added a new page, make sure all the headers are clickable. So having Copilot just take care of that for me every time is super nice.
Yep.
Okay, I missed the other key that we had.
Yeah, that one's not as fun.
I know. I did commit, I think, at the point of having the key. So
maybe we roll back commit.
Yeah.
You can also just say in agent mode, like, roll me back to this commit ID. That's what I did yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
but you need the commit ID, which you can grab from the source control thing. Like if you click on far left side.
Oh, and that's the view over here?
Yeah, in that view. And then you basically go back to the one you want. Which commit was that? Was that add Pac-Man game or enhance?
I think it was enhance. Yeah, because it added monster.
Well, if it was
key.
enhanced, then we can just discard your changes.
Let's just do that.
We don't even have to roll back commits because we haven't committed that yet.
All right, and let's make sure that's all good. That was another good tip of we have this view here. We can see all your different kinds of commits, and
people are going to be really tired of what I'm going to say next. They're already tired of it. Commits are free.
Commits are free. I knew where it was going when you said it.
We need hats. We're getting a VS Code merch store set up, and we need a commits are free hat. we're gonna have shirts, we're gonna have hats, we're gonna have socks. We got a water bottle. So people always ask, like, obviously the VS Code merch is super popular at conferences and stuff like that. But if you don't catch us at a conference, you're like, I need VS Code stuff, right? We will have a store at some point here soon, logistics, et cetera, but it will happen in the next few weeks here, and you'll be able to buy VS Code merch. So that'd be super fun. I don't think we've talked about that anywhere. Like, that's not some public information except for now on the stream. So by joining us, you're learning all the inside tips.
And then whenever I wear VS Code merch, I just feel like it's going to be a good code and good productivity. That's why my VS Code shirt today.
Love that.
Chat can see. So
we had some new ones. I don't know if I have them here. We have some new ones as well. I think we'll have them in the store that we're giving out this week. So for the folks here at Build. But yeah, no, I'm excited about the hats. I'm a big hat guy. Like, if you see me on the stream or like any pictures of me, I'm probably wearing a hat. Okay, we're back in business, kind of, question mark?
So it moved some of them onto the path, and we don't have any collision logic. So right now you can just kind of be like, hey.
That makes sense. All right.
I'm gonna say not all the ghosts are on the path.
Someone says, I need VS Code stuff. Well, we got the store coming. Let us know what we should do. Like, I mean, it is kind of like, it's a very honest chat. Tell us what to do, because obviously we did kind of the basics, right? Like VS Code logo stuff. I think we have a happy coding hat that we're working on. So we have some fun stuff like that we're working on. But if there's anything that you're like, you should do this, like, we would love your creative ideas. Like, I want jackets.
Yeah, put them in the chat if you have any feedback right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, we're not trying to the swag store. The idea is not for us to be like, hey, you know what we think is the next business idea for Microsoft is to sell this merch and make a ton of money, right? Like, we want to get it to you basically as close to cost as we can, right? So that, because we love that you love VS Code and we want you to be able to wear the merch. So like, we're going to try and price it in a way that is as close as possible to our cost.
Okay, we're gonna try to get the ghosts moving automatically.
Ooh, we got a request for music. I don't even know how we do that.
Music.
Yeah.
We have to do non-copywritten.
Well, that's kind of the scary thing, chat. We're on live YouTube, and there is like, I showed an Apple Music MCP the other day, and the GitHub stream I did, Rubber Duck Thursdays, and it was a bit of a scary moment for my co-host because I forgot. Like, it's scary for the co-host in general when you're like, I forget that I'm live. But I was showing that, and they're like, we're on YouTube, and they're gonna block our stream if you play live music, right? I think Pac-Man music is probably public domain at this point, but I don't know. It sounds kind of risky. It's a good point.
It's a good suggestion. Thank you so much for the suggestion, chat.
VS Code mugs. Oh, we need mugs. That's right.
Oh yeah.
Mugs aren't on the list. We got water bottles. We need mugs. Our Anna from our fantastic VS Code marketing team, I'll pass all these suggestions to her on the cool merch we should have for VS Code.
Well, it's not a commit. Commits are free.
Commits are free. And this is just like VS Code Lite. You're just rolling the default VS Code Lite theme here.
I am. When I'm in Insiders, I'm usually in dark mode. Sometimes I have like pink accents in a theme that I grabbed from the community. I think then I like having the difference in my mind of I am in stable and I know that's different. And so Insiders I associate with dark mode, stable I associate with light mode. There's no specific reason for that. That's just how it's happened.
I like that. Yeah. I feel like when James and I were working at Xamarin, they were like, you should never demo in dark mode. But like now I feel like that's kind of like, it used to be like you have to demo in light mode, like that you go to a conference, right? They'd be like,
I remember that always being the guidance.
But now it's kind of, I don't know if it's still a thing and people just stop saying it. Like, I'm not really sure what the best guidance is anymore for demoers.
I don't know. Is the resolution of screens
maybe
enough?
It's fine enough. Yeah. I like GitHub Dark. That's usually what I'm on, but there's a lot of great like community themes and I do like kind of mixing it up every now and then. But it is kind of a personal choice because once you start using that theme, you kind of get used to it. And it's like being in a new place sometimes when you change themes, right? And you're
know.
This doesn't feel right.
This is not my editor.
It takes a week to get used to it, you know?
Okay, we're adding some collision logic because right now we're just kind of friends with the ghosts. We just kind of run up on them and say, hey, and nothing happens. Maybe they should like pose a dev container question so we have to learn. So instead of just game over, you must answer a dev container question.
Answer this dev container question. Exactly. We got Paige Lord out here, GitHub team. You can't see her chat.
She just struck a great pose.
She's striking a pose outside. we're building Pac-Man page. We're making good progress. A little dev containers action going on here with Brigit.
We have a bunch of really great monsters
We got-
at the bottom.
We got the YAML Yeti, dependency dragon, build bug. So we're having a good time. We're building some Pac-Man over here.
Credit to Copilot for the creative ideas for what monsters to include. Okay.
Are we still
We're-
getting a collision
We're
immediately?
starting with game over.
Always fun.
I don't know how to not start in game over, to be honest, because there's not.
Is it because the monster is literally
Yeah.
rendering where you're so
Yeah.
maybe that's the prompt then is like don't render
Yeah.
monsters within
And
right on top of me right when we start the game.
Too close next to me. Is it still working?
That's what I was just wondering. I was like, we're streaming another edit in.
Okay.
What are we streaming? What's happening?
So maybe it's still working. So we'll give it some time.
Working. Yeah, so basically what's happening now is we've gotten behind the scenes an edit back from the LLM, and we're basically taking the edit that we have from the LLM, which isn't necessarily like your full source, and we're applying that back into your active editor here, right? So when you see that applying edits thing, that's what you see. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Commits are
Everything's
free.
broken.
It's time to roll back.
I think we can just say, I think the problem is that we're running into a ghost right away, and then the whole game is
I agree.
collapsing.
That does seem to be the problem.
I'm running into a ghost immediately, and it's game over right away. Generate no ghosts right next to me. I feel like I could have worded that better, but we'll see what happens.
What's the price range for merch at your store? I'm actually not sure. I need to go check. I think we had stuff in the low teens, 20s. Yeah, Paige doesn't even know. Paige is learning right now. Come on in here, Paige. Come on
Welcome,
in here. Say hi.
Paige. New guest.
Yeah, if you're a build, we got free stuff. We've been name dropping that. The GitHub booth has some cool stuff. Okay. Yeah, the GitHub team has a lot of stuff in their store here at Build. And then you can also what's the URL online URL? Not Earl. Earl. You can just Google GitHub store probably, right? Bing it and like you can find like you guys got all kinds of cool stuff on your store.
Also, as a side note with Pac-Man, usually the ghosts come out like 20 seconds into it. They don't start on the game.
Yeah. Well,
yes.
we need to. That's our next prompt.
That's
then.
our next prompt.
Apparently, Brigit and I just don't know enough about Pac-Man. Is what we're learning. She's here for vibes. I love that.
I think the vibes were set the second that Copilot drew the whales itself.
Yes. Well, also, Paige wasn't here for this, but we kicked off the stream with 10 minutes and we couldn't share a screen. So that was kind of how we started it off. So, yeah, exactly. It's Wednesday and I'm going to pretend it's Monday.
Just a Wednesday.
This
Monday
is
thing.
the problem with not being in my basement, though. I get very distracted. Like I was like, oh, I know that person. Like, oh, I'm gonna call him over, right? And then you just get super distracted. And this is a constant. Like when I'm coding or doing anything, like when I'm doing my focus work for like our real day jobs, like I'm like I literally sometimes have to literally close Teams. I'm like I cannot have any distractions coming in because even just I don't know if it's like my OCD or what. Like when I see unread. I'm like, I have to.
Oh, yeah, I immediately have to look at it. But somehow I've conditioned myself that is fine. And I have more peace knowing that I've read every notification. Because I think if I quit the app and I didn't know what was going on, then I would just be even more like, I have to go look.
I know. It's hard. And it's weird because I wonder.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Okay, let's just.
Well, we don't have any
Let's just
collisions.
revert all of
so
that. You can't lose if you can't play the game.
You can't win or lose.
Okay, we're undoing all of that. Yeah. All right.
I'm feeling brave. I think we should try a different model too.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's try a little like
What are you
3.5
thinking?
or 3.7 action.
Oh wait,
Wait, did it do it?
I don't know.
Is it working? We just had to
maybe
do a
we got
reload.
lucky that the. Okay.
Oh wow. Okay, so let's collide on purpose and see what happens.
Okay, yeah. So we're back to the original state where
Okay,
the
all right,
collisions
all right.
don't do anything. Okay, so
Okay.
we're back.
We're
Okay.
back. We're back, fam.
Okay, so we're thinking of changing the model.
Yeah, let's try like 3.7.
All right.
And 3.7 is definitely slower than 4.1. Like each of these models have different speeds and things like that. But I think like you have to think about your total iteration time, right? Like sometimes you go to one of these other models and the actual, the time it takes to get back, what feels like a response takes longer. but like maybe you have to do less turns because it's generating a higher quality response. And so there's all these kind of trade-offs you have to think about, right?
Yep.
James and I were talking about that a little bit yesterday. Like also like say like my daily driver when I'm doing like a lot of like UI work, like I was saying earlier, is 3.7. But like say I need to like just do something simple, like I need to like change this one thing, right? Like then I like to go to 4.1 because it's the fastest. Like, well, this is like a very straightforward thing, right?
Yep.
And so I just want the fastest model for that. And so I think like you kind of like over time start to build that intuition for which models work well for each things. I do think I will relate, like it is hard because I think, you know, you work on next edit suggestions and completions inside of VS Code. Shout out to NES and completions. And I think the cool thing about that is like, you can work how you've always worked, right? You're in the editor, you're writing code, and AI is helping you to just complete your lines and predict your next thought and location of your next edit better, right?
Yep.
And I think that is very natural because you don't have to change behavior. I do think like with agent mode, like there's obviously like, okay, you know, the docs that are like, click this button and then type here and it does this thing. But there's like all these kind of things that we're talking about here on the stream. And some of those things, like, of course, we need to do a better job documenting as best practices. But it is kind of like a behavior change thing of like, oh, I need to think about context. I need to think about the different models and what they're good and bad at. And it's like the good and bad of things like these prompt first techniques, like agent mode is like, it's super powerful, but you also do kind of have to learn a little bit of a new way of working. It's like a different style of being a developer.
Yeah, and I think I've noticed that change in myself because I think that maybe last year, a couple of years ago, when we were really getting more with Copilot and chat into the editor, I was still used to every time I needed to like go learn something new or figure out, oh, like how do I install this thing or how do I manage this in my code? I was still used to going out to a search engine in my browser and doing that. And now I've conditioned myself where the first place I'm going to ask is Copilot and see like, oh, can ask mode or agent mode help me there? And it was it was like a subconscious thing because I realized that when I was going out and using search engines, I was like, I should just be able to stay in the editor. And at some point I just conditioned myself where then that felt like the natural thing to do.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, it's interesting you say go to ask mode because for me at this point, like I'm pretty much 99.9% of the time in agent mode.
Yeah.
Even for asking questions, I do think there's like a whoa.
Okay,
that's collision.
We did it. Oh, okay. The space does not work to restart.
Space. Don't press space to restart.
Okay.
But that's progress, right?
Yes.
So this is what I'm saying. Like, okay, let's pop over to 3.7. Yes, that's a great call. What were we just talking about? I've totally lost my train of thought because I got so excited.
We were saying changing the way that like we code or think about.
Oh, yeah. I was saying agent mode. Like,
yeah.
I think the one thing that I think we need to fix is like agent mode definitely has a bias for writing to a file, right? And I think that's something we need to fix so that we can really, you can use agent mode for everything. Like if I'm like, how might I do this, right? Like then it's clear I don't want to produce a file edit. But like I think we've done a lot of like prompt tuning because you do want it to produce an edit, but now that I'm mostly in agent mode, like it's almost like we've optimize it too much for producing an edit, right? And we almost need to like turn the dial back just a little bit so that when you're asking a question, right, like you can just you could use agent mode for anything in theory, right?
Exactly. Yep.
All right, we got someone in the chat. 3.7 is goated. Agreed.
And I saw the little goat emoji.
Yep.
I love it.
that. Yeah, and I mean like sometimes like if you're just like hitting a little bit of a wall, it's like, oh, like maybe because each of the models like have different training data and take inspiration from different things. And so like, it's not even like good, bad models, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, they're just different. Right. And you need to pop around and sometimes you'll get it'll give you like a new idea that you didn't think about or something like that. Just like a different colleague. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good way to put it. It's like a different colleague. If it's like, okay, this person's strong suit is this model's strong suit is this.
Exactly.
I like when we pause and I can hear, we don't have like any ambient music playing, but we can hear the ambient, like hum of the build conference.
Chat, can you hear like just people chattering in the background or is our mics doing a pretty good job of filtering all that out? I kind of like that music. Is that James over there on stage? I think it is.
And is that Katie. Burke emceeing? Is he holding the mic?
Where's Burke?
Someone's holding a mic. I thought maybe.
Oh, that is Burke. He's talking on the mic. There's a session going on right over here. Like we're in the booth area. And so there's like booths, there's the vibe coding area, there's a whole bunch of tables right in front of us. And then over there is there's like a theater stage and it's kind of in the open. It's not like the normal breakouts. And there's sessions rolling constantly. And to my point about getting distracted easily, I was like, there's my friend right over there.
Okay.
I actually need to look at the schedule. I don't know who's coming up after us because we got people rolling all day.
Yeah.
So let me check in on that. Gonna text my friends. Actually, James is on stage. I can't text him. James is also organizing all of this. So I was like, who's next? Might have missed this, but any reason why 3.7 Sonnet over 2.5 Pro? No, there was. We were just saying like we kind of have different preferences, and like I was saying for UI, I actually really like both 3.7 Sonnet and Gemini 2.5 Pro, and we recently upgraded. I don't remember. I'm losing track of the days here, but a couple weeks ago ish, right? We recently upgraded the Gemini version we use with the latest from the Gemini team. So the same day they released that model version, we incorporated that into the models we use in Copilot. And for me, like I was struggling a little bit with tool calling sometimes with Gemini 2.5 Pro in the past, and it's gotten much better. So I kind of poke around a lot. I would say I use pretty much all of the models that we have inside of agent mode every single day, just because I'm not using as much ask mode, right? I don't use some of those other models quite as much. I do use some of them for planning, right? Like reasoning models, like I'll use a thinking model like Claude 3.7 Sonnet Thinking or like O3, right? To do thinking or planning tasks, which is another thing we showed. I feel like I just keep teasing my session. I'm not doing it on purpose. Like that was something we talked about in our sessions. Like if you're doing planning, like these reasoning models are really good. So yeah, I like to try different things. And the other thing is like these models behind the scenes, like when we launched that new Gemini 2.5 Pro version, we're not actually doing, like, there's not a new option in model picker, right? And so like there's sometimes not a lot of fanfare. So like even models you may have tried in the past, you need to go back and do. Whoa, where'd we go? We're gone.
I think, yes. So I ran into a monster down here, and then it just popped me back to the start, and then I ran into that monster, and that was enough to game over.
Okay.
Does R key work?
I didn't
R
even,
does not work to restart.
the space didn't work and R didn't work
No.
either.
Okay.
right.
Well, there's a lot to unpack with that.
All right.
Let's just try it again and see.
See if we can repro. Hashtag can't
Okay.
repo on my machine.
Yeah.
Our favorite bug state, like close can't repro.
Okay. So, all right. Well, let's add like a restart button.
Yeah, I like the idea of a button. Buttons are always good.
Make restart a button instead.
I was giving James a hard time because he likes buttons for everything yesterday. He's like, you should have a button for that. I was like, dude, I don't want to add another button. There's too many buttons already.
He doesn't love buttons. Pierce doesn't love buttons.
No, I don't love buttons. Yeah, I had like a
question.
face on. I had like a reaction when you're like, "Do you like buttons?" I'm like, "No, I don't like buttons." No, I do. I do like a button. There's something like I'll tell you a button that I actually really like in VS Code. The source control view. I really like the button there. The giant blue bar. I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, let's pull it up. Like
our
the
commit
bar.
right here?
Look at that.
Okay.
Look at that. I do like UI sometimes. I like buttons sometimes. I'm not quite like no UI. I'm not on that team, but like I do like a more minimal style.
Do you use Zen mode?
What is Zen mode?
It's mode in the editor. That's more. I don't know if I know how to exit it.
Always fun.
Control KZ. Okay.
Control KZ. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah.
So this is like the equivalent of what I was saying, where I have to close Outlook and Teams to get my job done. I need to go in Zen mode in VS Code. Right. Dial it in.
I gotta exit Zen mode.
You know, now with agent mode, the Zen should just be the chat. I don't even want to see the code.
Yeah.
Right. Just show me the chat. Right. That's all I want to see.
It's only vibes. It's
only
not code.
I have often kind of joked, but been very serious at the same time. I do kind of want, like, now that I'm for certain projects, right? This is not for every project, but like I kind of want to dial, right? And I want to be able to be like pure vibes, like give me a chat, you know, I want to iterate. I don't really care as much, like to the thing I was saying earlier, like there's different styles you can partner with the model to get your job done. I do kind of like sometimes like this is a lot, right? Like I don't need all this like for what I'm doing. I kind of, because I mean, you're glancing at the code here, but we're vibing out, right?
Yeah, I'm mostly just staying up here. I've scrolled down very minimally.
And so to some extent, like I would say that some of that is like a distraction. And so then it's like, well, if you're in pure vibes mode, it's like, it'd be nice to have, let's open the simple browser. Let's simple browser. I want a simple browser right now. Can we simple browser?
Okay.
Does this work in simple browser?
There's a command for that?
Command Shift P, simple browser show. We need the URL.
Okay.
Go get that URL.
Go get that URL.
Copy pasta. All right. Boom. So then now if you close your like de-expand exactly.
And let's just close
Let's
that
get some real estate. Yeah. So this is pretty cool. I want to show you another cool thing you can do. So close simple browser now. Actually, you don't have to close it. It's fine. Open up chat again.
Yep.
If you click those dots and Yep.
This?
Yep. Open chat in new editor. Oh no, that's not what I meant. I want you to
Yeah,
open
it's
it
in the main
in the
editor.
window. Keep and continue.
Keep and
Sorry.
continue. That's
So
okay.
go dots.
And then a
New window, right? And then click that see that little pin icon?
Yeah.
Click that. Okay, now go back to the browser.
And then I can just chat right here.
Exactly.
Yep.
And this this is always on top. So even when you change your cursor and the active is like actually
Yeah.
the browser, it's staying on top. So that's pretty fun. Like when you're like certain stacks are really good at like front end web, obviously is really good at this, either .NET or anything that can hot reload, right?
Yep.
Because then you can, if you really are like just in this iteration vibing mode, you can pop it out. Honestly, even when I'm not vibing out, I'll do that. And I have dual monitor setup. Who among us doesn't love a good dual monitor setup? And so I'll put agent mode, one monitor, right? Full screen. And then other monitor, I'll have just VS Code, like the editor, and I'll kind of be monitoring both at the same time.
Yeah.
I like the thing that there's that meme that I saw on Twitter, and it's like Linus, who like made Linux, right? Like showing his setup, right? And it's like the simplest setup ever. And then it's like me in 2025, like I need 8 monitors to run Teams and Outlook, right? It's like that meme. We also, at some point here, we need to also rotate our character. That was something that I keep forgetting that was like, maybe we should create like a markdown file that's like backlog or something, right? With like ideas that we need to do in the future. Because I keep forgetting, right?
Well, we only have 15 minutes left, so we have to make our last few changes count.
We only have 15 minutes.
Yep.
I was up this early this morning. I'm not really a morning person despite having kids, and I went to Barry's boot camp. So my back is starting to hurt, right? We did some weights today. So I have my energy now, but in about an hour, I think I'm going to crash, right?
We got you high energy after that workout for the stream.
Well, you want to know what I did right after the workout?
What'd you do?
It feels like canceling each other out. Mickey D's.
What's your go-to? Like, you got breakfast?
I got breakfast. So I'm saying kind of near the Space Needle, and there near my hotel there is a McDonald's.
I know that McDonald's.
Yeah. That McDonald's is good. Although last night I also had that McDonald's.
Nice.
And
okay. Double it up.
That's a double whammy right there. You back to back, right? And I got like this morning I just went simple, like biscuit, hash browns, and the sugar-free vanilla coffee.
Okay.
So that's just, I needed something quick, but then I was like, what am I doing? I just did a Barry's boot camp, and now I'm, so. Can we use local models in chat? Question coming in on the stream. So if you click that model drop down that Brigit's showing, manage models, Olama, it's not going to work because she's not running Olama right now. But if you do like Olama, I think it's Olama run or whatever the command is, and you run the model, then it's broadcasting on the Olama endpoint. There's a model. It has certain tags for that model. So it'll say like this supports vision or tool calling or whatever. And then we basically grab that, and then you can select that in the drop down. And then from that, you can actually use that local model in chat. Oh, look at that.
We got to restart game. It doesn't work, but
the button was added.
The button sure was added.
Yeah, I've been using Quincoder. It's pretty solid in agent mode. I think agent mode's hard because it is pretty token intensive, right? And obviously more tokens is more inference. And when you're running that locally, it can be challenging. Like I have an M4 and it does a pretty good job. I think it's kind of hit and miss. And I will say the local models is definitely one where more so than using a model from like OpenRouter, you have to really try a lot more models to see what works well, because tool calling is kind of inconsistent for some of the models that even support it locally. It's not an Olama thing. It's just the state of local models right now. So yeah, like Quincoder, I think is the one I had the best success with. I think we have a video up on the VS Code YouTube from Agent Mode Day about a month ago, and I did a session on Bring Your Own Key, and I showed OpenRouter and Olama and all that. So definitely, I think we've cut that, and that's up on the VS Code YouTube. So I recommend checking that out.
Yeah, check out VS Code YouTube, VS Code TikTok.
We're all over the place. Yeah, our team is fantastic that runs all these channels. Like there's a lot of folks that maybe you don't always interact with that are actually powering, the stream, the socials. And so shout out to all those folks who make all this possible. There's same thing for making the vibe coding thing happen. Lots of folks behind the stream, but behind the scenes too. to actually make all this work. Okay, so did it reset our cursor locate? Yeah.
It keeps doing that a little bit. It's like if I run into this ghost, I will die. But if I run into these ghosts, I just generate back to the middle.
I wonder if that's a gameplay mechanic. Like some of the ghosts are like not. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did the model make an intentional choice there?
Yeah, I don't know. But now I ran into that ghost on the right. Maybe I just can't game over in the first like 10 seconds or something. Maybe that's some of the logic it
It's like you died too well because we were telling it like we're dying too fast.
Yeah.
So
I have lives. That's why.
Oh.
Wow.
We don't even know. Like we're
we're not even reading the game. We're just here for the vibe.
We're like, why is it working? It's like I literally am working. What are you? You're gaslighting me.
And the button and the R key now both work to restart. So I don't know how it fixed both, but it did.
Well,
so
you know what we need to do right now.
What?
We need to commit this because it actually works.
Because this is actually like nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's use that sparkle.
Yeah, someone in the chat said no, you have lives. Yeah, we're very attentive over here.
Thank you, chat, for keeping us on track.
Yeah. Okay. So we
great.
got that committed.
So now
I'm not going to say it.
I'm
not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
I said it already.
All
it's
right.
okay.
Good.
Okay, so now how is the character supposed to be rotated? Like when it moves in different places, it should be facing the path ahead? Is that the logic of Pac-Man?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how we should prompt. You were just getting a shout out in chat for your prompt. Great prompting skills, Brigit. One suggestion is to add without losing game functionality when you're prompting. So like then it's additive. It's not actually going to change the way the game works currently, which I like that as a tip.
That's great feedback. And that would be good too to add to a custom instruction or prompt file of, hey, every time that I'm working on a game.
Yeah.
Because I have the logic in there of every time you add a change, prompt me to make sure their site is running. So you could also make sure that no functionality is lost. So that's a great tip.
Yep.
Okay, let's say I want Pac-Man's mouth to face forward of whatever direction he's going. Also, don't lose any game functionality when you add this.
You know what might happen? You might float up into the sky like it happened to my. Now we're adding a Z-axis.
That's actually the next thing
we're just going to come out of the screen now.
Please add a Z-axis and float Pac-Man.
Float Pac-Man away. I do kind of like that when Pac-Man runs out of lives, right? Like.
Yeah. Have a little sound like that.
Yeah.
We can record you making that sound.
Someone says, "Is this Flutter?" No, we did have a Flutter game on the stream yesterday. This is we're just HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I think right here. No frameworks. Keeping it simple.
Yeah, the website itself is a GitHub Pages site. So that uses Jekyll, but we're not using anything specifically with Ruby in coding this. That's just how the site is hosted.
Yep. And we're up to like what 600-700 lines in this HTML file now. It's quite large in terms of functionality.
Okay.
Lines of code metric hit. OKR achieved.
Okay. Oh, look, it did it. Oh.
Wow. All right. Commit again. We got something working.
Oh my gosh, this is exciting.
Paige is going to be so proud of us. She's outside. We got it turning now. Look at that.
Pac-Man rotates. I hope this is correct. It's correct for us.
This is pretty good. I feel like this is pretty good progress for about like an hour and a half.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yes.
Always stage and commit all.
Yep. Just.
I like that.
Full send. Okay, we have 8 minutes left. What should we do with our final 8 minutes?
All right, chat. Let's get suggestions. We got 8 minutes. Don't give us anything too crazy. We only have 8 minutes here. So, do we go back? Are we on what model have we been using recently?
Is this 3.7?
We're 3.7ing. Yeah. So yeah, like this is what I was saying. Like sometimes like you change a model and you start making a lot more progress.
Yeah, it felt like 3.7 was able to handle these more complex. Like I want to fine tune the game in this way.
Yep. Lots of questions about models. Like, is Gemini 2.5 better than Sonnet 3.7? No, I think like it's like maybe certain things is better or worse than other things. Like that's kind of where it's hard because I don't actually, this is my maybe controversial opinion. I don't think things like benchmarks are the right way. I mean, they'll give you a ballpark, right? But there's just so many stacks. There's so many types of apps. There's so many languages. There's so many different ways that you might need changes to be applied. There's different things like tool calling and vision, right? It's like there's so many different considerations. It's really hard to be like, this is always better than this, right? And we struggle a lot with this because like, obviously as PMs on the team, we think about things like defaults and like, what's the default? And we have a lot of spirited debates on the defaults because it's not quite as simple. If it was easy of just like, well, we ran the evals and it says do this, right? We make that choice, right? But it's not actually that simple. And also you can have more capable models that are slower. You can have fast, like it's hard. There's
Yep.
a lot of things that you're kind of balancing when you make these choices.
Okay, I'm asking that every time that I run into a ghost, it should tell me a dev container fun fact.
Okay, I like that.
So I
we're-
want to see how that goes.
So then we are also getting, depending on where we're at on time, can Pac-Man actually open and close its mouth? We should refactor this so that we actually have CSS in a separate file was one suggestion. So we're kind of getting some different suggestions here. I like that a lot of y'all are like, you're way better developers than me. I'm like, oh, we're done. And you're all like, you can't push this code. You got to refactor this thing out. You got to review it and make sure, right? I'm like, push it.
Actually
Ship it,
follow like
ship it.
coding practices and
I'm like, make it live. It would be kind of fun to like, if we got one of these games working, I think it would be kind of silly to have it in the dev container site for realsies.
yeah, have it be like a little
Easter egg for people to find. Like maybe not have it in the nav bar, but like if you hit a 404, or I don't know, something like that. Like
it's like when in Chrome, if you don't have internet or you have like an
Yeah,
outage, you can play
yeah.
with the little dinosaur.
I kind of like the idea of making it a little bit of an Easter egg at some point. I like you're also in a branch here. I'm noticing that from your status bar on that's what that thing's called, right? The blue thing, status bar.
Yep, the status bar down here, and yeah, I'm in this branch. So
And Brigit taught me you can click on that too.
yeah, so then
The
you
other-
can go ahead and switch branches. You can make a new branch, and you can choose where you want the origin to be. Do you want it from main or from a different branch?
It's because of my anti-button bias. I was like, it's not a button.
Okay, let's start fresh and let's see if I. Okay. Okay, one moment.
See ya, Paige.
It's not telling me fun facts unless they're being displayed somewhere else.
Wait, what about that like black area at the bottom? Scroll down a little bit. That's a lot of empties. Is it showing it? No.
Where are the fun facts?
I
I mean, it wants me to run this, but the app's already running, so I don't think I need to do that. Where are the fun facts displayed? I don't see them.
Yep.
And I guess as we wrap up here, is there any final questions from the chat of anything that we showed here or anything that
Yeah.
folks can get access to it?
And you got VS Code PMs here, so if there's any
Yeah.
like questions, we've been answering a lot of questions about the product. But if there's feature requests or things like that, we got to call out on the theme. We were saying we had to switch over to stable from VS Code Insiders earlier in the stream, and we were not in light theme when we were in VS Code Insiders. So just trying out a different theme. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and I like having different themes for different instances of VS Code, so I can kind of isolate in my mind what I'm working on there. Okay, this is Insiders versus Stable.
Yep, exactly.
I like the mini map. It looks very exciting. I usually don't have the mini map on, but since
I
we're
was
in
about to
Stable, it's
say,
slightly different.
I'm anti minimap. That's probably also a third rail topic. I don't know it. I don't use it very often, frequently.
I
for
usually
me.
don't either, but since we're in Stable, we're in a different territory right now. Okay.
We need more coding streams. I agree. We're trying to do, like I said, we have streams coming every Friday from the VS Code product team and guests. We're trying to do like more regular stuff. Like our advocacy team also does some awesome videos that they do, but we should do more stream stuff. The GitHub team, like a lot of times, like we're best friends with the GitHub folks. So, Brigit's done some videos over there. I went on their stream for the 1.100 release a couple weeks ago for VS Code. There's a lot of good stuff. Like you're not just going to find us, obviously, like always check out, subscribe, comment the VS Code channels, but also we're joining like other Microsoft developer, right? GitHub. We're on all these other places too. So like definitely like make sure that you're also paying attention to those things, especially the GitHub one. I think is probably the one our team is most frequently on besides the GitHub one. So yeah, I agree though. I mean, I was saying earlier, like separate from like, oh, I love just hanging out with all of you. Like, I like hanging out with Brigit. Like it's fun just building cool stuff with your friends. So I want to do more of this selfishly as well.
We got the fun facts. They just display super fast at the bottom. So if I run into a monster,
I see.
You can mount your local file system into a dev container.
I like that, but I wish it would render
then it
like
goes
on the
away.
game canvas.
Well, let's commit that initial logic. We're in our
we got
final
something there.
couple minutes.
All right, we got 2 minutes.
Yes.
Got a call out on congrats on open sourcing the GitHub Copilot chat extension. So that's kind of going to be that was a big announcement for the team on Monday. I know we're all super psyched about that.
Yeah.
That was just an announcement, and like over the next couple weeks, months, it's not one of those things where you just press a button, right? Like we actually want to bring those changes into core. We want meaningful contributions, so we need to think about all the things that we have as the VS Code team to actually make sure we're testing our changes and running evals and all that. How do we bring that to the community so they can also use those tools, take them, make them their own, but also make meaningful contributions back, right? These are all the types of things that we're kind of working through and we want to work through with the community. So we have a GitHub issue on the VS Code repo where we kind of talk about some of this. So if you have questions, it's a good place to go in there and be like, I'd love to see this, or I have a question about this. Like we want to work in the open just like we always have as VS Code. So our team is super pumped to have the GitHub Copilot chat extension going open source and coming into VS Code main over the next couple weeks and months here.
Woohoo. All right. And I think that brings us to our final minute here. So just looking at the progress we made here. I love it. It's so fun. Thank you so much, everyone, for the feedback and ideas and questions throughout.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. We are technically at time, and I'm like, we had trouble kicking off the stream, and now I'm like, how do I wrap this thing up? All right, so there's literally we got a printed sheet of paper. So we're gonna kind of awkwardly sign off here, and I'm gonna figure out, okay, so step one, thank everyone and tell them a new coder is coming up soon. So everybody, a new coder is coming up soon. I'm not exactly sure who, but all of our guests have been amazing. We're super excited for them. And then I'm not going to say out loud the rest of them, but I'm going to try and do it, and we'll wrap it up. Thanks again so much for everybody for joining our stream. 2 hours with Brigit.
2 hours.
What did we
so
build?
Much fun.
We built this not Frogger game, Pac-Man game.
Dev container themed Pac-Man. So much fun.
It was
thank
amazing.
you, Pierce, for being an amazing host.
Yeah,
this was so
thanks
much
for
fun.
having me. All right, bye. Well, bye-ish.
Bye-ish.
Until I hit the button. All right. So then I
saw game over and I thought that was stream over.
Well, I'm like, where is that button that I'm looking for? They shouldn't have left me here with this, folks, on the chat. They should leave somebody. I don't know what I'm doing.
End stream in the top right. There's a button that says.
Well, no,
end
because
stream.
we're keeping the stream going, right?
Okay. Never mind.
Don't click the big red button.
Okay, my bad. I saw the big red button.
So on Audio Mixer, I need to mute our audio. I don't know which button I press for that. Where is somebody from our team? There's James over there.
Yeah, can James come?
Hey, Paige,
help us?
Can you get James for us? He's right over there. He's right there. James Montemagno, right there. The guy in the white shirt. He's talking to those 2 other people.
Yeah, he's standing.
Yeah. We don't know how to wrap the stream. Everybody hanging out with us online.
This is
the behind the scenes content. Yeah. And stick around. We're not going to just stay on this URL, right?
Yeah.
And I think we'll have an interstitial thing for 10 minutes. So go get a snack, go to the bathroom, come back. We have another Vibe Coder coming up. James has been called over. Emergency help is on the way.
Emergency.
James, we don't know what we're doing. We read the printed thing. We don't know what we're doing. This is why
help
you don't
us end the stream.
We're trying to end the stream.
We don't know how to end the stream.
I'm looking for the button that
We're
it says
just
show. What do I press? I almost clicked that button. Don't click that button.
Don't click that button.
You go here.
Okay, but it doesn't say that in the instructions. How would I know to go there?
Click show.
Bam, and we're live.
Whoa. All right, James.
Hey, Myra, how's it going?
I'm good. How's build?
Build is fascinating. It's great. We just gave some awesome MCP talks. Katie,
I know.
Dan,
I
and
heard. And it went amazing.
It really did. 15 minutes goes real fast.
And it was a packed room.
It was like standing room around it was crazy.
Oh my gosh, my hair is like crazy now.
We did that's what the Pacific Northwest humidity will do
Yeah,
to you
it does.
as well. But we had a conversation corner. We had the same thing, tons of people, which is so cool.
Oh, that's
And,
awesome.
yeah, and the vibe coding area has been going super good, which is super rad. So I've been enjoying it. We got a lot of people in the chat as well. So feel free. We'll be checking chats all throughout. I gave it's over there somewhere, the mouse.
Yeah, the mouse. The mouse is
I
giving
think it's
me a hard
like
time.
on the other it's on the other screen. There it is.
All right.
Perfect. Cool.
All
Hey, everyone. Awesome. So we'll be monitoring the chat and we'll be vibe coding. We got a whole bunch of vibe coding sessions. Myself, we got Martin Woodward coming up from GitHub.
Awesome.
Whoa, crazy. And then Anthony Shaw's going to do some Python stuff, but I'm going to write some C# today.
Yeah, that's my favorite, you know.
Naturally. Got to write some C#. So today, so Myra and I work together.
Yes.
We're on the same team under Scott Hanselman. Myra is responsible for the .NET website.
Developer.microsoft.com.
What else are you responsible for?
Well, that, and then I do the on.NET live show that I hope people watch it.
That's right, on the .NET YouTube. So you're not over there every Monday, right?
Yeah,
like
every Monday, 9 a.m. Pacific.
And if you're building awesome, cool things in the community, you have like community speakers on. Like, what is the show? Like, rep the show, give a promotion.
Yeah, so the show is about promoting what our community is doing, or if the community, like community members, want to come and share what they've learned about .NET. So like even if you're like new to .NET and you want to talk about your journey and what you've been learning, so it's all about the community. So it's like a show for the community by the community.
Boom, I love it.
Yeah, and it is like very chill.
Yeah,
we like to think it's like how we are here at Build.
Yeah,
and you're like having this hallway conversations. That's the vibe of the show. So it's like we like to keep it chill. So we have a conversation. We're there to chat and help our guests to like present what their topic. So we had awesome shows from the community.
Nice. And over on the VS Code YouTube, if you're there now, every Friday, Pierce Burke and I have different guests on from teams throughout Microsoft and GitHub. We do a bunch of vibe coding, a bunch of show off new features in VS Code all the time. It's called Let It Cook.
Ooh.
I let it cook. Sometimes it's a fast cooker. Sometimes it's a slow cooker. It just really depends on what you're cooking.
So
Fridays, 8 a.m.
8 a.m. Okay.
Bright and early Pacific. Early, so that way anyone in the world can watch. Hopefully, maybe Australia. That might be a hard time zone for folks as well. I'm gonna do.
We have one question.
Questions.
Not,
all right.
Not related to what we're gonna do.
Okay.
But he's asking, what are these super cool headphones that we're wearing?
Oh, that's a great question. These are Sennheiser.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope
Sennheiser something.
Yeah.
Ooh. Don't forget, today's the last day.
Oh, today's the.
We have like something going up on
upstairs.
our speakers.
I don't think they can hear us.
Yeah,
These are
hopefully
Sennheisers. These are pretty nice. So Myra and I can hear each other because we're inside this booth. It is open, so we can hear what's going on around us.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're Sennheiser something. I don't know. Someone in the event crew hooked it up, so they're pretty nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so Myra, I am working on this app called Feedback Flow.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah.
I've used it.
You what?
Yes.
Okay, cool, awesome. I like that. Let me just go ahead and bring it up here. Go
All
ahead.
right, let's
Change that over. Boom.
All right.
All right, so here I'm in VS Code. Okay, so here's Feedback Flow. Now, this is just running locally on my machine. But the idea that we had is that there's a lot of social activity all the time. And we're always interested in saving time and reading. So we have all these here. So for example, I could go over to the, let me go to youtube.com/code here. Let me go to code. And let me go to videos. And let's go to, I don't know, this video that, let's see if there's comments on this. Yeah, so here there's 27 comments.
Wow. Okay. You guys are popular.
Impossible for me to read all these comments.
Yes.
So I can go and I can just paste it here and I can do analyze. This is going to go off to YouTube and it's going to pull down those comments. And then this is going to use Azure AI to do this big confetti. You like that? A little confetti. Yep.
So does it mean
Yep.
that it finished, or is it positive? What are the confettis for?
Finished.
Okay.
Just finished. Although I do want to, maybe we could vibe code that based on do an overall sentiment score, and then what should it do?
Yeah, like a kind of a red flag or something when it's bad.
Oh no. I wanted different emojis, like different
Yeah.
frowny face emojis. So this is going off, and it's giving like a TLDR of like what folks think, right?
Mhm.
And then this gives like overall mix, right? Positive sentiment, negative sentiment. Then it'll be like, here's some content feedback, some questions. And this is really good because as a PM or an engineer that maybe works on a feature, you might want to just easily go in and just parse things. But also, it's hard because we might see questions, we might see different things, but how does that apply to the product? So the LLM, in this case, this one's using GPT-4.1 Nano,
Okay.
which is very cheap because it's running on a personal account. It can go off and it can do all this for us. And this is all in these big prompts. So over here, I have some voice to text. Look at that pop up. And I have basically these prompts. If I turn on custom prompts, you can see the prompts that are used, that I'm a YouTube comments expert, and it breaks it down. So I have a pretty verbose one in here. Like it's pretty verbose, right?
Yeah.
But you could really really trim it down to what you want, exactly what you need. So you can do this. You can always reset the default. So this is a Blazor application, and this is run with Azure Function backends
Okay.
here. So we can actually look at
So let's look at
the
project.
code. Here we have a bunch of shared code. This is the shared dump in here. So I took what David Fowler worked on, and his code was called dumper. It was called feedback flow, and it was a dumper. So it like dumps out things to files.
Yeah.
And so I now have shared dump, and I followed his naming schema, even though I should have just did it. So he basically has command line things, and I just rewrote it all. So I have the web app. I actually have an MCP server, functions, and look at that. I have tests. Can you believe it, Myra?
Wow.
I didn't
Did
write these
you write
tests. No, I
those?
didn't. I don't. I wrote about 20 lines of code in this application.
Really?
It's
Oh my
100%
gosh.
vibe coded here. In fact, I could have just opened my custom instructions, and then you would have saw exactly what these things are. So this is a Blazor application, and this is, I'm telling it kind of what I want it to do. It's a C# backend and things like
So
that.
you're using agent mode on VS Code.
Yep.
To vibe code.
It's 100%, 100% vibe coding all day, every day in this application. So that's what this app is. It can also do content feeds. So I could go off to Reddit. I could say, let's look at the .NET Reddit, and I could go off and say sort by hot, and go off and call into the Reddit, and then go find things in here, right? So this is really cool from a user's perspective. And then I can go and tap on this button, and then this will open it here, and then I can analyze those comments based on that feed.
That is such a time saver, like, because we are like, as PMs on the team, we're always like keeping an eye on what's happening. And so but people can apply that to their own like content sources and things that they're interested about.
And what would you believe me if I said I'm not a web developer and I've never created a production website in my entire life?
Oh my gosh.
Ever. I mean, I guess
Well,
on the
Does
.NET,
it count that you did pull requests on the .NET website?
we made this, right? John and I made this,
Yeah.
and you know, for the live, and we did that little blinker thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that counts. This is a real thing that I built. It's
Like an entire site.
a real,
Not just like some coaching.
yeah, this is a real website. I mean, look, there is proper URL routing happening here, and that's a thing that's happening, which is really cool. So what I wanted to do, I thought about this today, is that I've vibe coded live for folks, adding different services. So I added Blue Sky in here. We have Twitter, Manual. But what I was thinking is I was talking to a bunch of folks that actually use this application, is that it would be really cool to have an auto mode.
Okay.
Like, why do I have to select YouTube or Hacker News or GitHub? And in fact, not just have an auto mode where I can post the URL. I mean, it's kind of unique here because I could actually do a playlist, and it'll be like unique. It'll do a summary of all the comments in a playlist and then all the videos individually too.
Yeah.
But what would be cool is imagine if you could say, we're launching a new product at my company or a new feature. And I could say, here's the tweet, here's the Blue Sky post, here's the Reddit thread, here's the blog. Go get all of the comments from all of those sources
And one,
in one summary of it.
that's nice.
That's nice.
Because like some channels might be more positive and some might have like some criticism or something. So you're like combining all the sentiment analysis in one report.
Exactly. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. I also, by the way, I did this. You can actually save this. You can do text to speech back, but you can also save it. I vibe coded a history. See, there's a whole history
So
section.
you have a GitHub repo for people to look at this code, right?
This is live. Yeah, this is live on my. Let me turn this also into a dark theme here for folks. Where's my settings? Where's my themes? Parents. I was just turning everything off with for my session, because in person when we do these demos, we do it live. But it's this feedback flow. You can see I forked it from David Fowler. It's in the, I think it's on the VS Code YouTube live stream show notes. I put it in there. But this is the feedback flow. Look for me. It's there. It's live. It's happening. And this publishes directly from here, so I can see my GitHub actions. It publishes every time I commit and I do stuff. So you can see I haven't worked on it in a week or so. Just been busy with build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so the first thing, one brilliant coworker of mine said, every time you work on a feature, you should have a GitHub issue.
Yes.
I don't know who that is. It could be someone sitting right to my right.
Oh my god.
So let's try
What
this.
an annoying person. She likes to track everything.
It does. It needs to be in the system. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm going to talk to it. I'm going to talk to my computer here. We'll see if this works. Okay, I want to add a new feature to this application, the web application specifically, and it's going to be another data source that's called auto. And in the auto mode, I want it to be able to enter multiple URLs, and the user should be able to add more and then remove some to it. And then what I want to have it do is when I submit for an analysis, it should automatically parse the URLs and figure out what service it needs to use. So if it's on YouTube, it's a YouTube URL, it should use the YouTube service. And then gather all of the comments for all of them. And then I want to do a sentiment analysis of that. So how would I implement in that and then create a new GitHub issue for me to do that?
Ooh.
Okay, so I'm going to send that off.
And you save keystrokes there too.
So many keystrokes, how to do it, right? Okay, so this is telling me here at a high level, it's going to create a plan. And it's going to create a new Blazor component called auto data source. It's going to allow the user to add remove, submit for analysis button, URL parse logic. That's cool. So once submitted, look at this. It already knows that it's in the shared dump folder. Service selection, data fetching, sentiment analysis, and styling. It's going to do some stuff. So it's going to, here's the draft, acceptance criteria. Oh yeah, let's create the issue and also add it as a new markdown file in the ideas where's mine in the, I should have an ideas folder. I'm pretty sure I just created it in the ideas folder. That way I just kind of have it in history, like it'll be there too. But sometimes I just started doing this because Pierce started showing me is like you can have like this ideas. Oh, I don't know where the ideas folder is.
I see it there.
Oh, it's there. Okay, it did create the GitHub issue, so that's good. Here's the GitHub issue it created.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, you like that?
Oh my gosh.
Now
I'm stealing those. Like I'm just gonna talk to the computer now and create all my issues.
Yeah, I mean, so this is nice too because you know it kind of knows the context of what I want. I could order these and do stuff, and then it knows the context, right? So it understands what it needs to do and all the different acceptance criteria, and I could iterate on it back and forth. Would you like me? Yeah, create the ideas folder, I guess, inside the root. I don't know. I'll see what it does. I'm just gonna tell it what to do. Oh, I bet maybe where did I? Oh, okay. It create.
Maybe it was not in the same project.
I don't know where to put it. What did it somewhere? Okay, Did it put it here?
I see it there.
Where did I put it? Create it. Okay. However, there was an error when trying to add the markdown file. Okay, let me delete this folder. Delete.
All right, let's try it again.
Try that again. Try that again, please.
You're trying to be nice.
I am nice. I'm a
with
nice
the
person.
bots.
Huh.
Still an error. Okay.
You know what? They said earlier they're having some issue with something.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
always when you're doing a live demo.
Yeah. Well, let me do this. Let me do a new folder. I'm gonna do ideas. I don't want it there. Let me do this here. I don't like to do anything manually anymore, Myra.
I know.
This is hurting me to do this. Okay, so let me do. It says it created it, so let me just do new file auto data source.md.
All right.
Okay.
Let's try that.
I created it for you, comma, you are welcome. Let's put it in here, here, and also create a implementation plan that we can follow for this. Okay, so I've given it, I said, I only not just want this feature, but let's create an implementation plan and let's see if it will, it'll vibe with us. There we go, cool. Okay, so it has created a plan. All right, so this is what it's telling me that it's doing. So new auto mode, implementation plan. So here we go. So this is nice. So a lot of folks, let me keep that puppy. So when we start to work with our models, I could have just said, go do this thing.
Yeah.
But now I've put together a plan, an implementation detail of how I want it to do.
So step by step.
Step
so
by
it
step.
can guide you how you do it.
Exactly. Yeah. So so now we can just like implement it. So okay. Let's get cooking.
All right.
Cooking and implement this puppy. This thing. Just go step by step. Steps so I can review along the way. I trust you because you are awesome and a great developer.
We got an interesting question from Captain Kite before.
Yep.
What are the qualifications to become a vibe coder at Microsoft?
Mm.
That's interesting. I think everyone can be a vibe coder.
Yeah, everyone's a vibe coder. To be honest, like vibe coding is just like coding. Okay, I think it's
and it's doing something.
It is doing something. I feel as though. Okay, hold on. Why is it upset? Okay, I think that I think they were saying they're having some issue with Insider earlier.
Okay.
So let me try.
I'm gonna try the normal.
I'm gonna try normal. We're gonna switch into normal mode. Oh gosh.
Ooh, fingers crossed.
Oh gosh. Let me go into my themes.
It is live, folks.
Someone I roll Insiders. That's my jam.
Yeah, you're a brave guy.
I am. But let me open this puppy up. Let me make sure my extensions are updated here.
All right, let's try again.
Trying again. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It has all of your chats.
It does have all my chats.
That's good.
But I don't know if it has all my chats for
between. Like, does it say?
I don't think
it work between them?
I don't think so.
Separate. Okay.
Yeah, let me go and log in. I think Brigit ran into this earlier, where something was happening with Insider, something broke maybe.
Okay.
But we have this, so it couldn't create the file for some reason. I don't know what happened. So that was very strange. I mean, it's going to be pretty hard to cook if we can't.
No, yeah.
If we can't do it.
It will be a short cooking
session. It's going to be very short cooking. Okay, let me do CD feedback flow functions, and let me do func start. Okay, that should start up my function. Okay, cool. Starting it up. Cool. All right. Let's try this again. So let's do, I don't know my personal access token, so that's okay. We can't do that stuff now. Okay, let's go back to GPT-4.1. Okay, let's implement this plan and check in with me along each step, please, so I can review. Perfect, okay. So let's go ahead and do that. And then I'm gonna also change my settings here. Okay, cool. And I'm gonna do Font size. Let me just change that back to like 16. I'm in like totally demo mode. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There we go. Looks a little bit better. Okay, cool. Now it's doing stuff. Oof, okay.
Yeah.
Now we're
All right.
cooking, Myra.
So
We're
it was the
cooking. You
insiders.
know, as insiders, I blame Pierce, and I'm definitely not going to update now my extensions in real time. Okay, no, it's just the C# extension. Okay, that's good. Okay, so let's see what it did over here.
Let's see.
UI components. Yeah, that looks good. So everything is made in. I like how it added a comment. That's fascinating. Why did it add the code above? I don't know why it did, but that's. I mean, I guess you could add it technically anywhere.
There's some to-do still there.
I'm gonna change to Claude 3.5. This is gonna be my jam.
Yeah, people are saying in the comments that Claude is the way to go.
I'm gonna go for one. Put the code at the bottom of this file. Come on, you know I like my. I should put that in my custom instructions. I like my C# code at the bottom. Okay, so this is not too bad. So we have an edit a form, we have a submit button, an edit form here. Now, I think the thing that's fascinating is that, yeah, we have input boxes, buttons, button removes. That looks fine. Okay, cool. I guess I'll have code review. Okay, review these files, Claude. Review these files, Claude. No, let's just go with GPT-4.1. Here's the thing, Myra, is honestly, let's cook. Let's keep it cooking. So 4.1 is very fast, and then like Claude can fix up anything that it needs to do. So I'm just gonna let it cook. It knows.
I was gonna ask you, like, when do you choose one versus the other? Do you have any reasoning, or is like this one is not working, I will just go switch?
That's a good question. I think that in general, I like to, if I'm scaffolding things really quick, I'll use GPT-4.1, especially if I have. So my thinking is that I have this step-by-step that's going on here.
Yeah.
And my thinking is that I've given it enough context and enough insight that GPT-4.1 can do a really good job of working on it. The thing that Claude does is it likes to explore, and it really likes to search the code base out. It's like, okay, I'm going to do this. What GPT-4.1 really likes to do is just like it likes to be told what to look at and do, and then implement that. So it's really good at scaffolding new files and doing stuff. So what it's doing here is it's looking at all the validator, all the parsing code that's coming in, and it's trying to understand everything. So it's really trying to understand all of my services in my code base. So, and this is a case where maybe I could have given the prompt originally to like look for the files and stuff here. So it has read some stuff. So here it's going to add. Okay, so it's adding stuff. Okay, cool. Now it's adding some data parsing here.
All right.
Cool. So it went through, it parsed. It's going to parse each thing for us automatically. Oh, perfect. Cool. So it's looking and it's using URL parsing, the Reddit parsing, and basically it's figuring out what do I need to call basically here. So it's like, is it a tweet? Is it a post? Is it a thing? And if it returns true, then it's going to do stuff. And that's cool because if we
you already have those parsers.
I already have
like
those
combining.
parsers. Yeah. So what this is doing, right? So I have basically in here, like it's looking to see if it's a tweet, if it's a digit, if it's, URL. So it's going to look specifically for Twitter, for X in this case, and then figure it out. Also returns null, right? So these were already set up for each individual source. So now it's saying, oh, I understand this, right? So it's understanding how to parse things or different short URLs. And if it's not null, it's actually using like pretty modern C# syntax. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's cook. Let's cook. Let's cook. You are doing great. Great.
I need to learn the new lingo now.
Doing great. Yesterday, Burke was cooking, and he started to talk in like Gen Z talk, and I started to talk back to him in Gen Z talk, and I'm like, I don't even know what y'all are talking about at this point. And he started to use emojis in response, and that's bad when that happens. Okay.
And how much do you like when after it spits out a code? How much like do you need to tweak it? Like,
I don't waste keystrokes, Myra.
I don't.
No, I just let it go.
So it's like if something is not quite right, you're gonna just
I tell it. I
like
know you're wrong. Yeah, fix it. Make it more modern. Make it less modern.
Awesome.
Yep. This is good. Okay, cool. Like CSS, I'm not even gonna review this. I'm gonna like I don't know. I don't.
can help with that.
Nope. No. It's good. Let's go step 4. Let's go step 4. I really like where your head is at. Or head is at here. Keep it cooking. So you don't need to give it these words. This is more of a me.
know.
This is a me thing. This is a James, like just having fun with
Yeah,
it.
I feel like I'm more terse.
Do it. Do
Do
something.
it. Yeah.
I-
just do this.
No, I'm a fan of it. So let's see what happened here. So now the thing is, it seemed like Claude was a little bit more chatty with Burke the other day.
Okay.
I like when it gets a little chatty, right? So like here it's I just did it. I don't know.
Explaining a little bit more.
Step 4 is completed.
All right.
I don't know, you're fine. So the component now calls the appropriate backend URLs. Okay, this is cool. So it's going through and what is that? Oh my God, that is not correct. No, I don't want that there. I'm going to say inside my application, I have this component and inside of my, that is also not in the right place.
Mm-mm.
So inside of my feedback, I have forms.
Okay.
This is the form. See, this is auto data source. That's not what I want at all. I don't think. Okay, I'm gonna blowing it away, Myra.
All
I'm
right.
just undoing. I hate all of it. Okay. What did it do here? What?
Environment.
Oh no, that was me.
Okay.
I did write the code. I'm gonna undo this. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Get out of here. Okay. We're back. Okay. Let's on it. Okay. Review this spec that needs to be implemented and make sure we are, let's see my code base here. Make sure we are adding this new input form into the web app components / feedback / forms, and that it uses the where's the button at? Submit button. And we update the source selector. Cool. And that we add. So I have this home page and we add the logic for calling the services into the home razor. Because the home razor here is what's actually going through, and it's maybe not the nicest code in the world, but what it ends up doing is it goes through and it is the thing that is like figuring out how to, not the history, I'm in the wrong page. Oop, the home, there we go.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is calling out and it's figuring out like, hey, this is a feed, show this feedback form, show that feedback form. Like here's the manual entry, like here's the submit button. And then it goes off and it will show different results and comments back. And it is basically doing this analysis results here. I don't know. Let's see if it can do it. Oh, stop. Oop, I didn't have it open. Where's my thing at? Where's my ideas at? Ugh. There we go. Okay, do this. Oop, and up. Oops, down. Oops.
Oops. Up.
Oops.
Oops. Down.
Oops. There we go. Up. There you go. Cool. So review it. Okay, cool. So I'm just telling it to review this thing. Maybe GPT-4.1 wasn't the best off the bat of analyzing everything. So we'll let Claude do it.
All right. Let's see if it does a better job now.
Yep. Or is it going to explore?
And you
Yeah.
also
Oh, it's
were
just
a
going to
bit-
do it.
and
It's just
we-
going to do
Oh,
it.
okay. And you were a bit more specific on including the file references on your prompt and
Yep. I mean, I know this project because now I've built this project, right? Like if you're starting from scratch, it's just going to do it. So now what it's done is like has a new source option, auto. It knows exactly what to do. So this is a source. I didn't even tell it about the source selector though, right? Like in here, I didn't tell it about I did tell it about the source selector. Okay. I guess I did. I don't know what I'm telling it anymore, Myra. So it's going to go through and like
that's why
hopefully
I'm helping you here.
you are helping me. There we go. So let's see. It is going to now add this form. Is it going to put it in the right place? It is going to put it in the right place. Thank
Yeah.
goodness. Very cool. So now it's in the right place. So I have this content feed and then feedback form. So there's a lot of different forms, a lot of code that it wrote in here. So it's going to go through and now do it. But I bet it's going to do it better. So now it's going to update the home raiser. Awesome. Yes, exactly what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted it to do.
Good
See,
job,
it went down the wrong path. That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm a developer. I go down the wrong path all the time. You've seen my code. It's not subpar. That
It's
is
not
for,
true, folks.
that is for sure. I want to see what this is doing. Okay, cool. This is good. So this is using some input control, some buttons. This is exactly what I wanted it to do, Myra. Oh my gosh, this is great.
Oh my gosh.
I love it. Okay, cool. So we have URLs. We're adding URLs. I don't know why it's adding nothing here. That's fascinating. We're gonna see. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's doing some stuff. So that's good. Oh, I know what it's doing. Oh, fascinating. It is. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, interesting. It already handles loading the state and needed to do this. Okay, cool. That's good. In general, I think inside of our form, let's keep it. So I think so far we have our form, the auto data sourcing form here. That's good. So this looks like it's gonna do some. So let's see if I can run it. Let's just see if I can. Let's see if I can run this thing. So let me go here. I'm gonna pin this puppy, pin it, boop, and see if I can run it. I bet I can't. No, there's problems.
Yeah,
I
I
got-
was gonna say I saw some squiggles
I
there.
got problem. Well, depends if the LSP is working as expected today. No, we got problems. Okay. Fix problems.
Ooh,
Yeah, just fix those problems. Fix it
love
up.
that.
Fix it up. Okay, it's happening. It probably needs to do a whole bunch of other stuff at this point. Okay.
Maybe it's missing some references.
No,
or-
fix all the problems. Fix it. Oh, there we go. Found the problem. 6 problems found. Perfect.
All right.
So we'll see how far we get on this. Cool. Okay. So my assumption here is what I want it to do is has all these forms, all these input. Okay, that's good. There's the auto form. I don't know why I can't find it here. That's fascinating. And then there's hacker news. There's this. We also need okay, it's doing stuff. Okay, now I think it found it. Okay, perfect. Well, okay, cool. Set URLs. Okay, cool. Refresh UI. I did some more stuff. Okay, it's doing some stuff. Things are happening.
All right.
Let's search for feedback. Okay, now it's just now it's cooking. I don't know what it's doing. It's cooking. It's off. It's cooking. Things
Well,
are cooking.
Let's see if the warnings and errors go down.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So now it's going to find this auto data source. This is exactly what I wanted it to do. Yes, you did it. You did it. You know what you're doing now. It's on the right path. There. It's funny that I just told it to fix problems, and it's like, oh, I forgot to do all these other things. Oops, sorry about that. All right, so now we have these feedback service, and this is cool too because the feedback service here just gets feedback. So you ask, you get the feedback from the feedback service, and it implements it in different ways, which is nice, which is cool. Oh, it's going to create a mock. This exactly. Wow, dude, Copilot. Look at this thing. So it's created an entire mock data service for me as well. So one thing that's really cool is that as I was working, I didn't want to always call my LLM every single time. So what I did is inside of the services, I told it to make mock data, right? So I have a mock service for every single service. This is so overly architected, Myra. I have so many interfaces, so many services and repositories. Very inappropriate, but it worked great in this case because look at this. Now I have this mock data source that knows how to return all the analysis that's coming back. So all these things that are coming back, which is great.
Okay.
So this is cool.
Another time you could ask to like help you react check a little bit if
Good.
you don't love it.
Come too far, Myra.
Not today.
Not today. Okay, cool. It's cooking. Okay, it's already done stuff. Okay, cool. So it's cooking. So what we want it to actually end up doing, hopefully at the end of the day, is I would love for there to be a feedback form, a feedback results that displays the results back to it. That looks good. That's just doing stuff. we need a result in here, most likely, that's going to give us all of our, I guess there's an analysis result, so that it should just use the analysis result and return that back.
But it needs to consolidate all of them.
It does need to consolidate all of them. So what we're hoping is that inside of the service over here, feedback service, there we go. This is what we're hoping. Oh, beautiful. It's beautiful. So what I'm hoping is that it goes through, see, smart. It's almost smart. What it's doing is it's looking to see how I implemented different services before. And what it's doing is it's attempting to create this service that has all of the data in it to get the feedback here. So it's going to create this auto data service, give it the URLs, but we actually don't want to pass that URL to this thing. What we want it to do is actually use the different services that already exist inside of it. Let me pause it. Let's see this. Okay, let me see if I can talk to this. Oh, I guess I can't talk to it. So, I guess I need to install the. See, I have my. I'm on Insiders. I'm on the Insiders. Like, it's throwing me off. It's throwing me off.
Yeah, it was not totally set up on the
no
one.
It was not. So that's for sure. Okay, install that extension. You got it. You got it.
It's quick.
It's quick. Well, I am wire internet, so that should be good.
It should be quick.
It should be quick. We'll see. So this was assuming. So interestingly enough, inside of my, I have some folder somewhere in my project up here, which is actually a prompt, and which is a new service implementation. So it actually knows how to implement stuff and do stuff for me automatically. But I'm not actually implementing a new service. I want to reuse the other services. Yeah. So that's kind of the difference. Okay, so. Okay, this is looking really good. Now, this auto data source feedback service, I don't actually want to call a new backend service at all. What I actually want you to do is parse all of the URLs that we give you and figure out which service to call that already exists. And then take all of those comments and then call the analysis endpoint based on all those feedback comments that we have. Cool. All right. So let's see if it goes and figures this out now. This is looking good, though. It's looking not too far off. I promise you, Myra. Okay. It's looking not terrible. It's on a path.
And we got a comment here. So please mention the steps I want to learn properly. And so you've been adding the prompts that you've been using to the repo. Like, so if people want to follow along and try to replicate, they can post like those prompts into their Copilot, right?
Not all the prompts necessarily. What I have inside of the prompt folder is I have one. So what I was doing is when I was building this application, I noticed that I was like, let me add the Twitter service. Let me add the Blue Sky service. Let me add this. And then I was going through like 20 steps because I needed to add a new Azure function backend. I needed to add a new service fetcher. I needed to add an MCP server, the web app application. So after I did one, I said, document the steps that you took so I could repeat them in this application. Okay. So that's what it ended up doing inside of here. So you could actually run this and see this and attach this prompt file here, which is good. So that's kind of what I did. Okay, cool. UI components, see which are powered. Yeah, sure. I don't know, whatever it tells me. So it looks like now it is going to, yes, parse all those. Great. I need to inject the feedback service into here. This is better than creating them directly. Oh, perfect. Yep. Okay. It's going to inject a feedback service provider. That's good. So it's going to go through. It looks like it's going to parse all the URLs. It's going to process the URLs. That's good. So now it's looking through. Now it's, oh, here we go. Now we're trying to get all the URLs back. Is it this? Is it that? What's going on? And now this is great. This is exactly what I wanted it to do. This is exactly what I wanted it to do. it is going to go through and it's going to extract the URLs and it's going to create the service, and it is going to use that to hopefully get the stuff.
I think what's interesting here is that, like, when you talk about vibe coding
Mhm.
nowadays, like, people feel like, oh, you're just like anyone can go, but you still need to understand what the output is. So it's like you, it's not like, oh, like Copilot will generate something and put it in production without understanding, right?
Yeah, correctly. Like I think that in this case, it's just like coding. It's coding with AI, just in a different way, right? That's what I really like to say, is that it enables you to really, create new features, add new projects, do stuff from scratch, understand the code base. The more context you give it, the more, instructions you give it along the way, is really helpful. So to me, I'm just coding with AI, and I'm in sort of a flow basically of what I want to do. Yeah. Okay, so this says here, I noticed this is a follow-up message, but I don't have enough context about what you're agreeing to. What did I agree to? I see the issue. Let me check this thing. From the conversation I see, we were implementing auto feature for feedback flow, and there were some pending items like adding support for Twitter URLs, Blue Sky implementing VRL. No, we are good right now. Okay, so it was looking above, right? And it's like, oh, I didn't really need to type it that. I could have just stopped. I don't know why. Okay. Oh, it really wants me to do some stuff. Okay, let's see where we're at. Let's see if we have anything at all working. Okay, it looks like those parsers are somewhere else. Okay, interesting. Let's go ahead and see if this thing runs at all.
Oh. Oh, the extensions are missing on this one.
Yeah, it looks like, okay. Lots of errors going on here. Is Reddit extract Reddit URL? I feel that exists. URL parsing is Reddit URL. Does that not exist? Okay. Extract video. Playlist ID. Hacker news. There's the extract Reddit ID. Okay, cool. It doesn't seem to have those. Okay.
There's so many problems right now.
There's always a lot of problems. We got 51 of them, but it's okay. Let's it looks like we are missing the URL parser functions here. Okay. So yeah, what this is doing is it's basically trying to figure out what feedback, what service it needs to create based on the URL. So if it's YouTube, if it's GitHub, if it's Git URL, if it's something else. So this logic is correct technically, and it's looking to see where they're at. The URL parsing utilities are scattered across several files. It is scattered across several files. Yes, that is correct, because I have no common code of what I'm doing. So it is now figuring it out. We're currently using a simple string manipulation. Perfect. Cool. Let me add these. So it's just going to add the methods. It's going to add helper methods now.
Okay.
So it assumed that they were in there, but they're not. So it's going to now implement said code in this file. And there it is. It's adding all the code. That is exactly what I want it to do.
So you had the class, but you didn't have the methods.
Didn't have the methods. Yes. Looks good. We did it. All right. So now it's going to update the code. So now that's going to compile. Cool. All right. So this actually looks, this thing looks pretty good, this service. I'm pretty happy with this service. It's going to call the service. It's going to process the URL. It's going to add the comment. So this process URL goes here. This is going to go off. Claude likes to not add new lines for some reason. It always upsets me. So let's add, I can't do it. Add right here. Resolve the feedback service. It's going to get the feedback. It's going to do stuff. Beautiful. I like that. Cool. Okay. Can I build anything? Let's see. Let's go back into my program here. See, that's pinned. Boop, 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 boop. This bar is like so small. Let's go ahead and do this here. Let's close this. Let's close out everything. Close all. Boom.
Yeah.
And then now all my problems go away because they're not open in context, right? There we go. Okay, cool. Now we do have 32 problems. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Went down.
I don't believe it. Okay. Those don't matter. There's probably something else that's happening here. I don't trust those problems. I don't trust that either, whatever that is. Actually, you know what? Let me go into my C# extension and let me just double check my. Where is my? Is it this one? Let me check my errors. Open files. Okay, cool. So it should only be open files. I feel like it's upset at me about something. Let me look at my output here and see my terminal. It doesn't seem to fail. My terminal's huge though, so I can't see anything. So that's not ideal. Okay, so we actually just have this auto data source form already defines a member here. So let me just do this. Oh, it's so mad at me. Okay, let me just do this.
But it seems like some version of unhappy maybe about a package or something.
It's mad about something.
Yeah.
It is. So I just said, look at the terminal up, fix it. Okay, no, build the web app, and look at the output for errors. Cool. So now I'm just going to tell it what to do. So hopefully it actually goes off and looks at the output here. There, it's going to do it on a build on the web app project. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. So this opens up a new terminal that Copilot can actually like look at and investigate.
Interesting.
Yeah. So now it's like, okay, cool. Yeah. So now it's going to go and do stuff. I did very little prep before this besides like actually like opening the project. So that's good.
You're vibe coding.
I'm vibing. The vibes are happening. Code is being written. A lot of code has been written. Does it compile? No, but it is there.
Well, we'll need to fix that duplicate member that it's complaining about.
Yes. You know, also Claude doesn't like to add namespaces.
Yeah, I noticed
It
that.
hates it. It hates adding namespaces.
But that was the references that were missing earlier.
It was, yeah. So this is the cookie. Now we put it into the Zojirushi, little baby elephant rice cooker, sponsored by Zojirushi, the best rice cooker to rice cook. And now it's cooking. Now it's happening. So it's cooking. It's doing stuff. And I like before I join a call with Myra, this is usually what I do: is I kick off a prompt, let it cook, and just let it go. So this was actually the first time I tried to go down the prompt, like add that file, that ideas folder. That's a Pierce best practice, but he does it with a bunch of like smart knowledge that he does, and I didn't really do it well, I don't think. Okay. Normally, I just tell it what I want it to do, and then it just does it.
Okay, that's my gem.
Yeah, I should have done that. Yes, I should have done that.
Well, but like that's the thing, right? We gotta try and see like what works best for our flow, and like if
everyone's flow is different.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And this is cool. So what actually ended up happening here is that it looks like, remember I stopped earlier mid chat. It was creating files, and then there was a file that was created that I don't think it actually it didn't finish creating, I don't think. So there's that aspect of it. So let's see if it. Sometimes when it is spinning on the command, you can just hit the enter bar and then it's like, oh no, you ran it. So it should look at it. So now I should try to build it again and see what it's actually doing. I feel a little bit better that it did something. It did something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Something happened. Still got 32 errors. Okay, well, I'll fix it. Now it's gonna cook. I don't know what this is. So this is in the debug obj file. Why is it so mad? Duplicate system. Oh no. Oh, it is. It wants to delete. Okay. Something happened. Look at, there's an obj file in the mock folder. How did that even get there? Now it's just deleting all these obj files for some. I don't even know how the obj folders were created.
It's more like clean solution, rebuild.
So upset. It's something happened. I like that it knew what to do. Now 8 errors. Okay, we're cooking.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're cooking. All right, I like that.
We're getting there.
We're getting there. Now this is better. So something must have happened in some weird obj file, and I bet that there is something happening here. I don't know. There's duplicates. What is the system runtime version thing? What is that? I don't believe whatever.
Did it change any of the global things?
I don't think so. The only thing I could think of is I am running the function. Like maybe it's like super mad at me that I'm running the function. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see if it figures out what it needs to do. Well, this is only a warning, which is like really interesting. That's all it's doing. Now it's just saying there's duplicate assembly versions in the assembly info, which that is something that's automatically generated. So I can duplicate here.
Yeah.
Let's try the parent. Okay. All right. Let's delete. So running a whole bunch of commands, deleting a whole bunch of folders.
Good thing there is
Okay.
source tracking.
Okay, bro. I don't know what you're doing, bro. Now, the other thing would be for us to actually like open some folders here. Now, this could be an LSP problem where like maybe the LSP is given up and is giving some bad vibes at the end of the day. Or it just could be like there's 6 errors now. Okay. Oh, here we go. Now we're actually getting some errors. Okay, this is good. Now we're getting some real errors. This is fascinating. So it looks like for some reason, something on my machine in some OBJ file world somewhere has done something.
Yeah.
And GitHub Copilot fixed it for me. It just deleted all of it for me. I was like, here you go, I got you. So all right, cool. So now I actually feel like there's real errors in here that I can look at, which is good. So it's there. I can actually see that it does not contain a definition for data source URL, and it does not do this. These are real.
Yeah, you're missing some
real
or
issues.
There.
I feel good about whatever's happening here. What I should have had it done is just create the UI first. So this was my mistake. I went down a path, Myra, where like I actually have a relatively complex application.
Yeah.
I was just like, do everything, just go.
Yeah.
I should have
breaking it down in more steps.
Which is what I kind of tried to do. And then GPT-4.1 got way off track. I was like, no. So I think now, hopefully I can, if we can get it back on track here, then this would be better. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You kind of mentioned this before, but since we got this question, have you got any unit and integration tests implemented?
And this one, I have a bunch of unit tests specifically on a lot of URL parsing that I had it create on here. So if I go into the solution, I have a whole MS test folder here. So here I can see like, here's the like GitHub URL parser test that it's creating, which you can't see because there's so many open windows. So I have a bunch of things, basically just normal parsing. So when I implement some key functionality, I have it go and do that stuff for me automatically. Yeah. So that's what it's been up to and doing basically. So it looks like it's trying to clean some more stuff. Okay. I think let me kill the function. I think it's really mad that I have this function running.
Maybe.
I think so.
And then trying to rebuild on top.
Yeah, let me do CD. And let me do CD feedback. Web app? Okay, there we go. Perfect. Done it. But let's just build it. Let's see. I think it's upset because I had that running, the function running, and then it was there. Okay.
Okay.
This is not correct. Let me do a big clean on this pup. Boop. Okay, let me do a big, and I'm using SLNX as well on this, which I don't know if I like that or not, but I'm using it, so it's happening as well. I'm gonna start a new chat. I don't know if I'm gonna start a new chat. Let's see. Okay. Do I have real problems? I feel like this is like a tiny bit too. It's too hard to see. It's not too bad. Okay. Let's see what it's created for us here, Myra. Let's open up some files. Let's see what we got cooking. All right, feedback. We have this auto feedback data source. This all looks correct. This looks like brilliant, beautiful code. I don't know why it's to do. You should just do it. I have that support in there. Just do it. But we're close here. Use mocks. Okay, that's good. So we have this feedback service provider. It added some code. Okay, perfect. This is good. So this is exactly what I want it to do. And it hates new lines for some reason. Yeah. Interfaces, it's at an IAuto data source. There's no need to get anything. These are very, very thin. These are just like, sometimes there's like unique things that it does, but very thin implementations here. No need to get feedback declaration. It inherits from feedback service, which, has one function. Perfect. And then mock, it's got the mock data. This looks good. I feel as though, why did it touch anything in here? It shouldn't have. Okay, I feel like this thing is doing it. I feel like I ran the function and then it got mad at me. I feel like that's a me problem, and I blamed Copilot for doing everything wrong. And I really think that is a me problem that I did. I upset it. I caused it. Flow web CD. There you go. Oh, no, feedback flow web app dot build. Oh, I have one problem. Oh no, that's a warning. Who cares about warnings, Myra? Okay, we're pretty close. Okay, so here we have a component. Open it. Where's my home? Now we're cooking. Oh yes,
You're
now
so close.
we're so close. Where is anything in my project? Pages, home. Yes. Okay, cool. Data source. Yeah, fix this. Fix it. Where's it at? Auto source. I should have a component. Feedback, source selector, forms. Okay, what's this problem up here? Get rid of this mini map. No one wants a mini map. Why? Auto data. So why? Where it's right here. It's right there. Where's my home at? Fix it. Fix it. No. Okay. Hold on. Fix the errors in home razor. Okay. So remember how you told me you're like, oh, do you right? No, I just tell it to fix it.
Yeah.
I think it's just a using statement perhaps up top, but I feel like it's there already. So I don't know what it's upset about because I feel like it's here. Like I see it here.
Okay.
Oh, don't summarize. No, don't do that. Okay. I'm starting. Sorry. Fix the file. Do the one thing that I told you to do. So here's the problem is there was too much context. It had this big context bubble and it was going to parse the entire tree and it was going to take forever.
Okay.
I see there's several errors. It appears that the component is missing a using directive and
Ooh.
possibly the component itself.
So you were right.
I was right.
It is a missing using.
It is where it's right, but it is. Let me close others. It is right here. I see it.
All right. What about the others? Like,
oh, there's no
yeah,
namespace.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, I think it's missing the namespace there.
No, add a namespace. Add a namespace.
You're now like, I'm gonna be
just add the namespace.
Super direct.
Yep. Thank you. Edit the file. I feel as though I could have just added the namespace, but then I refuse, Myra.
Okay.
I refuse.
Yeah, you're not typing that.
I'm not typing. I'm not copying and pasting that from other components. Make sure you do that other. And I'll say update my Copilot instructions to make sure you always add namespaces and check usings.
Yeah.
Update that. Go update that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Because it missed that. That's
It missed it.
Creating the issues for us.
Yeah, go do it. You don't need to tell me what you're doing, but just do it. Now I'm getting agitated. I'm getting a tiny bit agitated with the AI.
Yeah, like I don't know if it's Cowduke or Cowdo UK. It was like you gotta get jiggy with your GitHub instructions from.
I know, I definitely do. Okay, I feel great. Okay. Let's go ahead and reopen the home, and let's see if it. Why is it so red?
Now?
I wonder if it. All right. Let's now fix the issues in home. I trust you here. I trust we are getting close and we are already 1 hour into this thing. So
we need to get
so
done.
fingers crossed. Heart emoji.
Aww.
And love you. Fire. Let's go. It doesn't know. It's just like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
How many tokens you spend for emojis there?
At least one. I don't know. I guess that's going to come through as some tokens are free. No. Commits are free. Commits are free. Tokens, they cost a little bit of money. Let's see. Is it going to fix some problems? Probably. I don't know what it did. It just said home raiser. Okay. Oh, I've added a few. Okay. Added the namespace to match. Added web.
Okay.
Did it do it? I don't actually. Did it actually do it? Checked it. I was going to check port 4 problem found. Okay. Oh, wow. There it is.
Ooh.
Interesting. Why did it need those? It added the names. Okay. Oh, you know what? Now that we added to our custom instructions to check the using statements, it's now adding.
Yeah, even the global usings, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, here are the other issues. Okay, so the mismatch type that doesn't have the data source. Okay, perfect. Set URLs. All right, it's cooking. It's cooking. It's cooking. There we go. Oh, interesting. Okay, you know why? That's because new line. Put it on a new line. Claude.
You're gonna put it in,
Claude.
in your instructions.
Always put it on new lines. It's like, what are you doing, Claude?
Yeah, it's a weird formatting.
It does. Hates format. But sometimes it gets it right, man. It's just like, it's fine. And then other times it doesn't, and then it gets mad at me because then I reformatted it.
And you need that trim setting too. I like
Mhm.
trimming code.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. I don't know if that's what I wanted to switch. Okay, it does. Oh, interesting.
Auto.
Need to make handle URL change public method. Yeah, do that. Make it. All right. It appears that the else statement now it's just fixing code. Now it's cooking. Now it's just like I'm a fix it. I'm gonna fix it. That's all I wanted to do ever. Just fix it, and then. But I will say, like, this is unique because this is a pretty different piece of functionality. I don't even think it has the implementation right, because here this get user input from source should actually return a bunch of URLs. I think for this selected source. So I think that it's going to have to rewrite this input here because usually it's just one URL, but actually I want multiple URLs back. Oh, it just did a whole bunch of stuff. Whoa, my God. Why is it doing, oh, wow. It's doing a whole, wow. Just did a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh my.
It did. It changed this. It changed this else if into a switch statement. All right, I guess. Great. Everything's been fixed. Wow. All right.
Let's see. Is it building now?
A lot of
That's the moment of truth, James. Can I get drum rolls?
Does it compile? Probably not. No, it does. Okay, that's great. We got yellow on the screen. I like that. Hey, we got an auto mode. Okay, cool. Perfect. That looks good.
Okay.
Looks like the dark mode always with my text entry doesn't work. This is looking good. All right. Now we're cooking. Wow. Okay, this is, I love everything that just happened. This is so great. Wow. Cooked.
Love it.
Okay, now the only thing is that I can't read that. Like light mode, great. Dark,
oh, okay.
not great. Okay, so
some accessibility
so
there.
Myra, it's time to commit. It's time to commit. We have working functionality. I don't know what it did, but let's hit that Copilot button. Let's hit a new thread. We are ready to start iterating.
All right.
So I know that just took like 45 minutes to get to the state, even though I kind of went down this wrong state. But I want to recognize that a whole bunch of code was written.
Yeah.
That is now I'm going to publish this branch out to my repo, not to David Fowler. There we go. That it just cooked up this entire UI for me here and it added the auto section, which is really cool, to add these URLs and then to analyze these comments and it didn't, I didn't tell it what to look like, right? But this is exactly what I wanted it to look like, which is great. Now, one thing I'm gonna yell at it. I want to say, okay, one, let me go ahead and close all. So now I like to get real iterative on it. So now we know that here's the data source selector form, right? That's inside of here. And now I'm going to tell it, because I'm really upset at it, that the placeholder text, I'll say, hey, you are doing so good now. I really appreciate all your hard work. But the placeholder text here is impossible to read in dark mode. I know nothing about CSS, and only you can save me.
I like the pep talk.
Yeah.
About your Copilot.
Yeah, just Copilot. Only you can save me. Now, I don't know how and why Copilot yesterday was so spicy. It was like so spicy. It was so spicy with Burke. I don't know what it did to do it.
But what was it doing? to
It
work?
was just using emojis, and it was like, "Hey, bro, I got you." It was using.
Whoa.
It was like it used like FR, which is for real, but it said
Alright.
hey FR.
Sure.
Yeah, it was. I didn't even know what that meant. It started using like slang, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And then the other thing that happened. Look at this. Yeah,
Woo.
exactly. I'm never gonna understand
No.
how that works. I don't even know if that works. To be honest with you, does
Alright,
hot
let's
reload
test
work?
it.
I don't know. Ugh. I don't know if hot reload is. I don't know if I have it working or not.
Yeah, let's stop and
So
start.
let me stop
again.
and restart. When in doubt, stop and restart my Blazor
Yeah,
app.
because sometimes in VS Code, maybe it doesn't always
Yeah,
work.
doesn't always work. Oh,
Aw.
wait, what happened? You didn't even change anything. No, it should work.
Whoop.
What's wrong?
Let's see.
What's it mad about? Error. No, that's a me problem. Let's do a new.
That's weird.
That is weird. Why is that doing that? Oh, you know what? I bet hot reload. I wasn't debugging the application. I bet that's why the hot reload didn't work. Oh, why is it? What is it mad about? Let me close that. Okay, .NET build. I usually just tell it to build it for me. This should
Mhm.
build. What?
What? You change a class and then
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
what happened?
Oh no. I don't know. I'm just gonna paste this in. Oh no. Oh no, you broke. I mean, that's why we commit. Commits are free, Myra. Commits
know.
are free. So one, it did definitely. Let's see. Oh, interesting. It says a duplicate static web asset issue with app CS. This typically happens when there are multiple references in the same CSS file. So it created some invalid CSS. I will say the CSS in this application is a hot mess. It is.
All right.
It is subpar.
So it did not a great job.
No, it did not. It did not do a good job writing CSS, and that is a me problem. That is for sure.
I'm not a good CSS person too, so
No,
we're gonna have to count on Copilot to fix that.
exactly. I don't even know what
these.
these deep are, these things. My assumption is that it needs to do some custom CSS stuff here
Yeah.
and rewrite it. It was so close. I mean, the application looked really good
Mhm.
as well. Why is it deleting all this stuff? Copilot, what are you doing? It is now off the rails, and I like it. Look at it. Error action, silently continue.
Well, but you committed, so you could just undo changes.
I could do uncoach. No, but I'm committed that it's. Oh, it fixed it. Wait, how did it do that? Did it work? Did it actually build it?
Yeah, you had this warning before, so I don't think it's a new one.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. We should fix. You know what? I'm gonna tell it to fix this. I'm gonna copy it. Fix this. No, I'm not. I could just fix it. Let's try building again. Okay.
All right, let's see.
It looked like it compiled. It looked like it did it. It says that it's adding stuff. Oh, it did it. Oh, it did actually add stuff. Oh, static web assets enable background pre-compression false. Oh, I don't know if I wanted to do that, but sure. Okay. All right. Cool. Sure. All right. Can you fix this warning? Because it is going to annoy me that warning exists.
I know.
And it's going to come up every time. Now I just pasted that in there. I could have drag and drop it if it was in the problem window and stuff like that, but I'm going to put it here. So it's going to fix this now. And my assumption is that it's never used in the dispose. Yeah, it's just
assigned, but it's valid. It's never used.
There's nothing to expose. Looking at the code, the field isn't actually needed. Oh, perfect. Delete it. Perfect. Delete it. Beautiful. Okay. All right. Good. Let me fix the dispose method as well. Yeah, fix it. Yeah, fix it. There's nothing to dispose. Oh no, there is something. GC suppress finalize. What are you doing? Okay, fine.
Oh my gosh, it's doing some.
It's doing something. I made 2 changes. All right, I trust you. I do have it, so it's like implement disposable or whatever. I don't need to have that. That's inappropriate. You don't need to dispose of anything ever.
And that's why you want like someone like a dev to review your work, like your pull requests, like
Yeah.
you're vibe coding, doing this with Copilot, but you
Mhm.
want like an actual person to go there and review, make sure that you didn't introduce anything unwanted.
Exactly. Now here now I'm debugging. Oh, now I have hot reload probably because I'm debugging it.
Okay.
So I wasn't debugging it before. Okay, so now we're here. No, it didn't work. Let me Control Shift R. No, 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 nope. All right. The placeholder text is still black in dark mode, and I can't read it on the auto data source form. Fix, please. Okay. I don't know. It should reload the CSS, I guess, too, technically, I assume. Maybe. I had breakpoints in there.
Okay.
Let's check the CSS again. Yeah, check that CSS. Check that CSS. I mean, it does look like I have things in here. I see the
Yeah.
issue. I see the issue.
All right.
It sees the issue. Oh, okay. There we go. Yes, that's correct. There's a secondary color. I need to set the opacity. Did that hot reload? No. Like never hot reloads, Myra.
All right.
Okay.
So load it again.
I'll load it again. This is the one gotcha with
Yeah, I don't know if other people are like that,
Still
but I
broken.
like to use VS Code and VS at the same time.
maybe do something custom here. Try something custom. It's funny because it seems to like really work in light mode, but not dark
Yeah.
mode. I know this isn't even the button color that I want, and obviously this works because it's red. But
Mhm.
like I feel like I do have this problem in other areas.
Yeah,
Probably
maybe it was even there before.
it probably was, but like, look, this works. That works. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, look at that. You see a little animation? I didn't do that. It did it.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Now we're cooking. Light mode. Oh, here we go. Prefer color scheme. Oh, wow. All right. Yeah. Okay, do that.
Let's see.
Let's see. Hot reload? I can hit the refresh. I can hit the reload button. That's faster than me finding the program CS. I'm like, actually doing it. Luckily, this application loads very fast, so that's nifty. Nope. Perfect. Nailed it. Oh, fine. Fine, you win. Fine, you win. I can't get it to work.
We'll save it for another time.
I will say my biggest struggle, the CSS. It
Yeah.
really is CSS. Is really CSS styling. Oh, it's gonna try one. See, look, I told it that I gave up, and it's
Yeah.
like I refuse to give up.
I will help you.
I will help you. I am gonna do it. Oh, now it's going to delete every. Oh, there we go. It's got the important flag. I do feel a tiny bit better about that.
All right. Let's see what
I've
it
completely simplified the approach. I bet you have.
does. Coffee break, Jay Solomon says.
There you go. Keep that. Keep that. Let's refresh it.
And sometimes you do need that coffee break. You go think about the problems, like how can I
How can I do that? Yeah.
tackle it?
No, so,
No,
refuses. It refuses. There's something.
our front end devs will laugh at us now.
Someone will do it.
struggling with the.
Okay, let's do this. Let's just see if this thing works here. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to look at my app settings JSON, and let's turn on mock mode here. Cool. And then I'm going to go ahead and run this. Perfect. Cool. And then we're just going to see if like the base implementation works. So I have this mock mode because now I should be able to just come in and like hit this button. And then it's going to just fake doing everything for us. So we can just make sure like, is the output correct? So perfect. Did it. So the results look good in here, right? And then we get this nice confetti every time too. Oh, it didn't do it that time. I think when you change data, I should do it every time. Why aren't you doing it every time? It should do it. Okay, so now I feel like it's actually doing the thing that I want it to do, which is good. Here. Okay.
And where? How did you indicate it that it was a mock mode?
Yes. So I have a app settings.json in my web app,
Mm-hmm.
and I just have use mocks equals true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And that's nice. I have all these are all the things that are set on
Some
on my
flags.
server. Yeah. So I just have them here for reference.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing I would like to do is I would like to update this. So I think I'm very close, Myra, but on this form, I would like to do this. Let's add a selection option for the user to either summarize each of the different URLs individually or all of them together. So what I want to do is sometimes you might just want to post a bunch of URLs in there and then have it do all 5 of them separately. But I might also want a summarization for all of them. So I think that's what I want it to have too, is like this, the UI was nice for it. Now it's gone. The UI was nice for it, but I also want it to have the ability to have that checkbox basically and say, or a checkbox or toggle. I don't know, I'll figure it out. Or it's going to do a radio button between the two summaries. So I don't want individual, like, oh, I've pasted 5 Twitter. Like they're not actually the same, but like just do it, right?
Yeah.
Figure it out.
See what it returns.
Yeah, or do the summary on it as well. Perfect. So once we have some gas, now we can cook.
All right.
So it's working, right? So that's good. Oh, it created an error, so that's good.
Is it a slow cooker, a fire?
It's an in-between cooker, I think. Yeah, it cooks in between. It really depends. Actually, surprisingly, when you think about it, it just generated like 50 lines of code in like 10 seconds. So that is pretty quick in general for it to do.
Yeah, no, and then it's like here we're like testing, but like if you're like know what you want to really implement, and like you really can get done fast.
Especially if you had a proper spec. Like if I was thinking about it ahead of time last night. I just fell asleep, so I decided not to do it.
It's been quite a week.
It's been quite a week. So I was thinking about, I could create this whole like really nice looking spec that's like, here's all the things I want you to do, and like I would have had this in there, which is like I want the option to do that. Now I'm trying to remember what I want this thing to do. So hopefully here. Okay, so I'd add a new summary mode enum. This is looking great. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to look at my service over here, and I'm going to keep these the summary mode. Okay, did it do it? Handle summary. Okay, sure. Okay. One thing that I'm curious if it's doing it or not is looking at the feedback source. Okay, so this is going through. Okay, so here, let's add Twitter and Blue Sky URL parsing here as well.
Nice.
Cool. It should do it, but here's all the things. So it should do all of them. It's getting the service, doing the thing. This all looks correct.
It's interesting that it stopped and just like, I have a to-do comment here. And then it's like all that work, you put the to-do and then forget about it.
Yeah, I forgot about it. It doesn't seem to be doing Hacker News either. So I think I'm going to have to yell at it to do Hacker News too. Okay, cool. Now it's going to check now it's going to look at all the parsing. Yeah, that is really funny, actually, that it like is like, oh, I'm just going to do some of it. I'm going to do all of it. Some of it.
And that formatting on line 99 there. Like,
perfect.
You got to fix it as well.
But I don't want to touch it because then it might it's going to about to rewrite it, right? So now it's going to add a bunch of like URL parsers in here as well for the other services. And it looks like, I don't know how, what I did. This is what I had is in the other, this is really interesting. In the shared project, in the utils, I do have Twitter URL parsers, but what this is looking at is like, is it a valid tweet? And then this one is an extractor. So it's extracting tweet IDs, right? Like ideally, it should have put the URL parsers in the specific service, but I'm also not mad at it to just be like, hey, listen, here's what it looks like. Funnily enough, though, this is actually calling the Blue Sky URL parser. So that's cool. All right, well, it did it. It did it. Okay, cool.
So you need the Hacker News now.
Yes. Don't forget about hacker news. We also want that in there too. You can adjust that timeout. So that's actually really fascinating. So if you, a lot of people were asking this before, but if you were to go into that, oh my gosh, so many extensions. If you go into this thing here, into the settings, this one, this is it's accessibility feature for this voice to text. And what you can do is you can do this accessibility timeout. And if you do 0, it will never time out. It'll just wait for you to stop manually, which is nice because sometimes you have the timeout and then it automatically sends right away.
Okay.
So you might not want that. So that's a feature I like to set. That's not synced because my insider sync settings are not synced with my normal insider sync
Oh my
settings
gosh,
as well.
I'm so installing this extension.
It's so
after
good.
today.
Yeah, it's super good. All right, cool. It just did stuff. Cool, it's cooking. Did it do it? It did. It did do it. Nice.
Is it ready?
It's ready. Okay, cool. I made the following edits. That's perfect. Brilliant. Wow. Y Combinator. Wow. Wow, you're the best. Cool. It did it. It did it. It did it. It did it. Okay. The funny part is like it still is like using these references for like everything that's opening. It's like, oh, what are you doing? And it's yeah, thank you for the kind words. Yes, you are welcome. Cool. All right. Okay. Now what we want to do is this. We want to what the heck do we want to do? Well, we want to fix that line. I feel like I can actually commit this thing. I feel good about it. That's
Okay.
good. Perfect. Okay. So now what we want to do is make sure that our data source feedback service here, it's going to go off and it's going to, look at that. Look at that. So it's going to return back additional data objects. Is that what I wanted to do? Get feedback. It's going to go through. It's going to update statuses. It's going to add all the comments. It's going to update status. It is then going to analyze the comments in a new auto mode. Join all comments and analyze them.
Okay. That sounds
Is that what I wanted to do, though?
You don't want that?
Well, I do want it to individually do them, though. You know what I mean?
You wanted a separate per channel?
Well, it could just auto say, okay, like, hey, I have 2 URLs, go return 2 blobs basically back instead of like getting all the comments from them.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the toggle we just added. We didn't look at the toggle. We just assumed that the toggle was created successfully. Well, let's see if it did do it or not.
Well, and I think like that's the you have to specify exactly what you want, right?
Yes.
Like I'm thinking you wanted one report with everything combined.
Yes.
So maybe that's what Copilot understood as well.
I think so. I think that's what it thought. Okay, we do have an error here. Invalid expression, auto data form. Okay, let me go into my components. Auto data back form. Where's the error? So I'm just going to paste the error. Just pasting the error in blindly. So 39 is this one. So it looks like oh yeah, that's not correct. I don't know what it did, but it's upset. I see the issue. There's a misplaced space between the attribute names. Is there a misplaced name between the attribute names? Oh.
What?
So it did add the summary mode. The error was caused by having multiple attributes on the same line. Okay, cool. Okay. Right. Is it though? I don't actually know if that is correct or not. Let's do a.
Well, and I think like that's like you can test as well, right? Like and see like is it doing what I wanted? And but I don't know if you fixed the problem.
I don't think I did either. Line 40. All it did was move it down a line. So let's line 40. So whatever.
So it's down here.
It's this one. Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
Is that what it did?
I haven't.
See, I wrote code, and that's the problem. What is it doing? It's doing an
Yeah,
on change. Enter URL. This did work before. Let me open it back up so it. That is.
Async.
It's like escaping it.
Is it missing like one of the at symbols there too? Because it's like calling an async, but
I'm gonna have it validate it. Let's see what it does. I just said I changed to 3.7, so I'm gonna have it think a little bit harder here.
let's see.
I'll validate the razor. There's a minor issue I can see. I bet there is. There's a space out. I don't think that's the issue.
No, spaces won't cause that.
That is not the issue. Especially if you're gonna add stuff on the wrong line. But it is like, so this is mad because it can't generate the razor. So now what has happened is like the invalid razor has upset the LSP into many ways. Oh, here we go. The error was caused by having multiple attributes. Oh, this is a different one. Okay, all right, fine. I don't believe you, but you're wrong. But maybe that'd be really crazy if it was like actually fine. No, now there's multiple errors. Now fix the errors. Okay, yeah, the first one. It's this one. It is this one. Let's see if it can fix it. Because I went down this path. I had it add those radio buttons. I see the error. We have an issue in the razor. Let me examine it. Yeah, examine it more carefully. Even more carefully. We got 15 minutes left, and then 2 o'clock is when Martin comes up. So we have a little bit of time, which is good. So.
All right. I like Peter's comment. Very educational. One thing I have learned the last 3 days that I'll keep focusing on back end and hide when the project manager mentions front end.
That's true.
I would do the same.
Yeah. The front end. See, I'm not a front end developer. I'm a client developer, but I'm not a web front end developer.
Yeah. I do some of it, but like the real front end, and leave it to my devs.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I can do more of the back end too.
It's too complicated. It's way too complicated. It's working. 3.7's working hard. It's really trying to cook. This is like some weird funky razor syntax with Blazor, and that's the problem. I don't know.
Yeah.
But see, it's doing this weird on change thing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm thinking, that it might be missing the at async there, like because it's calling code without the at symbol there.
Oh.
So that's
I see.
don't know. That's my.
It's trying. It's really trying hard, Myra, to really fix. Look, it's really trying hard. It says, it looks, it's like, let's fix the radio button input, which I think is this, right? It is that. But you're right. It should look more like this on click. Maybe we need a.
Yeah, like you see the on click has the at symbol in the beginning too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Oh, it built it. No, it fixed it. It fixed it.
Woo!
Yes. Oh my gosh.
So it wasn't that. Oh,
no, it was.
Oh,
it was. You were right.
Like...
You were right. You're right. Look, it's funny when you look.
Gosh.
It's isn't it great when you look at it, you're like, I know what's wrong. Will it figure out what's wrong?
Yeah, that's a good test as well, right? Like,
I love it. Okay, let's fix.
I didn't see that you put the at symbol there. So it's like,
there we go.
I was like, fix it. I was like, oh, I
there
saw I was wrong.
I like how it assigned index to I. Why did it assign index to I? That's so funny. Sometimes I'm like, what is it
Why
doing?
Why does it need it? Right?
Why, is it even using it?
Yeah.
Probably not.
I'm like, couldn't you simply just use I and not have an extra assignment there?
Exactly. Yeah.
So those are the things that like someone like would clean up and like.
See that?
Ooh.
My question is, does it work in dark mode? That works in dark mode. Stupid. I love it. I love it. Okay.
It's just a text box.
It's just a text box.
Well, like you'll figure it out later. Like, yeah, we're not gonna worry about that now.
Okay, let's do this. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to flip this on, and let's just see what happens, Myra. What
Are
I
you
like.
Gonna put you like real URLs there? Like,
no, I'm gonna run it locally. I'm gonna run it locally. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up this. And we're going to open up this here. I'm not going to use Copilot there because apparently it's busted for some reason. I'm sure there's already a patch out for it. That's Insider. Just live dangerously. What I'm going to do
Yeah.
is I'm just going to do false.
Alright.
And now inside of my development, I have the URL of my function, right?
Yeah.
That's here. Now I've already, so when I was showing it earlier, I was running it locally. So if I go into, let me just not even do that. I'm not even going to open that. I'm going to open up, let me do feedback function, copy. Nope. I'm always juggling between the C# dev kit and not the C# dev kit.
Yeah, I know.
It's a struggle. Let me go into my functions. I'm going to go copy path. I'm going to CD here. Boom. I'm going to say func start.
All right.
So I'm going to start the function. The only problem we had earlier in the OBJ, all the issues we ran into was because I had the function running
Mm-hmm.
and
They're trying to.
they're
rebuild
using
the
the same
solution, yeah.
same stuff. Yep. Okay. So let's see. So what I would like to do is, so here's a good example. Like imagine if I went into, here's a good example. Like let's say I go into like, here's a video on like building agent mode. That was Rob. That's cool. And here's one on another agent mode video. And if I continue to scroll anywhere, I bet that there's another agent mode video. So here's another agent mode video.
Okay.
So we may be really interested in, hey, here's a bunch of agent mode videos.
Want to see what people are saying, any feedback, right?
Exactly. So boom. Boom. Oh, I should probably pause this. This ad. Why is there an ad? VS Code. Who's getting that ad revenue? Pierce's.
Oh my gosh.
And
We
then
should look into that after.
probably, yeah. Do this here. All right, so it does. It's going to parse it out. So now, if this works, it should go get. Oh, it said it from YouTube. So it's going to the. It's got 36 comments. Now it should go off, and now we can see because we had 36 comments, 12 comments, 27 comments. Oh, okay. Oh no, that's the wrong one.
All right.
So
Still going.
it should be. I don't know what it's doing actually. So it should go off and it should go grab all of the comments. That's the hope here. The hope is that it should have gone off, and it should have gone into my feedback services here, and it should have. Because it should have processed the URL, gotten all the comments, right?
Mhm.
Oh, it's doing stuff. Oh, so it is look like it's analyzing comments. Okay, so that's. Oh, here we go. And then yeah, this is processing. Process count of total URLs. I don't know. Does that actually do that? I bet. Did this? What does this do? It's always good when I'm like, what does this do? So it went through and it got all the stuff. It looks like that should be. Oh, now it's getting 12 comments.
Yeah. So before we had
It shouldn't
a different
be.
number.
It shouldn't be. So okay. So this get feedback. The question is it even hitting this thing? It does look like it is calling the right URLs. So my assumption is if I go in here, get feedback, it should go in, it should look at all the URLs. I guess I could add breakpoints and be a real developer here. Now it's getting, so it is getting comments, but see, Meyer, it's not correct.
Let me put it just like full screen.
Yeah, there you go.
Them, then they can
So it should be going, getting all the comments and then summarizing all the comments. So something is going awry in some logic somewhere at some point. That is for sure.
Yeah, it shouldn't take this long, right?
No, it should not take this long. And my question is it even hitting? It should be hitting this inside of here. Like it should be in this feedback service, and it should go get all comments, and then it should update the status, and it should combine it, and then it should return this auto mode. Oh, and the funny thing is I don't even know if it analyzes comments, analyzing the max comments, doing the stuff. It's analyzing stuff. Yeah, this looks correct. And it is definitely hitting endpoints. But this is wrong. This is like doing something incorrect. But it is, I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, that's what. I mean, it
Like,
did.
where is it? It's
Oh.
lost in code. All right.
Oh.
Let's see.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
All right.
Okay. So it processed the URL, go to definition. It resolved. And then it did get feedback on that service,
Okay.
which goes and gets the feedback of it. Oh, interesting. And then now it's actually analyzing the feedback. Okay, so what? Oh, very fascinating. Error occurred. Perfect. Oh, because I hit a breakpoint. Okay, so it's very close to doing something. I think what's interesting here is I wonder if it went into the YouTube service and it did get feedback. And here's the funny part is that part of the get feedback is that it gets all of the comments and then it analyzes the comments. So my code is structured completely incorrect here.
Okay. So you would have to change the logic a bit to
I
just
do.
first collect the comments and then analyze it after.
Yeah. So what needs to happen here is that the feedback service. So if I go to here, so these are simple feedback services. This needs, so right now there's one method on my feedback service. Okay, so we're in a decent place actually. So it's going off and it's getting, but it's doing the analysis. So my logic was that I never planned to get a bunch of different comments from different places. So
because your app before was doing one at a time, so you didn't have to worry.
Worry about it. So now what we'd actually need to do is this. So I'd say, wow, this is looking fantastic. However, I am now realizing that I made a grave mistake when I originally architected this application, which is that my feedback service should have had two methods. One method to actually get the comments, and then another one to analyze the comments. And that is the problem that I made here. So instead of just having one get feedback, we need to refactor all of our different services to actually have a get comments directly from it so we can reuse those later on. So now it's not going to time out because I did that thing.
Yeah.
Now, this is a big cook going on here.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a big change. Refactoring everything is like a re-architecting of your solution.
Yep. Now it's gonna I understand the architecture issue you're facing. Let's refactor the feedback service to include two methods, one to get feedback, another method to analyze those comments. This would be the existing get feedback method. That is correct. That is good. Now, technically, the get feedback method could also call it get as well. So now it's going to go off and it's going to start to really cook inside of here. So funnily enough, now our UI is actually working correct.
Yeah.
It's calling the right things, but I have.
You need to change.
Now it's time to refactor. Now we're adding new cool functionality in here, and now it's just going to cook. And I'm using 3.7, so it's really going to cook. That's great. So
it's like we're probably not going to be able to finish all of that.
We have 7 minutes.
Okay.
So we have 7 minutes to see how far we can get.
All right, let's try it.
And see what happens here. Yeah. And we're going to see. There was a bear in our yard. Do you want to see this bear? Yeah, you want to see this bear? Yeah, look at this. Yeah. See, this is the bear.
Oh
that's the bear. Yeah. Yep.
All right.
It's just out. Now it's happened. Okay. So what's interesting here is, it's now hopefully going to go off and start to just really cook things up. So we have all these different services, and now this is a good. This is good because I've overly architected all of it with so many interfaces. But because we've done that, Myra, now it's actually going to know what to do, which is going to look for everything that's implemented iFeedback service and know to go implement all that code.
That's awesome.
Which is nice. And ideally, we could look at the GitHub feedback service, which now this is going to need to, and you can see it's doing the same thing, right? So it's getting the feedback comments, it's reading as a string, and then it's analyzing the comments. Yeah. And that is not what we wanted it to do. We wanted it to actually do this completely different. So what's interesting is actually feedback service is the main thing here, and this is the thing that's actually getting a
Is
whole
it
bunch
still
of code.
going?
Oh, it's still going. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a big cook. This
Okay.
is the biggest cook of the day.
Yeah.
So this is one of those cooks where, yeah, there, here we go. Now it's doing it. This is a cook where you are like, okay, I'm gonna eat dinner maybe around 5 or 6 o'clock, maybe supper time. So I go to the Zojirushi and I set the timer. And I say, yeah, you let it cook, and it figures out when to start cooking, and it's really slow cooks. Do you have a rice cooker, Myra?
I have just crock pot, but I don't use it much.
So we had a crock pot,
Yeah.
never used it.
No.
We made mulled wine out of it.
I love it.
Yeah, they're really good. So we do have one tiny crock pot that we use just for mulled wine,
Okay.
which is good because mulled wine's expensive, but you can use any wine with mulled
Mhm.
wine. You can get
Yeah.
the $2
Yeah.
chuck, which is
Yeah,
$4.
I grew up having
Mulled
cheap,
wine.
Yeah,
Cheap mulled wine.
Cheap mulled wine.
Right. So it's for some reason created an internal comment, so that's cool. All right, it's doing whatever. It's doing whatever at this point, but we've committed the code previously, so we feel good about this huge refactor. I feel good that we have a whole new UI. The UI is responsive.
Yeah, it's super close.
It's super close. Well, actually, it did the thing that we told it to do. It just didn't actually. It has to update all the mock services too.
Yeah. No, it's just that it was a much larger change
Yeah.
than we anticipated initially,
Mhm.
which is also something that happens very frequently.
Very frequently, yeah.
When you're
So
dealing with dev tasks.
So I've had a Zojirushi rice cooker, which is like the rice cooker from Japan, and you
Okay.
see them everywhere. They're fantastic. I've had it for a long time, and I just never really use it that much because I don't actually eat that much rice. So I don't know
Okay.
why I got a fancy rice cooker. But Heather loves rice, and we
Okay.
make rice bowls all the time. So
Mm.
we've been really getting into big Zojirushi, like okay, I'm going to do this at a certain time and let it go. But it has a
Nice.
certain setting for GABA brown rice, and I know nothing about. Do you know anything about GABA brown rice?
I've never.
No.
No, you're talking like
No.
a foreign language to me now.
So like GABA brown rice is like a special type of brown rice, and like it takes a long time to cook.
Yeah.
With induction, it's an induction cooker. It takes a long time to cook, and like what's happening now in
Mhm.
this cooking action, and it has like certain nutrients or whatever. But I need to find it.
Okay.
Yeah, GABA brown rice.
It's not easy to find.
I don't think so. I
Okay.
haven't gone to the store and seen it.
Okay.
So if the chat knows anything about GABA brown rice, that's what we
All
wanted
right.
to do.
Help James
Help
out.
find.
He wants to do a special.
It's been doing it. Oh, this is good. Look, so it's actually it now has a get comments. This, and actually surprisingly, what's pretty nice is that I actually, even though it has analyze comments, it's really not that much of a huge refactor of each thing because it was
Yeah.
already doing those things. Now it's breaking them out into different services
Yeah.
that it needs to get in it. It does look like it is. I don't know if it's still cooking or not. But I'm also going to stop my Azure function, which is down.
Yeah.
There we go. And it does seem like pause. I'm going to go 3.5. Let's go and continue. I just switched models midstream.
Yeah. We've been trying some models and versions of VS Code,
Mm-hmm.
like Insider or not. Someone was asking no Mac OS like yesterday. I don't know what you guys used yesterday. Did you use Mac OS?
Both. Yeah, we had Mac and Windows machines yesterday. It just depends on whoever is
Yeah.
developing, right?
Yeah, correct.
So I don't know. Martin's up next here in a few minutes. Is he using a Mac? Are you using a Mac? He's using a
Yes.
Mac.
So yeah, we'll have Mac coming.
It's funny. Someone was mad yesterday. We were using Macs. Martin's out here. They were mad, and then today they're like, "Oh, where's the Macs at?" You can't make everyone happy.
I'll say hello to my friend Cynthia.
Oh,
say
hey,
hello
Cynthia.
to Brazil.
Shout out to Brazil.
Yeah.
I've only been to Sao Paulo.
All right. You need to explore more.
I do. I also really want to go to Argentina.
Yes,
That's on my
it's lovely.
list. Heather
Yes.
studied abroad in Argentina.
Oh yeah, that's.
So I really want to go. There's a big waterfall. Is that on like the border, right?
You know, Western Falls. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I really want to go there.
Yeah, I've been there when I was like 5, so I don't remember.
Oh wow.
I need to go back.
Wow. This is a huge. This is a huge cook.
Now, like no Linux? Oh, come on, folks.
I guess we could attach the WSL probably into
yeah.
it.
Yeah, it all works. It's cross-platform.
Yeah.
You can choose.
You know, Jeff Fritz, he does a Linux like month or whatever. I guess there's no month that starts with L, but he does like a Linux one where he only codes on his Linux machine. Hey, Golden, we got a huge cook going on the last minute here. It is cooking and going. I gave it the huge prompt to refactor all my code base, so it's just cooking. You know, Pierce and I and Burke have a show called Let It Cook on Fridays where we just let it cook. Let it cook. You let it cook. I mean, just letting it cook. I could refactor this code, Golnaz, but I'm never going to refactor the code. I would have said, you know what? I've come too far. And I said, this feature would means if I needed to add this feature, I would have had to refactor all my code. So I would have said, sorry, manager, I'm not going to add this feature anymore. It's too hard. But now Copilot's just going to cook and it's going to refactor every single part of my code.
And you could go have lunch.
I could go have lunch. I mean, at this point, it's going to ask to continue or pause. But besides that,
yeah, you're almost
I'm
done.
going to go make a sandwich.
Yeah.
Look, it's already done. The Hacker News, the GitHub, the YouTube, the mock service, the GitHub models. It's done. It's refactored everything. Why did it even do that? Oh, okay, interesting. It created a new model response file. We're going to continue to let this cook, Myra.
All right.
But we got to go because Martin's got to get set up. He's hardware hacking next.
All right.
He's cooking. We built something. I'm glad that we built something. It happened. It's a whole thing that happened.
We made progress. We still we found new things to work on.
Exactly.
So need some some issues on your repo. But
besides that, I did create it. We can close it at some point. Yeah. Okay, let's get out of here. We'll be back in 15 minutes, everybody. We're gonna hit that button there on that. Boop. And then we're gonna go to the media assets. Boop. And we're gonna click on the Loop brand. And bam.
Right. Bye, folks.
right. We are live.
Hey, everybody.
So we are at Microsoft Build Day 3, Vibe Coding. I'm Sam Quakenbush. This is the second to last vibe coding experience here at Microsoft Build. And I'm with...
Saving the best for last. Is that what it is?
Absolutely. So go ahead and introduce yourself, Martin.
I'm Martin Woodward. I'm the VP of Developer Relations here at GitHub. And today we're going to be doing some hardware hacking. So do you want me to explain what we're doing?
Absolutely.
Cool. So we have... I will go on to full screen for a bit. If we stay on full screen on the thingy... Folks, we'll be there in a second. There we go. Right, great. So what we're going to do at GitHub Universe, which is our conference we do every year, but you just missed. You didn't quite get there for this, did you?
I did miss it.
So what we did was we gave everybody one of these badges, which is like a hackable badge. This is RP2350 based circuit board that we did as our conference badge there. So it's RP2350, which is like a reasonably powerful sort of microprocessor from the Raspberry Pi Foundation. And then I have on the front an e-ink display, which is like so, which is pretty cool. And yeah, and then what we did at the actual event, if you can share my screen for me.
Yep.
At the event, we had this whole Badger Bodger set of scripts of repos. And when people came in and they registered, we got their registration and there was a QR code on it, and we would scan their QR code. And then the QR code would go through a bunch of scripts and we would preload a bunch of data and then transfer it over using a Raspberry Pi onto these badges. That was the process, which is great. And it was great. And I had like, I don't know, a bajillion Raspberry Pis around the conference to do this, all which are coded. But I thought we could do better because we have some of these badges with me. And you're going to get one at the end of this if we do it right. And so what the goal was, and I've got a few to hand out as well around here. So if people like have amazing questions by the time we finish, which is going to be like ages from now, hopefully I'll be able to do one for you custom. So don't feel like you have to hang around. Come back in about an hour and you'll probably get on. So yeah, so that's the plan. Is like let's figure out, rather than using a Raspberry Pi and stuff and loads of Python scripts and loads of stuff to do it. What I thought would be cool is to use Copilot to help me do it from a web browser.
Ooh.
So that's pretty cool. So to explain kind of how we want to do this, what we're going to do is we're going to have a web browser page, create some data, build the data, put it onto a badge, which runs on this microprocessor over a thing called Web Serial. And Web Serial is you can access the serial port over the web on like Chrome. It doesn't work in Safari. It's sort of a few sets of browsers. So yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll make it work.
Let's
Does this sound like a plan?
Absolutely. Let's see what Copilot can do.
Let's see what Copilot can do. Great. So first off, I'm going to start off with a blank project. So I've created a folder called Bodger. This is completely blank. And then, yeah, we're just going to, what I want to do, first of all, is create a README. The reason I'm doing it this way is if I create a README with an explanation of what I want to do, then Copilot could just get the context from that rather than me have to keep telling it. So that was my initial plan.
That's fair. So out of curiosity,
yeah,
why wouldn't you have Copilot create this README just by a couple prompts?
I could, but the data I want in it is all data I'm gonna get out of my brain into it.
That's
right,
fair.
you know what I mean? So Copilot, I'd have to put all that data into the prompt anyway. So I'm just gonna do it. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe it could have done a good job. It's not a bad idea. So I'm gonna say Bodger website, and then we'll just say create a website for a website that will be deployed using GitHub Pages. And we're going to make this live and we're going to make it open source so that everybody following along can see. If you are following along, do leave comments for us in the chat and we'll bring them up. Sam will bring them up for us.
Absolutely.
And let us know whereabouts you're following us from. We're currently in Seattle, so I'd love to know where people are coming in from. If people want to get one of these badges, I know I have some here. You can actually buy them from the Raspberry Pi Foundation, so from Pi Moroni. So we'll do that in a second as well. Right, but create a website that will be deployed to GitHub Pages. There you go. The website should be a single page that includes the following sections. Brilliant. This is actually pretty good. So I want data input consisting of a form. Well, this is pretty good. Of a form that allows a user to input their GitHub handle, username. That'll do. I'll say handle. We'll do first name, surname, title, and that'll do me. That's enough on this badge. And then, because if you look, that's currently what I have on the badge is first name, surname, title, and the GitHub handle, and then some like graphics and stuff. So we'll give that a try. A preview, a canvas showing a preview of the badge screen, which is, I wonder what size the screen is. I should actually have some data about that down here, about what the actual screen is. So let's try and see if we do Pimoroni, get, oh, no, that's not right, Pimoroni.com, and we'll look up the Badger. Badger 2340 is similar to this, so this will give us the specs for it. Can we see what e-ink size of the e-ink screen is here? Here we go.
So out of curiosity,
Yeah, mate.
why not just paste that link in your README?
I probably could.
That way Copilot can go out and grab it.
Yep. A canvas showing a preview of the screen, a button to generate a PNG file from the canvas, copy the data to the badge over web serial, to a RP2350 running MicroPython. And that'll do for now. Right, so that's what we're doing. We're creating a badge. We're creating a website. Oh, and I will say, so we're doing that there. Then I'm also going to create a. Well, I don't know. Are we ever asked? Let's bring up Copilot while we're here. Can we just sort of say, let's do it in agent mode before in edit mode first of all. I'm going to try this.
Ooh.
And I say, I've never done it with Copilot. So let's say create a. Is there a better way of doing this? Do you know, Sam? A Copilot instructions.md file.
I would use agent mode, but you can absolutely do edit mode to create a Copilot.
Yeah,
instructions.
let's see if it puts it in the right place. I've no idea.
It will.
Dun, 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 dun. Come in. Are we turning down? Are we turning up? Yeah, it's cool. No worries.
They're turning down the live.
Yeah, it's all good. Right, cool. I'll see if it puts it in the right place though. Nah, it's probably put it there. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll create a folder called .github, and it goes just in the root of a .github folder, doesn't it? If I remember rightly.
Just directly into
I'm going to say keep, and I'm going to move that into there. Copilot instructions MD, move. That'll do me. Make this bigger. There we go. Right. Yeah, whatever. This project creates a web application. There you go. You see, it's given all my data over from the README now, and then it's given me what file structure it thinks I want. Now, I actually don't. For now, I don't want lots of separate files. I'm going to have it all running in one index.html file.
Sounds good.
The reason for that is I found this works a lot when you're doing the vibe coding stuff. If you just if you're trying to build a website up and hack it, if you just and you want it to be deployed to GitHub pages, you're not doing like Next.js where you've got dynamic reload. You're like manually hitting Control R and refreshing the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
It works better if you just have it in an index HTML, because then you can hit refresh and it doesn't cache your dependencies kind of thing. You get the file, and then once you're getting close to it being ready, that's when you can sort of split it out again.
Yeah,
so,
I can see that working for GitHub pages.
Yeah, exactly. It's just because that's where I'm going to deploy this. I'm going to deploy this to GitHub pages. Oh, actually, look, this is actually good. Look, geez, this is amazing, dude. Create a HTML structure, single page layout, include all those form elements, buttons for creating a PhD. See, So by having the README, by giving it that little extra context, it's just saved me doing a bunch of stuff. That all works. In fact, follow clean minimal design. Use what we'll use is Primer, which is like the GitHub CSS standard. But by using Primer, it'll just mean it looks sort of GitHubby, which will save us some work for a while. We'll enable mobile responsiveness, even though we don't really need to, because not many mobile devices support web serial. And then whatever, that's fine. And then use definitely vanilla JavaScript. Separate concerns. No, I don't want to do that. I want to say keep the JavaScript code and the CSS in the same index.html file. That's what I want to tell it, because I want to make sure it does that. Handle the form validation, improve proper error handling for serial communication. Yeah, canvas. Default badge background should be white, text should be black. Font sizes on the actual device. Implement live preview. That's pretty sweet. Web serial API. Wow, this dude. Right, dumb task. Create the basic HTML structure. Implement the badge canvas preview. I'm actually going to do that in a different order. I'm going to, first of all, I want to make sure we've got web serial working first. Implement the badge canvas preview, implement the PNG export facility. No, I'm going to do this first of all. Like preview, and I'm going to take the testing off. And I'm going to say deployment. Right, sweet. So that's good. Let's go back to the README. So now we have our basic file. Oh, no. And then what I'm also going to do here is, let's do it in agent mode. We're this far in. Yeah, let's do add an MIT license to this project. And this I do this all the time. It works. It's amazing. It just does it and even puts the right copyright statement in for you.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it is. Well, we'll see.
I didn't even think about that when I was vibe coding on Monday. The license.
Yeah, well, I'm an open source sort of zealot. So, because if you don't have a license in there, it's not officially open source.
That is true.
So, right, it's created my license file. Copyright badger. Well, that's terrible. So I'm just going to say, I'm actually going to take the year out. We can have a conversation about that amongst open source zealots. And I'm going to say Martin Woodward, done. Hit save. Right, we're good. So what we're going to do now then quickly is we're going to go over to my Martin Woodward repo. Then this allows everybody at home to follow along, and you can probably fix things for me, which would be amazing. So we're going to go into Martin Woodward. We're going to hit repositories, make this bigger for everybody. New repository, and we're going to call this. I do want to see something hilarious. We look at my owner drop down. I'm like an amazing edge case for testing on the owner column, because it's like, look at all those orgs.
Wow. I thought I had a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so we're going to stick it in my own, and we're going to say bodger, something like that. Website to program a hackable badge. Make it public, and I don't want to add any data to it. Right, create repository. Then I'm going to come in here, do this. Now, there's probably a million other ways to do this better than the way I'm about to do it, but hey, all good. Window terminal, new terminal. Right. Okay, getting it.
I'm waiting for chat to tell you to just go to the left side and click initialize repo.
Really? It's okay. Git remote, add, origin. They're going to really hate this then. There we go. Right, okay. I've done all that. Boom. Now I've got a Git repo. Now I'm going to do this properly, but I'm going to hit the magic button, because we all love the magic button. And then we're going to do commit and sync. Okay, so now we have our repo. If we hit here, hit refresh, boom. Should we set up GitHub? No, we haven't got an index file yet. Let's create the index.html file. Let's do that first. So I'm going to create the index.html. Keep. Let's do this. No, yeah, okay. Create the basic app/index.
So I noticed you're using Claude 3.7. Is that the model you plan to use for this?
Um,
And if so, why?
Because I have unlimited access to Claude 3.7. Different people prefer different models. So the Claude, I quite like some of the style that Claude gives me. GPT 4.1's actually been really, really good since it came. It's getting really good now. 3.5, some people prefer in agent mode because it's kind of less helpy. Like it doesn't do as much as 3.7 tries to do. But we'll start off from 3.7 and then we'll see how we get on.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Do you find a speed difference between 3.5 and 3.7?
I never use 3.5 that much, to be honest. I mostly stick with 3.7. There's definitely a speed difference between 3.7 and 4.1, GPT 4.1. Like 4.1's a lot faster.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you see a speed difference?
Absolutely. So I use GPT 4.1 as my daily driver. As
Yeah.
I call it.
Yeah.
And I'll only swap over to 3.7 if I need that helpy context.
Right.
Which, as not a full-time developer, I need it.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Like for simple stuff like this, I totally should just be using GPT 4.1. You know what I mean? Because oh wow, is it going to do the whole thing for me? This application is making a self-contained application. Right. Do I have the if it's done the whole thing, I'll be very disappointed because we've got 2 hours to fill.
It's all right, we can keep adding things.
Yeah, well, okay. Let's see control S. So the way I do these things, when I'm going to do a thing that's a GitHub Pages site, I don't know. What do you do, mate? Because I would go into here, and then I would quite often just do Python like http.server. Is this like, am I being dumb here? And then
So
sorry.
I offload as much as I can.
Right.
Copilot. Like you've already typed way too much, in my opinion. Like you've typed way too much today. My hands are already tired.
Right.
I would.
You would say you do Control I, run a web server here.
Yeah.
I suppose.
I wouldn't even do Control I. I would do it right in agent mode, and I would have agent mode be doing it all.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, maybe I'm old.
I mean, we're
oh, this look. We've already got like. If this just does this, I'm going to be so I've got ages to fill. So yeah. So let's see if there's that there. I tell you what, we are going to do some additional stuff in a minute, but anyway, let's see how it goes. Right. Well, hey, while we've got that, what we'll do is we'll get GitHub Pages set up next, and then we will see if some. Well, do you want to see if this actually works first?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I feel like we should be testing, right?
Okay. Yeah, I suppose I was going to get it deployed and then do some of that sort of stuff. But I'll see how it goes. Right. So this, can we see that? Is a blank badge.
Yes.
So this is what we want to. This is the end state that we want to get to, and we currently have this state. And then when we get this finished, regardless of this state, it's going to be Sam's. So we'll see how it goes. So what we're going to do is we're going to plug in, and it's going to connect over web serials. And this is now running MicroPython in I haven't even checked the code, so I'm going to YOLO it and just see what happens a second. So let's just try at Martin Woodward. This would be funny if this works. At Martin Woodward. Can't even type, dude. So if I made it bigger, then I'll be able to see. Right, Woodward, Martin Woodward, VP da boss. Right. Connect badge. It's working. Right, connect the badge. Data center badge. You're joking me. Right. Okay. So it thinks it sent some data to badge. So to test if it's actually sent some data to the badge or not, I'm going to open an application called Thonny. I'm just going to oh no, I can do it here. Disconnect it from here. Wow. Okay. Probably haven't done the error handling. Right. So what Thonny is a it's an IDE that gets used for doing a lot of these microprocessor-based things. I probably could be using some sort of VS Code extension to do this, but I just using this because it's what a lot of people use.
I mean, we could ask Copilot. What
Yeah,
VS
we
Code
probably
extension
could.
You could use.
Yeah. So actually, there is nothing on this badge yet. So cool. It's not currently done anything. And if we can compare what's on that badge, this is good. We're going to have some work to do, so this is exciting. If we compare what's on that badge to this badge, and I'm going to plug it back in again now, and we'll just come here and we'll look at the badge. We'll see on the badge here, we've got a badge.png file and a main.py file. So that's the end state that we want to get to. Okay.
And there was nothing on the last one.
There was nothing not a single file on the last one. So what I'm actually going to do is in my source folder here under Bodger, I'm going to create another folder here, a new directory called preload. And in there, I'm going to create I'm going to copy down my main.py. So we've got it. Download to there, and I'm also going to download my badge PNG, even though I want a different PNG file. But we'll sort that in a second. Right, while I was here. Okay, sweet. So that's exciting. So what we're going to do now, then, quickly, is let's go get this all set up with GitHub pages, so that again people can follow along. So I'm going to just switch down my web server. I'm going to go to VS Code. Just got the one file preload. Yeah, that also looks good to me. So create basic HTML file.
So for GitHub pages, are you going to do an actions deploy to GitHub pages, or are you
Yeah.
just going to do the basic kind of?
I always do actions. Don't know why. I like having that extra control. What do you think?
I like having the extra customizability,
Yeah.
configuration ability with it. I when I first started with GitHub pages, I did the default deploy,
Yeah.
and then immediately
Regretted it.
no, it was more like aged out of it pretty quickly as soon as
Okay.
I started customizing things.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I do that, and I start off. I just do I could do the static HTML actually. That'll work.
I think you should ask Copilot to do it for you.
Oh man.
There's a lot of manual steps going on here, Martin.
Let me. Yeah. No, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this because we can get it to fix it. I had a bad experience once
Did you?
getting Copilot to write. It didn't do this bit right for me. The pages site. I did it fairly recently, and it wasn't like something went. I think it's because I didn't want the whole whole repo to go. I'm not quite sure what happened at the time. So, but what I'm also going to do is we've got workflow dispatch. We've got that. Okay. Am I ask chat? Am I doing too much stuff manually? Should I be using agent mode more? You tell me what you think. What I'm going to do is probably use Copilot immersive mode in a minute to help me create some tasks. Create. I don't want to call static. Actually, thinking about it, let's call it publish. Publish to pages. There we go. Right, commit changes. Right, okay. YOLO it into main. Right, and then if you go to my actions site, I'm going to go publish to pages. We're going to run the workflow, and we're going to see what happens. So we're going to see if we've got a website published.
So while that's running,
yes.
We're both wearing these cool GitHub jackets. I'm relatively newer to GitHub.
Yeah.
Tell me about the squirrel, because you're shipping
Ship
right
it,
now.
squirrel. Ship it. Yeah, I am. There's the patch. And go full screen so people can see the patch.
Go full screen.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
I keep clicking the wrong button.
you keep clicking the wrong button. You
There we
can't
go.
press that on. There we go. Yeah, so that's the ship it squirrel. So yeah, it's just one of those things in GitHub. Ship it squirrel. There was a meme of like a squirrel sat in front of some campus going like that, like ages ago, probably before you were born. But when I was a kid, it was a thing. It was like a GIF. Don't know if you remember those, or a GIF. So that's doing a publish right now. Sorry, I'm just checking. Manually run, and it says it's deployed. Yeah, cool. Right, we've got GitHub pages set up, so that's good. So yeah, there was a meme of this image, and then somebody had the image of a squirrel because it's popping up, going like this in front of his family in campus, and they wrote the word "ship it" on it. And then whenever because there's a ship to learn culture in GitHub, like it's very somewhat alarmingly, well, let's just ship things and see if it works, kind of thing. Within
very
reason.
aware.
Yeah, and so so it was like ship it was used as looks good to me. Ship it, LGTM and then ship it were like the two common like responses within Slack. So then they did a ship it GIF, and then there was like a ship it command to Hubot that would do that. And then we had the animated ship it squirrel, which was just a squirrel with like a detective hat on, and that kind of became the emoji. And then we ended up accidentally sneaking it into the so now you can do ship it, can't you, as like an emoji within GitHub.
Oh, nice.
So you can do in an issue, like if you're typing here. You're doing an issue, you've got like whatever. If you do colon, oh no, is it ship it? Is it squirrel? Is that there? I thought there was a ship it. Oh, maybe not then. I thought there was. Well, it's definitely in our Slack. We can do ship
But
it.
you might not be able to see it in your personal repo, right?
No, it's on everybody. It's like on GitHub because fish sticks is in here. It doesn't show up in autocomplete. That's right. But if I now go to preview, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
There's a bunch of secret emoji that are in there. But so maybe it is squirrel or something like that. Can't spell squirrel, can you?
Looks good.
Okay, well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Right, cool. Right, closing discard. Okay, so we've now got GitHub pages. We've got a completely non-functional website, but it's got a bunch of stuff in it. So I think the first thing we want to do is work on getting the preview look like it was working. Localhost. So if we look in here, let's make this bigger. The preview works, so I can type whatever, and it does stuff. And if I do export to PNG, well, this looks like it's working too. So that's pretty neat. Like for doing nothing, we've actually got a lot of work done already. So I think the first thing I want to do, rather than worrying about the Reb serial stuff quite yet, is let's make this form a bit nicer. You know,
Absolutely.
because
Pretty
it
it up.
sucks right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say, right, let's do cool. Oh yeah, I better pull that down so I don't get any merge conflicts. Right. So what I'm going to do first of all is make the form on the left side and the preview image on the right side. Right. Let's get a crack-a-lack in. So Copilot Edgeman is going to do some stuff.
So is there a specific like styling or format you would want it to follow? Like, do you have an idea in your mind?
Like right now, I've got in my mind like some form data and then a preview image over here, but make it use some diffs. So if I do it responsive, and I'd prefer the form image first and the preview image below. You know, if I had a narrow window, I think. But I definitely want the form image on. I want the form data on the left so I can type. And ideally, what I would like is the first field for it to go into is the GitHub username. You know, and then go through. So we'll see what we've got. So yeah, we're just going to hit Control S once it's finished. Right. Okay, great. So I'm going to come over here. Let's hit refresh. No. Oh, I switched it off. That's why. Boom, 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 boom. Right. Okay. Go back here. Hit refresh. Yeah. Okay. That looks a bit better. So if I zoom out a little bit, yeah, that's okay. It's not great yet, but we'll fix it. And then what I want to do as well is like I can't be bothered typing first name, username, and all that sort of nonsense. So let's do that's boring. So let's do when I type a GitHub handle in the username field after what, like 50 milliseconds, no, 100 milliseconds. Get the first name and last name from the handle's GitHub profile. Yeah?
Yeah.
So, because like typing's boring. So,
Absolutely.
so this should hopefully, we'll find out, use the Git, because GitHub has a anonymous REST API you can call. So hopefully it'll just look up the profile data. Now the profile data, we don't have first name, last name. We just have name.
Ooh, so let's see if it figures it out.
It's going to have to do some parsing of the name and split it into first name, last name. Probably do it in a regionally insensitive way. So if you're from Japan or something, it might get it the wrong way around. But we'll give it a try. We'll see if it works. Right, cool. Well, we've got a bunch of stuff. It's working. Oh, it's still working. So we'll just keep it doing some stuff. So, any good comments in chat? Who's from France? Who's that? Huno Defoe. Hey, Huno, good to see you, mate. Thanks for joining us. Anybody else want to shout out who they're from? If you've got some ideas, if you've got one of these hackable badges, as I say, what we're doing is we are going to be hardware hacking one of these to actually program it over time. And then by the goal of when we finish is to hand it to Sam. So we'll see how that works. Right. Oh, look, it's even done the debounce mechanism. So when I'm typing, it will do a 100 millisecond wait for me. It's calling the GitHub API. Yeah, this is great. It removes the @ symbol. This is it's amazing. Right. Okay. So let's go back, and then we're going to hit refresh, and I'm going to do Martin Woodward. Oh, ooh, cancel. We don't want alerts. What the hell? Do not use JavaScript alerts.
So why don't you want JavaScript alerts?
I don't want a pop-up window. I want to just type. Like that's nobody wants a modal dialog box, do they? Like who wants that?
It's very true.
Okay. Do you reckon? Like maybe if it was an error, but I'll just use the JavaScript console. Yeah. Confirm dialogues. Yeah. Okay. Why would you even have wanted to do that, agent mode? You lost the plot. Oh, okay. Confirm dialogues. Right. Okay. Right. Better user experience. That looks good. Right. And let's go back. So hit refresh. Right, Martin Woodward.
So you also got your biggest fan on here. Burke
Okay.
Holland says, Martin, I'm
Hey!
your biggest fan. Give me a shout out.
Hey, Mr. Holland, how are you? If you want to head over to the live coding booth, we will get you a badge later once we got this working. So that what that's currently doing is not working. So what I'm maybe going to do is say something like, it's kind of working. It's getting the prompt data, but then it's not. It stops doing it.
Well, it looked like you typed Martin Woodward, but it said Matt Mullenwood.
Yeah, so it's looked up MA probably and found the profile or something like that. So I'm going to say after I tab out of the username field, look up the handle data. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Yeah, right, cool. And so it's doing the correct on blur event, which is what I wanted. Removed it. All right, well, okay. Well, we'll maybe get it to have the debouncing back in a bit. Right. Let's try this now. Let's try Martin Woodward. Hey, look at that.
There we go.
So it's, oh, look, and it's, did you see that? It had done like a nice little, like if I, what's your username?
At Sam Cubish.
Yes, right. Yeah. Is that right? Why is it not?
Maybe it only fires once. Maybe refresh the page.
Oh, that would be terrible if that's the case. So, do you have a username on your GitHub profile?
Ooh, I should. Maybe I don't.
You do not.
Oh, naughty.
Dude, you're the worst test data. Do you want to go? Do you have your phone with you? Can you add your name to this?
Yeah, let's see if I can do that with my phone.
Yeah. But that's actually quite a good edge case that it handled for us quite gracefully. I'm quite pleased with that. Well, now because I'm like a human being, I have my my name and I also have my job title. So what I'm going to do this. Look at this. Let's do something like take the first sentence of the GitHub profile to guess the person's job description.
Yeah, you're not going to find anything on mine. I haven't set up anything on my profile.
Yeah. Oops. Sorry.
Maybe we should be making a badge for Burke.
Yeah, let's see if Burke's would work. What's he? Do you remember?
Is it GitHub Day at Microsoft? So the chat wants to know if it's GitHub Day at Microsoft.
It's always GitHub Day at Microsoft. I think he's just Burke Holland, but yeah, there is. Apologies to Burke for not knowing his GitHub handle off the top of his head. Now, but look, you see, it did it the same there. So it did it the first time. That can't have been how it implemented it. But hey, pretty fly for a ball guy is his title.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, it's true. Good job, Copilot. And I'm going to say every time I edit the handle field and tab out and leave it. Oh, well, maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I want to be able to. It's an interesting question.
I think you should be every time you tab.
Yeah, but yeah, unless there's some data in there. Like, do you want it to overwrite data that you've already put in? If you wanted to, anyway, let's do this. We can always change the functionality later because it's easy because it's agent mode. Okay, and then. And then I think what we'll do next, if this is working, what we'll do is play with the formatting of the PNG image, and then we'll try and get the web serial working if that works.
And the PNG image is going to come from the profile picture, right?
No, no. Actually, no. Sorry, the PNG image that I'm talking about is within the form field. This here is a preview of the e-ink screen. You see.
So the PNG is the actual.
Yeah, so I'm just going to create a PNG, which is this.
Got it.
And we've seen that export PNG is actually working all right. You know what we're going to do? We're gonna do some vision mode.
Ooh.
Oh, let's see if this will work.
No, what are we gonna do? Okay.
Okay, let's do this. This is gonna be awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna take a photo of my existing badge, and I'm gonna do. Well, let's try and get it without shadows. Let's see if we can do that in a second. So, oh man, if this works, it's just like gonna be extraordinary. And then crop it. Come on.
I have faith in vision mode. I use it a lot. I take screenshots when my spacing, things are wrong, when I'm dealing with CSS, even when I get errors on web pages. Like, I just don't even want to type the error.
Yeah.
I'll just screenshot it.
Yeah. So there we go. So that's that. Share that with my Mac. And then, I'm afraid it's Mac Day as well because with GitHub folks in. So if anybody's, we had some complaints earlier in chat that we didn't have,
Didn't have PCs.
Didn't have Macs. So
that we didn't have Macs.
Yeah, there were complaints yesterday about there being too many Macs, and then there were complaints today about not having Macs.
Well, I was getting grief on Monday for having a Mac. So
okay, apologies. There we go. I brought a
depends on
PC
the
with me
chat.
as well, but yeah. So that's the preview of what we want to get to. This will be amazing. So let's come into here. It's about last change that we were doing. So let's hit refresh again now. So I'm going to do Martin Woodward. Hit tab. That works. Look, and it's gone VP of Developer Relations as well.
It's great.
That's pretty nice. And then I'm going to do Berg Holland. Hit tab. That's pretty good. Looking good so far. Right. So now what I want to do is, this is going to be, if this works, dude, this will be extraordinary. Make the preview image look like this. Use the Mona Sans.
Nah, I think you're giving it too much. You're giving too much context here. Just go off the screenshot.
Oh, okay. Okay. Go on then. Let's see if we can figure it out.
Did you attach the picture though?
Not yet. The data in the screenshot is for Martin Woodward, VP of Developer.
It'll figure all that out from Vision. You don't need to tell it.
I'm helping it get the fields by giving it the real data. Handle. Right. Okay. And then attach content, files and folders. We're going to do. Does it have to be in the repo to attach it?
No,
I can just drag drop it.
Just drag and drop it. Absolutely.
Hang on a sec. The reason I couldn't is because I'm in. Let me just minimize this. Sorry a second. I'm going to go here. Right. Boom, boom, boom. Right.
There we go.
Should you see what happens? Do you reckon this will work?
Absolutely.
You have so much faith.
I do.
If this works.
In Copilot, we trust, for sure.
If this works. The vision stuff is mad, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Right, we've been using it a lot in issues and things like that as well. Oh, look, it's found it in Google Fonts. So, Mona Sans is the font that we use here at GitHub. And it's open source because we're GitHub, and so it makes it really handy though because you can then just use it and everything. You know what I mean? Because it's already there. Any other questions or any comments from the chat?
Not any questions right now. People shout out, from Canada. We got people from France.
Oh, he's from Canada.
Hero Harmony is from Toronto.
Hero Harmony, thanks for joining us on the stream. And then anybody else up top? Any new comments coming in? If you want to shout out, do drop us a note. I will definitely shout you out, or Sam will shout you out for sure.
Yeah, if you've got suggestions for what Martin should be, doing to this badge, absolutely.
Right, canvas rendering. Oh, I'm excited.
So it's updating the index HTML now. With Mona Sans.
Well, everything's in the index HTML file, but,
right.
But it's only added one line. So I'm currently, I could have a look. Like it's done 3 lines. If it did all that in 3 lines of code, I'd be extremely. So that's it. That's it adding Mona Sans. Right. Okay. That's it adding Mona Sans. Let's update the CSS badge preview. I don't think this is working, dude. Well, we'll see. We'll have faith.
have faith. It's just taking a little,
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
have
yeah.
3.7's going to take a little bit.
Yeah,
If you
maybe I
wanted a
should
faster response,
bounce
go
it down
4.1.
to 4.1 or something. Yeah, that's not worked.
Well, it's not done yet. You got to wait for the agent to actually finish before you judge the results.
Judge results. I get a bit judgy sometimes. So we were during the keynote on day one. A guy called Damien Brady and I were backstage while Kadesha was doing her demo and just making sure things were working okay and being the shadow. And we'd done that. She'd done that demo so many times of like responding to when Satya creates his thing, and we were sort of starting to, because it was all done live, like it was completely live, and it was the real thing. And so we're sat there looking. You can see with the Copilot agent stuff, agentic coding. What are we supposed to call it? It's not part of one.
The Copilot coding agent.
Copilot coding agent. Thank you. With that, we can you can look at the view session and see what it's doing, and we're just watching it, and we've done it so many times we could like know if it was correct or if it
was
got
going
off on
off
a
script.
tangent. So most of the times it was good. Right, okay. I don't want it pre-filled with my information. Claude 3.7. Right, okay. That to me doesn't. Well, I'm gonna hit say it. That doesn't like.
So what seems to be the problem?
Oh no, hang on. Oh no. I was looking at the wrong diff is why. Okay, well this might have worked. Let's find out. Control S. Let's see. Let's see what happened. Woo! Wow, it's even made up the image.
Yeah.
So then if I do Bert Holland again. Oh my flipping word.
In Copilot we trust. I had faith.
It's even made it grey. Because it recognized the screen was grey. How does that even work? And then, so then if I do export PNG file, okay, so then that's there. And you see, so now I've got the PNG. So as a quick experiment, say, for example, what I'm going to do now is rather than using Thonny, I feel bad about using Thonny. I'm going to use a thing called Viper. Viper ID. Is it Viper? Is it?
I don't know.
Viper.
You'll have to explain what Viper does.
Yeah. So it is. Here we go. So Viper IDE is a web-based editor that again can talk over web serial to microprocessor-based devices. So well, I might need to do funny. But anyway, so I'm going to bring that up. I'm going to plug it in, and this is going to be an empty badge. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to connect over web serial, and there should be nothing on it. Board in FS mode, connect. So now I'm connected and there's no files there. So then I'm going to go to downloads and I'm going to download, we had that preload folder.
Yep.
New Finder window, source, Bodger. Did I call it Bodger? Bodger, there we go. Preload, badge.png there. And then we've got main.py. So what I'm going to do is drag over, that didn't work. See if I can do this. Can I upload files from here? I wonder. Plus. No. Well, I'm just going to use Thonny then.
You were giving grief earlier about a JavaScript pop-up, and I believe I just saw that on this website.
Oh, that's because these people are evil and they shouldn't have. Can I do that? What's that do? Test.py. You know what? I'm going to not bother this. What I was thinking is I could copy the image. That's what I'll do. I'll copy the image onto my existing badge. No, I'm going to copy it onto this new badge because I want to keep a good one. So we've got known good. I'm going to copy the data onto this badge and see if the PNG file plus the Python file that we want to get to, if that gives us a working badge or not.
Let's see.
Because if that does, we know we've got the PNG generation done, and all we have to figure out is web serial.
Cool.
Sorry, people can't tell online, but I'm just plugging it in so I get a light that comes up. Okay. So let's come here. Preload, right, that's great. So I'm going to use Thonny again because the Viper thing let me down.
So Nixon Flax also just brought up, they just learned that you can attach images to Copilot. That's been around for quite a bit, so that's awesome that we're learning. But yeah, definitely very cool feature.
Oh, it's so handy for doing UX and stuff, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And like I mentioned, you know, I even do it for grabbing screenshots of errors and things, and just throwing it into Copilot so I don't have to type.
Right, so I'm going to copy over. I'm going to upload that to root. So I've got a badge.py, and then that the Burke badge here is currently badge brackets 3.png. I'm going to call it badge. Oh yeah, whatever. And I drag it to my desktop. No, I'm not. I'm going to drag it to here into preload. I'm going to say badge mw.png. We'll call this badge.png. I'm not using Copilot enough here, am I?
No.
I could have just told it to rename all these things for me.
Yeah, you could have.
Right, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do that again, and I'm going to upload badge.png to here. Upload to where? Okay, yeah, replace. And then I'm going to switch the badge off and on again. Reset.
You got to show that to the camera.
Put me full screen. Put me full screen.
Full screen.
No, press that button.
I know. I've done it like 4 times. Click the wrong button.
Look.
Burke Holland. So Burke, if you're here, you can come by and pick up your badge.
Powered by Copilot. So we've got some data on. We got a round of applause. Thank you from like polite golf clap from 2 people in the audience. So we're getting places.
Absolutely.
Right. So now we have an image. Now, this is really exciting. Okay. So what do we want to do next? Should we try and get web serial working, or should we try and make the image look nicer? How long have we got left?
We've
got ages. We're only 45 minutes in. How long do we have to? How long are we doing this for?
An hour and 45 minutes.
Okay.
So we got some
got
time.
now to go. Right. So we're gonna get. I think we're going to probably get web serial working, but this might take us a while.
Let's get deep with web serial.
Yeah. So web serial is basically we're going to talk over the serial protocol to this board here. Now this board's running a thing called MicroPython on it. And then what you can do with MicroPython is you can actually fire up a serial connection and like talk to a REPL that runs on the badge.
Okay.
And then so you can speak Python to the badge and it'll execute that code for you 1 line at a time. And you can do that over a serial connection.
Very cool.
And so what we're going to do is we're going to try and do that to actually copy data to the badge.
Okay.
So, and we're going to hope we can explain to Copilot what, like, this isn't something there are any examples of on the internet, really. This is Martin's theory that you can do this over web serial. This isn't like a common thing that people do.
Okay.
Like literally, like it's not done.
Well, why don't we ask Copilot if it's possible before we even go for it?
Should we do it in ASK mode?
I would even do agent mode, although agent mode will probably take off and
yeah. Should we do 01? Because I've got 01 requests to burn. I don't know. Should we do it with GPT-4.1?
I would do it daily driver, GPT-4.1.
Yeah. How would you copy data over web serial to a RP2350? RP2350 running MicroPython.
Now, because you're in ASK mode, you need to kind of give it. You have to apply the context. Versus agent mode will go and figure out the context itself. So you might have attached your README, although it does grab the Copilot instructions automatically.
Yeah, so it would have figured it out. I could have just said, "How do I copy data onto this board?" I guess, but yeah. Let's see if it knows. Yeah, format your data as a string. Send the data. MicroPython side, read the incoming data. See, that's not how it works. Yeah, okay. Well,
so we disagree with the response.
Yeah. So what I think we want to do is use. I want to see, and what I want to do. Again, I know this is like not fashionable in vibe coding. I'm going to look at what the code, how it's written, and see what's been done.
Okay.
And then from that, figure out like what I want to tell it to do, if you know what I mean. So export as PNG is working. We can see that's working.
Okay.
So that's all good. So the thing that's not working, connect to badge seems to be working. This bit is all working. Set up a reader and a decoder, update the UI. That's all pretty neat. Start the read loop, read from badge, send badge data. Right, okay. So then we're going to go to send badge data. And then this is format the data of the MicroPython infrastructure convert the data, JSON data. So that's pretty neat. Convert the JSON data to string. Write, send data to batch. Okay, so this is taking my instructions incredibly literally.
Okay.
So this is what this is doing is it's sending over the serial connection. It's just sending the raw data. That's not going to work because that's not how MicroPython works. So it's kind of just made that up because again, MicroPython is totally not something that's particularly well known.
Mhm.
So I'm going to have to give it a bit more context on how MicroPython works. Now I could probably point it at a web page. So
That's what I would do.
would you?
Yeah, I would point it like the MicroPython docs.
Yeah, this is where it's interesting because it might not be able to. We might be saying, how would you use a REPL to write files to a MicroPython board? So I'm going to use my favorite search engine or whatever. Write file via serial REPL. So this is like a using the REPL. So open the file, write it, close it. Open the file, write it, close it. Yeah, that's expected. The hosting system, thank you very much as always. Right, so that looked to me like the right thing. You actually have to write some Python code to write it to the file system. So I'm going to sort of do this.
So if it were me,
yeah, go on. What do you?
I would go to agent mode. I'd grab that link and I would say implement this.
See, that's not the best example. Okay, getting a MicroPython REPL prompt.
Or I would say using this as an example.
Okay,
Implement this.
go
and
on.
then we
Let's
see
try that.
Yeah.
Really, that's what you would do.
That's what I would do.
Okay.
I minimize the amount of work that I do.
Using this as an example, write the write the badge.png file to the board using a MicroPython REPL.
And don't forget to switch to agent mode because you're still in ask.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll do that so many times.
I did that for 10
and you
minutes
just sit there and you're
on
like, why is this
Monday.
not working? Did you really?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pierce was like, you realize you're in ask mode. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
You're a more helpful moderator than Pierce is what I'm learning from this.
Well, he only let me go for 10
Yeah,
minutes. It's
this is
fine.
amazing. He said this was amazing. Yeah, it is amazing. I agree. Was that anything else? Go on, scroll up on the comments.
So, looking at some comments.
Yeah.
So someone asked, Catbolt asked, what do you do while you're waiting for Copilot to generate code?
Well, I drink a lot of Earl Grey tea. I have the unfortunate decision that I installed. Sorry, let me just read this. I have an unfortunate decision. Base 64 encoding it, base 64. So is it? But yeah, okay. Let's see if this works. Because writing a binary file is actually tricky because MicroPython doesn't include a base 64 encoder and decoder. Like it's a super low tech version of Python.
Okay.
And so I think it might have figured that out. Should we see if it worked? Yeah, of course. What am I even asking you for? Let me know if you want to ready to paste. Yeah, implement it, please. Implement it, please. What were we saying before that? Oh, I drink a lot of Earl Grey tea. I have an unfortunate decision that I have a. Is that doing anything?
It's working, right?
It's not, is it? It's just come out with a. It's not working. I'm gonna get my prompt. I'm going to using this as an example. Right. I'm going to do this. Watch this.
I would reprompt and I would say, go ahead and implement this.
No, I'm just going to do new. Right. And I went up before I did to go copy my last prompt into the window. And then, right. So I have a tap in my kitchen that does go.
Oh, wow.
It spits out boiling water. So because I have like so little time gap between calls quite often, I have to like get Earl Grey tea into me as quickly as possible. So
nice.
Yeah.
So what I do in between, when Copilot's coding for me in agent mode, I get other tasks done that I can't do with AI.
Okay, such as deleting Slack messages and that sort of thing?
Not deleting Slack messages, but catching up on Slack messages.
Yeah.
Responding, kind of organizing things, organizing my thoughts. That's a lot of
Yeah, that's not working. It's not. That's not sufficient instructions. So, okay. I got a few things up my sleeve. Well, let's think. Well, how are we going to get this to work?
So my next move
Yep.
would have been to switch models and try one more time.
Oh, God, because I did that with GPT-4. I did that with GPT-3.7.4.1.
Yeah, so everyone asks,
Sorry.
what model do you use? Right, I use 4.1 as my daily driver most of the time, and then if I get stuck, I'll swap to different models.
Got it.
Depending on the task at hand.
Right.
So I usually default and drop into 3.7 if it's a coding
Yeah,
problem that I'm getting stuck on.
Which model, like, which models do you go between? Which do you personally go between?
Definitely 4.1 daily driver,
Yep.
3.7 Claude for coding problems I drop into. And
Yeah.
I actually use Gemini 2.5 for like writing.
Right. Well, right, creating prose and things.
Like for example, if I do like a write-up and I don't want to actually like write myself, like
like
will
updating
have
the README or something, or like all the
writing
docs
just a markdown file
Okay.
of anything. Like
Yeah.
for example, maybe your manager is asking you to write up a situation on something at work.
Yeah.
I would just have
Hey,
Gemini
this
do
is,
that.
dude. You've so what we've done here, everybody. This is a great tip, Sam. We passed it an answer where we'd found like somebody doing something that was roughly correct, and we said, using this as an example, go do it. This to me, this might work. What the hell? Hang on a minute. Close the file to write the badge. This might even be right. What?
So explain what's going on, Martin, because I'm a little bit lost.
Yeah. Let's see if this works. Hang on a second. Refresh. Right. So it's got that, and then I can do. We're going to do Burke Holland, aren't we? As our test case rather than me, because that would just be weird. Or we can do you if you wanted. Right. So what I'm doing is, I'm looking at the code, and the code looked legit. So I don't know if it's going to work or not. So I thought what I'd do is, first of all, I'd just try it and see if it works. So I'm going to say connect to badge. So I want to connect to that, hit connect, and I'm going to say send to badge, and it's doing stuff. Oh my!
So
right.
Describe what we're seeing over here.
Okay. No, I'm gonna do a different name. So right now on the badge, we have that.
Right now,
go full screen.
Go full screen.
Yep. So right now on the badge, it says Burke Holland. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to say Martin Woodward. Yeah. Hit tab, and then I'm going to say send to badge. You ready?
He's clicking send to badge.
Let me see the PNG file.
Boom.
Oh my word!
And you didn't code anything. Agent mode.
That's amazing. Nobody's watching us because they can't hear us because there's no volume on. That's extraordinary. How did that work?
Well, let's go back and take a look. Let's go back and look at VS Code.
What are we going to do for next hour? That's finished. Well, we've got loads we can tidy up.
Sysdoc is like, there you go.
Harold, this worked. And let's look at how. Digital. Right, stay there. So we've got Harold in front of us, who's awesome from the VS Code team. So what we're going to do here? Do you want to put? Yeah, you got me screen sharing as well.
Yep.
So digital.
Is this Howard?
That's right, isn't it? Watch this. You ready? Watching. Tab. Look. Team Microsoft of VS Code. We're just going to say VS Code Legend is what we're going to say. Yeah. And then look,
Send
everybody.
You ready?
Currently says Martin Woodward. I'm going to do send to badge. You watching? You ready? Oh, this is beautiful.
Boom. Isn't that great?
Oh, the freaking badge! How does that work? This is amazing. This is extraordinary. Well, you get a badge, Harold, is what happens. But you've already got one because you're a universe. But yeah. Right. So what we're going to do then is we're going to, wow. So let me just show, can you put me full screen for a sec? So there's a little bit of a difference you'll notice here. So the first one, this is amazing that this works. So there's a badge there, and you see you got there, and the kind of font is a little bit washy. I don't know if you can see that. Like the text is a bit It looks great on there, but it's not great. But if we look at this, it's not as washed out. You see, it kind of is a bit bold and stuff. Now, remember, we wrote no code to do that. Like it did that from looking at HTML. It looked by looking at an image.
An image that you took off
An
your
image.
phone.
I know, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to like do some manual tweaking now to get it chef's kiss perfect.
I don't think we should do any manual tweaking. I think you should tell Copilot. How to
Yeah,
tweak it.
okay, let's do that. But there's a few things that we're going to do. So the reason why it's not working is a few reasons. One is you see this image here. It's generating me a nice, like that image looks good. And that image on the screen looks a lot better than the image that's on the badge. You can tell that. It's like the badge on the badge is a bit washed out, and that badge on the screen is like bold and stuff.
Okay, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Your badge, the original badge, is definitely big and bold. Versus the other one is, I would say it's not bold.
It's not bold.
I would just tell Copilot, hey, the name should be bold on the badge.
Well, no, you would think that, but that's because you know nothing about hardware hacking.
That is true.
So what the problem is the badge itself only supports two colors, black or white, or black or slightly gray is what it supports. But the PNG image is in 256 shades of gray.
Okay.
So what we need to do is we need to tell the browser that we want a 2-bit version of the image previewed rather than a 256-bit grayscale image of the thing previewed.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, but before we do that, let's. I'm gonna get. I can tell this is working so well. I'm gonna get very bored of pressing. On here, I don't want to hit doing connect to badge, send to badge. That's boring.
That's fair.
So I'm just gonna say, get rid of the.
So, before you do that, do you want to commit any code yet?
Oh,
or,
dude,
you know?
yeah, no, good call.
I mean, since
Thank you.
I feel like we got a working test here, we were happy.
Yeah.
We got a nice golf clap from the audience.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me right. So what I'm going to do is hit the magic button, and then it's going to tell me what we've done and summarize our commits, and then probably. Oh, I don't want to tell you what I don't want. I want to add that to my ignore. Add to get ignore. Come on, let's make sure we're add to get ignore. We don't want a DS store file, do we? Right, okay. Enhance index. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of that and say working version. There we go. Right, commit sync. Boom. So then, if people happen to have a hackable badge at home, they can now hack it from our GitHub Pages deployment.
Well, you'd want to push it.
Which now I already did.
Oh, you did. You did commit sync. Nice.
Yeah. So if I go to if we go over here now and I look up, we can have a quick look at the working code. And that's a good point that Sam made there, actually, that we need to keep doing these regular checkpoints. It's very easy to get carried away when you're in agent mode.
Oh.
And now undo does a remarkably good job, but sometimes it only undoes what you last did, and sometimes you'll break stuff without really realizing that you've broken it, and then you'll be like, where did this go? And then you're in the whole world of hurt. So,
yeah, I mean, just like you would when you're manually coding, right?
Yeah.
Is that what we're calling it now? Manual coding?
Manual code. Right. So I'm going to do a couple of things. First of all, what I'm going to say is the background for the. No, I'm not. That's amazing. Right. So what am I going to say? I forgot what I was doing. What was it doing? So we've got we're going to get rid of the button. That's what we're going to do. Thank you. Get rid of the what's the button called? Connect to badge button.
There you go.
Get rid of the connect to badge button. When I press copy to badge, automatically connect, and then disconnect after we have copied the data and reset the badge. I'm just going to show you some how the code works, because the code is actually extraordinary that it's done the right thing, because it's doing not only. I'll explain how it figured it out in a second, but I just want to get rid of this badge. So we'll do that. We'll get rid of this. We'll do some stuff. And then I'm just looking for people who are walking by to see if they have GitHub handles on their badges, because if they do, I was going to do a badge for them.
Yeah, we should have probably done a pre-check to make sure my profile was set up.
Yeah, because where you can still set it up, but we'll do that after the show, maybe.
For sure.
We've got time. Right. So doing some things. So the big difference there was in our prompt, we decided to go use Claude rather than GPT-4.1. That
Yeah.
was so, and then that's not surprising because like the MicroPython code is like, have you ever coded in MicroPython? Like, no, nobody does. You know what I mean? It's very, very niche.
I don't think I'd heard of it until today.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's not surprising that it needed like a more specialized, model kind of thing to go work on some stuff. So it's all good. I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm glad you made me do the commit now because I'm looking at what it's doing. It's taking a lot of. It's changing a lot of stuff, and I'm worried.
Again, Claude will. So I notice a big difference when I'm using Claude versus GPT-4.1. Claude will just kind of continue to go.
Right.
Versus, like sometimes you want to have to like pause.
Right.
Pause,
Yeah.
Stop going. Versus 4.1, it's sending. The way it's working, it'll stop sooner, even though. It'll basically stop sooner is what it feels like.
Yeah, and what it's done is it's taken me very, very literally because when I told it to get rid of the connector badge button, and it's got rid of the entire connector badge method and like put all that code into one. I would have personally, if I was implementing this, kept the connector badge function and just had it be called by the functionality that gets called when I press the button. If that makes sense. So. You see, look, it's removing, it's like renaming send PNG to badge is what it's doing. So it's created a brand new function that does all of the logic into one. This is interesting enough. We'll see how it goes. And then you see anybody with that gentleman there with a can of Coke in front of us who can't hear us, I don't think.
No, they turned us down because there's another presentation going on nearby.
Oh, fair enough. So for people who are watching back home, we're in like a very, very, very public space. And there's a stage in front of us, but there's people just answering questions on the stage. But still, they've finished on the stage. We should turn ourselves back up again.
Let's do a little bit more volume.
Yeah.
Hey, can everybody hear us out there a little better?
Now? Go over the tote bag and the can of Coke. Can you hear me?
What's the volume like? Hey, Jeff, can you hear us?
No, they can't.
No.
Okay. Right.
Jeff sort of looked over here.
Yeah.
You can hear us?
Okay. Cool.
So is it louder? Is it too loud?
Yeah, man.
We got a bit of a shrug. It's like you might get in trouble again. The people on stage are gonna come over and turn us down.
So that's that. We're gonna hit Control S. We're gonna actually see if this has worked because it seems to go a bit rogue on me. Right, we've only got copy to badge now. So we had Harold a second ago. So we're gonna go back to doing Martin Woodward as our test. We're gonna unplug and plug just to make sure we've got a brand new connection.
So speaking of Harold, have you ever seen Harold vibe code?
No, is he super fast? Does he do a lot less coding than me?
He really so Tahir's like, hey, Martin's feeling the vibe. When you watch Harold vibe code, and maybe this is only the one time I saw him do it, he will actually, instead of typing, he uses voice to text with his computer, and he just totally talks. The only thing he'll do is he'll drag and drop Copilot prompts, like Copilot instruction prompts. He'll drag and drop those in, and then he just talks.
Wow.
He doesn't even type.
Should we do some of that? Let's try that. Discard changes.
I don't know how that'll work with these microphones we're wearing, but it is cool.
Give it a go. Right. So I'm going to do a new prompt here. Right. I'm going to say remove the connect to badge button and put the same functionality in the copy to. No, that's not even right. Hang on a second. Stop.
Well, you do have to have clear thoughts.
You have to have clear and coherent thoughts. Actually, it wasn't picking me up at all because of the noise in the room, so that's fine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna hit refresh. So I did a rollback because it didn't work, and I didn't want to like. I'm gonna go back to what I was doing then of like fixing this canvas. Let's do that. Okay, what we're doing for time. Right. So I'm gonna say here in edit mode, make the canvas be a 2-bit preview of the PNG file of the image. 2-bit. Yeah, make the canvas be 2-bit color scheme.
So because I don't know MicroPython
Yeah.
and how all this works, what I would have asked Copilot is I would have said, hey, the badge is not as bold as the original one.
Yeah.
Can you help me figure out why?
We can try and ask it. I guarantee it wouldn't know.
Is there like public documentation out there
Nope.
for MicroPython or anything?
Yeah, but this isn't a standard MicroPython test. This is a board I made.
Oh, okay.
So this only exists in Martin's head. Now there is some documentation of the P Moroni badger, which is similar hardware, but there's literally like I have these manufactured and made,
Okay.
so that these don't exist in the world.
Well, yeah, it's hard for Gen AI to figure things out.
Yeah,
if
if it
nothing
only
written
exists
down
in my
anywhere.
head. Yeah. So, but you're right. Like, how do I make it? Because how it would have done there is it would have gone. Oh, it would have found somebody else who's trying to do this sort of thing, and then figured out their solution, and then you applied that learning to the model and then done it.
Yeah.
So it's totally not unreasonable thing to ask, but because, as I say, and the fact as well, it's not MicroPython that's at fault. It's the screen that's at fault because it's a 2-bit. You know what? I probably should have said in my README file that it was a 2-bit screen. I just gave it the dimensions.
There you go.
So that would have been it, and that would have probably given it the context it needed. Right. So this is this has done some stuff. Right. It's doing a 2-bit color scheme for the canvas function. Convert any colors using the canvas to one of the 4 available colors. It's a 1-bit palette. Then it's not. It's no. This is not right. So I'm going to do that prompt again. I'm going to say make it be a 1-bit color scheme because it's 1 or 0.
Oh.
Not 2 bits. Silly Martin. It's still implementing my changes. Sorry, hang on a second. Well, we could test and see what it did.
I mean, you can kill it.
Yeah, I don't. Do you like? I don't like them. Yeah, I don't. Once it's, I do stop if it's working. Does undo work if you do stop? I don't do that very often.
It'll stop writing. It'll finish writing. Basically, finish writing that file.
Right. Okay. You're quite. Okay. Well, hey, that looked like it did some cool code. So let's go back and we'll have a look here and we'll hit refresh. Yeah, now it's got rid of the gray, but you see here, look, the zagadies.
Mm-hmm.
So it has done it in like grayscales. And look, you see it's got the preview, but it's actually these. So, wow, that's actually neat. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to undo that. Yep. And we're going to say, may the canvas be a 1-bit color scheme. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Because 2 bits means you've got 3 shades of grey. We've got white or we've got light grey or black is all we've got. So
see, I mean that's why I would have asked Copilot and then it would have.
Yeah, we'd have figured it out. Yeah, probably. I did say it was an did I even say it was an e-ink screen in the README? I wonder.
I don't remember.
I didn't. A canvas showing a of a one with a white background and black text. No, I'm just going to say 2-bit screen with a 1-bit screen. A 1-bit black or white screen. I can't spell white.
So you're updating the README.
Yeah.
Why not update the Copilot instructions?
Probably could have done. I guess, well, yeah, probably could have done. And then I can, because what I'll do is as well, what we're going to do in a second is get Copilot to update our README now based on what we've built, because it can relook at the code and redocument it for us.
Absolutely.
So we'll do that. But yeah.
And this would be, in my opinion,
can I borrow you a second, sir? Just if you stand here for me. So we've got somebody walking by. We're going to test this next iteration by actually using your GitHub handle and then seeing if we can code this badge with your details. So we'll find out. And we've done all of this. This is like MicroPython based, and we're doing this all with JavaScript and stuff. So it's pretty. If this works, it's actually, I don't understand how it works. It's that clever. Right, so that's done some stuff. We'll see here. We're going to hit refresh. Yeah, okay. All right, it's a bit funky looking. Right, I'm just going to read. Do you mind? And then this is going on a live stream. Is that okay? Right, just checking. The David Green gave me his affirmative attention. That affirmative thumbs up that we can do that. Look at that. And then your VP AI innovation. Dude, you're in the right place. Yeah, and then that looks good. And then I'm going to do connect to badge, connect to the badge, connect. Should we do like a big full screen? Should we do like a ta-da moment? We don't actually know if this is going to work now. You ready? Send to badge. He says center badge. Did we break it? Oh no, it's doing it. It's doing it. Damn it! I might have broken something.
Ooh, it's still got Harold's name on. Oh, David Green on the badge.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that? Do you want it? Would you like a badge? There you go. I'm going to give my first badge away.
There we go.
There you
First
are.
badge.
Sir. Yeah. You're welcome. Take care. Right. Let me get another badge out of my bag. Da, da, da. Cool. I know, right? So yeah, I've got some more in here somewhere. I hope. Otherwise, this is going to be a very, very short live stream.
And Rascal Nikov says, unfortunately, couldn't make build this year. Save a badge for.
Save a
year.
badge for you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can do that. Well, we're currently redesigning the badge for next year's universe.
Ooh.
And we're looking at going with a color LCD screen so
Very
that we
cool.
can.
So then we won't have to deal with this 1-bit, 2-bit.
This 1-bit, 2-bit nonsense is absolute nonsense. But also, basically, because I got Doom running on this badge.
You got Doom running.
Yeah, but
Wow.
we can, not using Copilot, by using a lot of hacking. But the only problem with that is it was 2-bit and the screen refresh rate was terrible. So
how did you even control anything? Or could
because
you?
it's got buttons on it.
Oh, there's buttons. That's very cool. I thought that was just,
Yeah.
some kind of.
Yeah. So we've got a few things that are a bit funky. So that line there is quite nice, but because now we're in 2-bit land, well, there's a few things wrong with this actually that I can see. So first of all, what we'll say is, we're going to do a keep. This is good. Should we do another checkpoint?
Not a bad idea. I'm ready to go code Doom onto it with Copilot now. I'm ready to go full send.
Yeah, sorry. I shouldn't have told again. Yeah. Right, so next what I want to do is if the symbol isn't in the handle, then prefix the at onto the handle when drawing on screen. So essentially, I noticed when I was doing David's just then, I like it to say at Martin Woodward rather than just Martin Woodward. It annoys me on our badges here at Build. It's got our GitHub handles on, but it doesn't have the at symbol.
Sign.
So how do you know it's the badge rather than just some random
didn't
strings?
actually when I first saw David,
Yeah.
and I was like, is his GitHub handle on there?
Yeah. So there you go. Whereas if it said at David Green,
I would have been like, oh, that's a GitHub handle for sure.
Exactly. So let's fix it. Oh, sorry, I'm in here. Right. Okay. Still working away. Any more questions from the chat? There you go. Yeah.
No question. Some comments about using voice access in Win 11 to talk to the AI is fantastic and a great way to speed up things.
Yeah, it is. It is. The Windows 11 accessibility stuff in general is amazing.
Yeah.
Sadly, I'm on a Mac right now, but the voice stuff usually works really well in VS Code, voice chat. But again, unfortunately, I am in a very noisy environment right now, which you can't really tell on the live stream, I don't think. Right. So, okay. So let's see if this has worked. So I'll go back to here. I'm going to hit refresh. Yeah, that's cool. I'm going to do...
So I didn't really notice a change. Can you explain what happened there?
Yeah. So now Martin Woodward on the handle, but it says at Martin Woodward on the badge. That's all. That's all it is. Like if I do Burke Holland again, it's going to do at Burke Holland on the badge. If I do Mona, it's going to do that there. So what I want to do is... we've got so many exciting things we can do here. So first of all, what I'm going to do is make the default data, because remember when we were doing that prompt earlier, and I showed it my badge, and so that made the default be me,
yes,
which is quite gratifying. But I'm going to say make the default GitHub handle data be for
Mona?
at Mona, for Mona, because Mona is my test user. Which I own Mona.
You own Mona?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. We use it as a test user for quite a bunch of stuff, and we use it for it's actually in a bunch of integration tests as well.
Interesting.
So but yeah, it's in like I personally created Mona, but then we own it as it's in our password vault and things, so we can.
So do you think live chat knows the story of Mona?
I don't know. Probably not. Live chat. Do you know who Mona is, first of all?
Yeah. throw it in the comments if you actually know who Mona is.
Yeah, anyone here, or if you don't know Mona, feel free to say don't know Mona.
I'll be honest. Before I joined GitHub, I had no idea who Mona was.
No, you wouldn't. Well, do you know? Here's a hint for people. Do you know who would you know what I said? If an octocat, would you know what an octocat is? Before you joined
Again,
GitHub.
before I joined GitHub, no.
Oh, hey, do you know? Would you recognize a GitHub sticker on a laptop?
I would, yes.
Well, the GitHub sticker is a GitHub sticker of an octocat. Hang on a second. All right, okay. It's going to pre-fill it with Mona and then Martin Woodward. I'm going to hit tab and it's going to do Mona. We'll fix. And then what we're going to say is when the page loads, populate the fields based on the GitHub handle pre-filled. The GitHub handle can be optionally passed as a login equals handle URL. What do you call those things? Query prompt? The question mark blur. What's that part of the URL called when you do like question mark login
query parameter?
Query parameter? Thank you.
So I'm reading the
Query-
chat comments.
Oh, sorry.
No idea what you're coding.
Yeah,
over
yeah,
here.
yeah. The GitHub handle can optionally pass as a login in, but defaults to Mona when not passed. Basically, I just didn't want it. What I was doing here is make it be Mona, but also make it so if I send a link to this website with @Sam, you know what I mean? Then it'll look it up on the it'll just so I could send a link to somebody with a URL in a their GitHub handle, and it would pre-fill their data on the web page, and then they could press copy to badge.
Very nice.
Yeah, that'd be quite neat. That's quite neat bit of functionality if this works. Sorry, what we got in the comments?
So in the comments.
Oh yeah, we're talking about
Most people
octocats.
don't know the Mona
So-
or the Octocat.
Yeah.
Ahuda says, hey, it's the next AI cat.
That's not a bad suggestion, Ahuna. So the Mona is the internal name. So if you see an octocat, so it's the GitHub mascot. So if I go to is it Octadex? Yeah. So these are the GitHub octocats. And then people could know it's an octocat, but actually the name of the octocat is Mona Lisa octocat.
Mona Lisa Octocat.
And then there is in fact, one of the files that we preloaded onto the universe badge. If I go to github.com, what is it? github.com/badger. Badger. So we preload a bunch of files, and that's maybe what we can go do onto the universe badge at GitHub Universe. And one of the files that we load is a book, the ebook of the story of Mona.
So what is the story of Mona?
It was a story written by one of the children of an early GitHubber to explain who the octocat was. And that was once upon a time, there was a cat whose name was Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa and her owner went to the beach. When the Mona Lisa got to the beach, her owner, Kelly, gave her goggles so Mona Lisa could swim and see what was in the ocean. When Mona Lisa went into the water, she found lots of fish. When Mona Lisa was swimming, she was so excited, she opened her mouth and swallowed, nicely spelt, a coral that made you grow legs like an octopus and keep your normal face. So Mona Lisa grew legs and became Mrs. Mona Lisa Octocat. So the name of our company mascot is now Mona Lisa Octocat, or Mona for short.
Very cute.
So yeah, there we go.
And this was one of the, an early GitHubber's child. Who wrote this.
Yeah, exactly. Right, back to here. Where we at? Boom. Got some stuff. Got some initial data. This is looking good. We've got like an actually functional website here that does like microprocessor coding and hardware.
You finished this really early on.
Well, no, now we're just polishing. To be
Yeah.
honest, there's a few things I want to do. What I want to do is be able to upload your own background image.
Ooh.
So that you can decide, like, because at the minute we've got some like Gitty stuff and things. I would like to be able to upload. It'd be nice if we could do like a build image.
But you can't do that on the original badge, right?
No,
So you're adding new functionality
to the badge.
Very cool.
Yeah, because Copilot is amazing. Well, I remember I did. To be fair, the original badges I built using Copilot and all the hardware hacking I built using Copilot. So now I'm just doing the website instead. Right. Okay. So then if I come in here and I hit
Again, I still want to put Doom on the badge. You've piqued my interest.
right, there you go. See that's working. And then if I do Bert Holland again, and then hit tab, Bert Holland. Look at that. That's amazing. Right. So
what changed from the last update this time?
What's changed is we've basically made it so that now it defaults to being Mona and loads it. And then also I can go here and I can say login equals Bert Holland, and it will preload the web page with Bert Holland's data instead of or login equals.
Throw mine in there real quick. Sam Q Bush.
Have you fixed it yet?
No, I still don't have any information, but you can at least see the query parameter works.
There you go.
There you go. You can see.
Yeah. And look, it did the proper error handling. It told us.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, let me do it again. Look, you see no profile data.
No profile data. Go set up your profile, Sam.
You say data, I say data, or whatever. Over the way around. That's a cool thing. Right. So that's sweet. That's pretty nice. Right. Let's keep doing some more tidying up. So that I like that. That's good. But yeah. So let's do a upload background. Should we make it so the user background can be configured, sort of thing?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Can you even do that without state? You know, in a static HTML file. I wonder if we can even do that. So, I'll say what we're going to do. This.
Tell me, Martin. What are we going to do?
So we're going to do here. Make it. Oh no! What we're going to do?
Should we commit before we do this?
That's exactly what we're going to do. Yeah, because I was just about to do something insanely stupid.
Well, I mean, we do get carried away, right? Because it's so fast at building out features and things, we forget to commit. Because a normal feature creation, we would be committing and doing pull requests. Here, we're just working off main, commit.
So what I'm doing here is making it so I can do a custom background. But custom background's boring because anyone can do a custom background. It's like add a form field, upload some stuff. UI looks funky and horrible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so I can drag drop an image onto the canvas from outside of the browser, and that will be the background.
So how's that going to work if it's just like one bit? I mean,
it'll figure it out.
Really?
I think it will actually. So the way it was doing the canvas is it was rendering the image and then it does an overlay that converts it into a 2-bit canvas. So it does the rendering of that stuff on the client side before creating a PNG image, because the MicroPython badge is dumb. It has no processing power. Okay. And so I need all that complicated, that really insanely complicated logic of taking an image and making it black and white.
Okay.
The badge would struggle to do that amount of processing data, so I'm doing that in the browser instead.
Okay.
So I think it would work. We'll find out. And then what I've done is I've got a. I happen to know in my Badger Bodger folder over here, as well as preloading books, I also have images. Is it in here? Probably badges. Back.jpg. Oh, I've got it as a JPEG. So that is the background I was using. So while I'm here, I'm just going to do. Oh, do you reckon? Should we see if Copilot will convert that from a JPEG?
Absolutely.
This would be crazy. Let's see if this works. Right. So I'm just going to download that, and I'm just going to download the raw image, raw file. Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No. Oh no, we can do that. Can we do that? Is it what do we do? Do we do it's raw?
You should just be able to click the download button.
Yeah, no, but watch this. Oh no, can you you can get the raw GitHub content, can't you? By I've done the download. It's fine. I was going to get it to download it off the web for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to say here. Right. While we're doing that, I'm going to bring up a new terminal window. And then in the terminal, I'm going to say plus, and I'm going to say convert. Can you see the full file name there? It's in here somewhere. There we go.
I definitely can't. Not on my screen.
Right. Sorry. Hang on a second. Right. I'm gonna do. Right. There we go. I'm gonna do CD downloads ls CD. Is it like how are we doing for time?
15 minutes.
Okay. Back1.jpg. Right. Okay. So while we're doing this, what people don't know is, I don't know if you know this, if you do Command I in the terminal, you can bring up Copilot inline. Do you know about this?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Convert on you clever. Convert the image in tilde/downloads/back1.jpg to back template.png. And then it's going to figure out what the right command line is to do that. And then you can run that in the terminal. Now, when you're doing it in that super big mode, you can't actually see that it's going to go. You can get rid of this screen. So I'm going to have just option. Oops, a second. I have to make it a bit smaller because then I can actually see the fact that I can get rid of this. But anyway, okay, I'm just going to do that. Yeah, that's done. So then if I go back into here, we should have. Back template. There you go. Look, we've got back template.png file in my folder, which is pretty neat. So then I'm going to come in here, back template. We're going to put that into the preload folder just to be neat. Yeah, move it. That's cool. Right.
So Copilot's been iterating a while in agent mode. So
okay.
It's asked you, to click continue.
What was it? What it got confused about?
It didn't get confused. So just basically after a certain number of actions as it's moving through, it'll stop and say, hey, I've been working a while. Do you want to keep continuing with what I'm doing?
Yeah, quite often when it's doing that, it's got into a bit of a loop in and 3.7 does this more than 3.5, doesn't it? Where it goes into a bit of
I would say the slower models end up doing that.
Right.
3.7, right?
Yeah.
It's not usually I don't find it as a loop. It's when I'm having big edits.
Okay.
Huge edits where I'm editing lots of different files, adding a feature
yeah, I mean, this is a big chunk of functionality it's doing because it's also having to refactor the code because when I drag drop the image in, it's then having to re-implement the apply 1-bit filter image. So it's actually refactoring all that out into a separate function and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's doing a bunch of stuff. So back what it's doing that. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to do some tidy up because badge.png was this pretty fly for a ball guy thing, but I'm going to get rid of that now, delete that, and then back template. I'm going to rename that badge.png. Badge.png there. That's good. And then John, can one of you two come over and I'll try burning a badge for you in a second as a test. Actually, you've got a million of these badges.
You got to stand in front of the right in front of Martin. So you
let's
can
bring.
see
I want your GitHub handle. I can't remember what your GitHub handle is. So if you stand here for me,
go stand right in front of the screen.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Kurt. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take your badge in a second. I've just had an amazing idea.
Tell me.
I'm going to do it. We're going to do it. Okay, we'll do this first. Sorry, keep that. Right. Let's see if this works. First of all, we're just going to do this quickly. Let's see if this is working.
So Kurt, are you okay with us sharing your username on a live stream? Just give us a thumbs up if that's good.
Can you hear us, Ashley? Can you ask Kurt if he's okay with sharing his username on a live stream?
Just give us a thumbs up if you're okay. Otherwise, thumbs down.
Thumbs up. Confirmed.
Thumbs up.
Right. Okay.
He's like, what did I just give a thumbs up for, right?
Exactly. So I want KDOWSWELL. Is that right? I've got my glasses on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. Awesome IT guy. Right. So that's the badge. And then what I'm going to try and do now, right. So what I could do, Kurt, is watch this. We'll do this one more time because it's exciting to the crowd. I'm going to hit send. Oh, come on. Right. Okay.
Copilot can't help you plug pigs in. Sorry, Martin.
Yeah. Right. Wake up. Right. Is it back up? Right.
Yep, it's back
let's
up.
try
We're
doing
good.
center badge. Dude, connect to badge. I thought I'd told it not to do this. So maybe I forgot to do that. Right. Center badge.
So
All right.
on the GitHub page, Martin's just clicking send a badge. So
that didn't work.
That
didn't work.
We're gonna have to debug here.
Oh, it's worked. I think I just.
Well, hold it back up.
Sorry. I was like, yeah. Oh, sorry.
There you go. Live.
Isn't that exciting? Right, so that's cool. But what we want to try and do is, you know, you can get that badge in a minute. Yeah, I got a golf clap. If I come here, badge.png, all I want to do is drag drop that onto here. Ooh, that didn't work. It kind of did work, but it didn't clear it. It like did it over. It
kept
overlaid
the
it.
original image as well behind it.
Yeah, well, that's amazing, but not helpful. I mean, well done, you, Copilot.
Well, all you have to do is make sure you tell in agent mode, say, hey, make sure you remove the background image when you upload the new image.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's say when.
And you've got
Make sure you remove the background image after you have uploaded the image into the canvas. Well, that's stupid. Stop. Right. Make sure you remove the previous image when uploading a new background, and then redraw the text onto it. Yeah. See if that works.
I mean, you've got 8 minutes to get this correct.
Yeah. I did have a crazy idea.
What was the idea?
That I could bring up a webcam, and then from the webcam, look for the badge name, and then use GitHub models with GPT-4.1 vision model to get the username out of it.
That would be cool. I'm not sure if we can pull that off in 6 minutes, but
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So we've got 9 minutes according to Jeff.
that extra minute.
So, all my favorite people are outside. This is quite exciting. Yeah. It doesn't want me. It needs me to pad out the entire stream. Right. Sorry, I was not paying attention. I was still working. We're good.
Yeah.
We're chatting. Copilot's doing all work. Sorry, I made this a bit too. While we were talking, I made that a bit too small. There we go. People can actually read what's going on now. Yeah. All right. Yes, we'll see if this works when this gets done. So we could do the webcam thing. The webcam thing, I would need to go grab a GitHub token. So I need to make sure I'm not. We can do that. We can not be sharing the screen. We can go full screen when I go grab the GitHub token.
So what do you need a GitHub token for?
You need a GitHub token so you can access GitHub models, because I don't want to like go build a whole like infrastructure, but anybody with a GitHub handle can use GitHub models, which has like all these LLMs you can just use for free. It's mad. Like, it's this feature that nobody knows about.
Yeah.
So.
Why don't you bring it up and show it?
Yeah.
While this
is working.
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, it's finished.
Never mind.
So let's just try doing this again. So I'm going to come in here and drag drop badge.p and what? Oh yes. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't hit refresh, dude.
Did you also click keep on the code?
It don't need to, dear. Like, yeah, that's not worked, has it? That's not worked.
This is bad. Instead of looking at my screen, I'm like looking at the live screen over here.
Yeah, I just didn't do that. I'm gonna come back in a second. Should we try one more time and doing this? I'm gonna try one more time because I'd kind of got distracted by chatting as to what we were doing. Yeah, I'm gonna give it one more try. So I'm gonna say, make sure you remove the previous image when uploading the new background and redraw the text onto it. Actually, what I'm gonna do is set the default background for the image to be
blank.
Preload / badge.png folder. So we'll just
basic modification.
Yeah, fairly basic. Should we do that? Should we try bringing up a webcam?
I don't think you have time. I really don't. I think it'll take you. I mean, creating a GitHub token is going to take you at least 2 minutes.
Yeah, but we can do that while it's doing everything else. Let's see if we can do it.
All right.
All right. That's not going to work because /preload/badge.py.
I don't know, Martin. I always get excited when I'm when I'm live streaming with tokens.
Yeah. Copy the badge.png file into the app folder and display it from there. So this is an important thing, is that like you're still supervising the AI. You know what I mean? Like, so you're asking it questions and it goes off and does stuff, but like you still use your expertise as
Speaking
a.
of, right now,
Okay.
it's asking you.
Oh.
It wants to run some commands.
Oh yeah, there we go. Because obviously it doesn't do crazy. It doesn't do crazy things without you giving it permission.
Yeah.
Who's in the chat right now? Any good comments we've got?
We've got people entering the chat from Switzerland. So hello, Switzerland. Nelson.
Guten Abend or whatever. It's very late. Guten nicht.
I don't know.
Mein Deutsch ist sehr schlecht. But he might not be from the German part of Switzerland.
Yeah,
so.
I learned Spanish. I didn't learn German.
Ah, okay. Don't know. Right. I'm actually just I just mashed. Yeah, go run it without even reading what it was doing. Copy that. I didn't want to do both of them. Never mind. I shouldn't have done that one. I'm just going to undo that. Let's just delete that. Delete.
So what did you end up deleting?
I copied. I had 2 badges in my preload, and it copied both of them, and I didn't really need that. So
okay.
Yeah, I'm going to keep that. So then I'm going to come back in here, and I hit refresh. It's still not done it, dude. Why is it not setting my background to be this?
I mean, I would ask Copilot. I would say, hey, it's still not doing this. Let's debug this together.
Would you?
That's what I do.
If preload param equals, oh, wow, that's clever. Oh, okay. So, wow. So how it decided to implement this, which is mad, is it look to see if I could do here, if I did a thing of preload equals circuit. So what it was doing is it was giving me, apparently it didn't work. It was giving me a way of passing in. I think that's what it's trying to do there, isn't it? If query params get preload equals circuit, I'm going to say always use badge.png rather than as the background.
So it was basically telling you needed to use a query parameter if you wanted to do that preload.
Well, what it was setting up with, like, hey, you've got a background. I'm going to give you different background theming options. Is how it decided it was going to implement it.
Okay.
And then so it was the way it's the way it was kind of doing it. But yeah, okay. Regardless of any URL parameters, yes, it's taking that out. Oh, but we could totally bring up a webcam. We could probably get it to bring up the. No, is that too much work?
I've got 4 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to wrap this, get a nice commit, and create.
So people can use it back home.
We need to create Kurt's badge.
We need to do a good badge for Kurt.
Yeah.
It just bothered me substantially that. In fact, what I want to do is take off that black border as well. So let's do that, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay, we've done the files changed. So you mentioned about saving mode. When you're in agent mode, you shouldn't need to save. It just saves normally for you, doesn't it? Now the badge will always have the badge.pny. Yeah, oh, that's totally not working. I can figure that out later. Right. What else do we want to do in the time? We wanted to do Kurt's. Anything else we wanted to do?
I think we should print Kurt's badge for sure.
Okay, well, I've already kind of got Kurt's badge printed. I could just give it to him. Kurt.
Where did Kurt go? Is he still here?
Yeah, he's still here. He's not gone. Kurt K. Dowswell. Kurt Dowswell.
But we still have. Is the image broken? Right? It
should
look like that.
Yeah. Oh, should we just say, hang on. Let's use vision mode. Right. So we're going to say, right, we've got an upload background image button now. We just drag and drop. Okay, that didn't work either. Right. Let's come here and we're going to say, fix this background image.
But how should it fix it?
That's what I'm going to show it. It should be the same as badge.png with the text on top.
So is there a reason why you didn't do pound and then point to that file?
No. That would be a better thing to do. But it can figure it out.
Yeah, because agent mode does figure out that context. Like if you're used to using edit or ask mode, you do need to add that pound.
Yeah.
Context.
Agent mode always has at workspace attached, so it always kind of figures it out. And the fact there's only one badge.png that it kind of might be. And so if we go into used references, we can see here, it's got the instructions. Look at that. It's got the pasted image. Now it's trying to. So what we were doing here for people following is I took a screenshot of the error and said, "This sucks. Go fix it," basically.
Exactly.
And then we're seeing if it can figure it out. And I did that by just doing a quick screenshot and then dumping it in. Yeah, it's fixing the duplicate image and removing a second call.
So we haven't really used MCP servers at all, but I mean, if anyone knows of an MCP server where you can just like do that automatically.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, the MCP stuff is awesome for doing tools, and you can actually there's an MCP server into Playwright you can use to go grab whole web pages and take them. There's a fetch MCP server,
Ooh.
which will just fetch a URL and bring that into context, and then you can obviously use GitHub URLs to do this as well. So for example, I'm going to do. We should probably wrap up pretty quick.
We should wrap up.
So let me do. We're going to see if this works. What I'm also going to do. Yeah, let's see if this works.
Yep.
I think we can do this, and I'm going to hype up next person, and I'm also going to update the README and do a commit and push. So we're going to do this super
you
quick.
have 1 minute to do
It's
all
fine.
that.
Well, what we're going to do then is while that's doing it, so asynchronously, I'm going to come into here and I'm going to load up Copilot, and I'm going to say, come on, I'm going to say, create a PR to update the README based on the implementation. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what that's going to happen now is, because we don't have time to do this, Copilot's going to create a PR and it's going to do it in the background, and then I can come back later and just merge that PR for me. So that's how you can do things like asynchronously rather than just vibe coding everything. So that's going to go do that, and then that's finished now. So now let's see if we go back to here, and then we come to here. We're going to hit refresh. It's not kind of worked, but hey, this is going to be nicer than the one we have. So then we have KDOW. Awesome IT guy. And then we're going to do that.
It threw an error for fetching data.
Did it? And it
Yeah.
also broke.
Yeah, the preload image thing. Well, we have to wrap up.
We have to wrap up. Okay.
So
Next up,
Anthony Shaw is going to be he's going to be programming a new language from scratch.
I'm going to give this to
using
Kurt.
Copilot. Okay. So tune in about 15 minutes. We're going to be starting, and wild. Anthony Shaw is going to code a new programming language live.
That's awesome. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We'll see you later. Take care. Bye.
Absolutely. Bye, everybody.
Great. Yeah, well, it's just, yeah, I can. Yeah, I totally can.
Promise.
Sorry, should have stopped after 45 minutes.
Ashley graciously offered me hers, and I was like, "What?" Because it looked time.
That was fun, man. Dude, hold that. Give that back to Ashley for me.
Okay.
Let's get you a new badge.
You are. My rocket chat was way more interactive. I didn't know. Like so great. Yeah.
Get out of your way quick. It's Anthony here. And
connected. Hold on. All right, now we're not. Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Vibe Coding here at Microsoft Build. This is day 3, and this is actually our last Vibe Coding session.
Oh, what a shame.
What a shame, but
Gonna go out with a
Anthony,
bang?
we're going out with a bang,
Yeah.
as I've heard. So do you want to intro what we're doing, talk a little bit about your ambitious project here?
Okay, so we're going to be vibe coding for the next hour and 45 minutes. And I was told 2 things with this session. I was told, 1, make sure you prepare, and 2, keep it simple. So we're going to do neither of those 2 things. I prepared nothing. And we're going to try and write a new programming language purely by vibes. And we're going to try and vibe code it live. We've only got an hour and 45 minutes. So we're going to have to try and keep it quite simple.
Yeah, we'll keep it simple but fun. We'll also be reading everything that you're saying. So give us suggestions. Let us know what you'd like to see out of this. And let's get into it.
Okay, cool. So yeah, like I said, I was supposed to prepare beforehand, but I have not done that. So I've made a folder called New Programming Language, and that's as far as I got. I've got some rough ideas as to what I'd like to do with a programming language, but I'd love to hear from the chat to see what you would like in it. Like I said, we've only got an hour and 45 minutes, which is reasonably ambitious to vibe code a working demo of anything.
But I think we can do it. And you mentioned you already have a couple of ideas. Like, what are you thinking?
Well, I want to get Hello World working first. I think that's like...
It's a good start.
That's your first goal with a programming language, is to get Hello World working. So that's goal number 1. And then maybe we can get some variables in there. And then maybe if we've got time, we can get it working in a loop. I think to keep things simple, we're probably going to do an interpreted programming language instead of a compiled one. So yeah, like I said, we only have an hour and 45 minutes, and we're going to just see how it goes. So yeah, I'm going to start off by asking Copilot to guide me on this ridiculous idea. So I've committed writing a new programming language. Live on stream, please help me make it work.
We're getting some folks who do not want us to keep it simple. They want the chaos.
Actually, and also apparently with AI, if you kind of motivate it by saying you're going to tip it, or there's some other kind of danger element into it, then it comes up with better ideas. Let's keep it reasonably simple. What questions should I answer before we start?
I like that setup. Like, you're kind of asking it for a bit of a roadmap here, and also figuring out what we should take into consideration before we even get started with this.
Yeah, and like I said, we can give it some motivation. So I only have 90 minutes, let's say. And also my performance review is on Friday. So that needs to go well.
Oh, so is Copilot going to be a homie here and help us out?
Yeah, I need Copilot to back me this Friday.
That was good motivation there.
Okay, since we only have 90 minutes, let's keep this focused and achievable. Initial questions: what paradigm will your language follow? Imperative, functional, object-oriented, or a mix? So yeah, different styles of programming language, I guess. Simple imperative language is quickest to implement. What's one distinctive feature or goal? Like, what's going to make our language stand out from ones that already exist? We could reimagine something that already exists, but that's probably not particularly interesting. Who's the target audience and the use case? Implementation approach. An interpreter is much faster to implement. So considering I've given it that motivation, let's come up with a little plan. So 0 to 10 minutes, decide on language features and syntax. So yeah, I'd love to hear from the chat what we would like to find. 10 to 30 minutes, we need to build a lexer and a tokenizer. 30 to 50 minutes, build a parser. 50 to 80 minutes, build an interpreter. And 80 to 90 minutes, demo with some simple programs.
Oh, all right.
It makes it sound so simple, doesn't it?
It's like, yeah, 10 minutes, just demo the whole thing, like you're chilling.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? So for a successful 90-minute stream, it recommends a simple imperative language, Python-like syntax for readability, basic types, integers and strings, variables and assignments, if statements and while loops, basic functions implemented as an interpreter in a language you're comfortable with. Would you like me to scaffold some starter code?
Yeah. I mean,
Sure.
yes.
Why not?
Sign me up. All right. It's funny that it mentioned Python as well, because I think our original title for this was.
It's already bailed on me. Come on.
What?
Okay, which type of application or project are we looking to build? All right, I'm going to give it a bit of a nudge. What do we think? Let's ask it in agent mode.
Ooh, turning it up a notch.
I want you to scaffold a simple interpreted. Let's go back to my instructions and just jumping ahead. So it says 0 to 10 minutes, decide on language features and syntax. Okay, let's do that first. Let's not just jump ahead. So let's go back to chat mode. And we're going to say, okay, help me decide on language features. I want to at least demo Hello World by the end of the stream.
Bringing back that motivation again.
Yeah, you got to keep nudging it, you see. You got to keep telling it why it needs to go well. Basic output, variables, basic types, arithmetic, and comments. That's pretty ambitious. Let's go with a clean, readable syntax. That looks like Python 2 to me, actually.
Oh.
So we used to have print statements instead of print commands. We've got variables, name, so like a name assignments, variable assignments, and yeah, just like a simple syntax.
All right.
Implementation strategy, Lexa, parser, and interpreter. And it recommends scaffolding some basic files. I'm happy actually because it's wanting me to go with Python.
Yeah.
And I'm a Python developer. Sorry, I didn't even introduce myself. I'm Anthony.
Too excited.
I've been rushing into this because I'm like, oh, I've really overcommitted on this this goal. And it's going to make a language file so we can have our files. We're going to write an example program. By the end of 90 minutes, we should be able to run print hello world. I mean, you could probably just put print hello world in Python 2 and it would work. So I think that's a little bit dull. What, chat, I want to hear from you. What should we do instead of print? What should we have?
What should we do? I mean, so far people are saying the different types of languages they're interested in. Do some 3JS or something more ambitious.
Okay, instead of print, we could have, what could we do instead of print? We could do yell, we could do yeet.
Holler.
Holler.
Holler at us.
Okay. Yeah, okay, we're going to use holler. How do you spell holler? Holla.
Ain't no holler back, girl. I don't know. Yeah.
Print. Okay, we're going to use holler instead of print.
We can come back to it. Oh, someone's saying announce. That is formal.
Announce. Okay, that's much
that.
more formal. Language to holler instead of print. Let's update our design. Holler, hello world. X equals. Okay. Of equals, I want to use.
Can we do like an emoji situation?
An emoji instead. This is 2025. We can just freely use emojis in our text.
Yeah, the whole thing could be just graphic. It could be visual emojis for everything. It would be hard to read, but.
Okay. An arrow. Okay, an arrow emoji. So I feel like the arrow is going the wrong way though, because the X is pointing to the 5. But in Python, I always think of the 5 going into the X, like we're putting the value into the variable. So I like the idea of the arrow. I think that could work. Okay.
We could tell it to do the other way.
Yeah, change the arrow the other way around.
It's still early days. We can really make this what we want.
Change the plus to, what can we use instead of a plus? Merge?
Yeah.
The merge emoji?
Yeah. I like it.
All right.
All right, what's next? Oh, nice.
Okay. It's actually given us a revised Lexa. So it's jumping ahead. It's saying, actually, it's probably keeping an eye on the time because I think it said I need to get on with Alexa by the first 10 minutes.
Up. Come on.
Okay, Alexa.py, tokenize the input. So where are we up to? We've got our token, which represents each sort of piece in the program. We've got Alexa, which is how you take a stream of text and you turn it into tokens essentially. And yeah, it's suggesting that's what we need to do. And I'm gonna. It's even made the parser for me.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, it's just doing everything for me. I'm just driving it at this point.
It's like 90 minutes. Let's do 20.
Yeah, let's just go with it. Okay, let's just make it then. Let's make a new file. Okay, stick that in there.
Lovely.
Are there any imports? Does it?
So we're still in ask mode at this point.
Yeah, I haven't even gone to agent mode yet. I'm going to just try and keep it simple to begin with, and we can just explore this in a second. Let's create the parser. Wow, it's actually okay. So we've got bin op, which means binary operation. So where you've got two things, a left and a right, essentially, and the op is like the operation you want to do, like add or minus or increment. Num is number, I guess. String is string. Var is variable. Assign. So basically, each of these are nodes. We've got the holler statement.
Holla.
That's like core syntax in our programming language.
It's so important. It's critical.
And we've got our parser class, so that's going to take the tokens from the tokenizer. And yeah, it's gonna do something with that. I've got no idea what's going to happen. Let's just copy this out because that looks good to me. YOLO.
YOLO.
Oh, it's even added the interpreter. Look, it's basically just doing my job for me. I want to actually kind of scaffold some of this, and then we can kind of go back into it and make some adjustments.
Perfect.
Oh, they've told me we've got an extra 15 minutes now, so maybe we can get something more than a print statement working. I think that would be cool. And we got the interpreter, so I'm just going to copy that out. It's also suggesting that, yeah, this is our first program. Chat, I want to hear from you. What should we call this programming language?
Yeah, give us a good name. Get creative.
I was thinking vibe programming language, like VPL.
Yeah, I like that. VPL has a good ring to it.
Hopefully that's not already a language and I'm not
VPL.
breaking some sort of copyright.
This is for your performance review, so maybe it should be Anthony language. Anthony's.
Okay. Yeah, make sure you put things in the right directories, which I didn't do. I just ignored that. Let's put my interpreter and the parser in there. Yeah, move it across. I also didn't call it the right thing. Don't ask me that again. It's annoying. Okay. It's saying create the necessary directories and save these files. Then run source main.py examples hello.holler. So, what is main.py though?
Yeah.
Where did that come from? The interpreter. Did I just miss that part?
I didn't see it either.
Implementation plan.
We could ask it.
Yeah. Like,
what are you talking about?
Is it going to just give me a general answer? There we go. There we go.
Yep.
That's what I wanted. I'm like, don't make me program this.
Yeah, please.
I don't want to code it. I'm here to vibe, man. So, holler language interpreter REPL. Type exit to exit. Oh, it's even added a REPL for me. This is very Python-y at this stage, I feel like, which I'm cool with.
Yeah.
Like, I love Python. This file provides file execution, run programs from files with Python source main.py. Okay.
Someone's saying we should just make another JS framework at this point. Hey.
Oh, make another JavaScript framework. Why not? Re-implement JavaScript in Python. We've only got an hour and a half left, so I don't think that's a good idea.
No, an hour 15.
Yeah.
Wait, no, 45. Sorry. So we have a solid chunk of time.
Okay, what have we got? So we got tokenizer. We've got the Alexa in there. We've got Okay. We've got the parser.
Mm-hmm.
We've got our ASTs and our basic structure. We've got so the Lexa's not actually in there. It's in the, where did I put it? The tokenizer file. So let me just update that. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be vibing. So I spend so much time programming. I just want to jump in there and take over and actually
hands
start
off, vibes
typing.
on. All right.
All right, let's jump to agent mode.
Yeah.
All right. Actually, let's use edit mode first because let's keep it a little bit simpler. Yeah, let's start again. Okay, I'm working on a new programming language because we reset the chat.
I like how role-based you make these prompts. You're like, I am this, and you are this, and
I'm
we're
trying
gonna
to separate
do this.
myself. So if this plan goes really badly, then at least I can.
Perfect. You're like, no, this was your role, but my role was to do
What
this.
have you done? What have you done? AI? I asked you to do this. Okay, that's what I wanted. Thank you very much. I probably could have changed an import statement myself.
And what was your thinking on the edit mode for this?
Oh, I like edit mode for small changes.
Yeah.
Because I just want to make a little change, like
Targeted,
when I'm refactoring stuff, introducing a new class or a new concept or something. And I kind of like edit mode because I can just make a simple change, and also I can see the change and go back, and if it makes multiple changes, I can kind of accept and decline different ones.
Yeah.
So I'm so keen to actually just run this and see if it works. But I need to slow down and read what it's done, and also read what it tells me, because it's like, whatever you do, make sure you do the thing. And I just skim over that and just jump straight to the end. I'm like, no, I want to play. Oh, it's like when you get like a presents at Christmas or any other holiday, and you get the instructions, and you just kind of want to put the thing together, and you just stick the batteries in and skip the instructions.
My parents would get mad at me because they'd be like, okay, the card goes over here. I'm going to open the present now. Card comes later.
Okay. And I feel like once we've kind of set this up, then I can jump into agent mode. And what I really want to do is actually test agent mode and see if I can go, okay, I want you to start adding language features.
Mm-hmm.
And then at least we've got like we've got like a feedback loop. So we've got like our test program, which is called test.vpl. This is our vibe programming language. And this is our first Holler program. We can see if that works, see what happens. And then I've got some sort of way of feeding back to agent mode. So feeding back to AI, okay, like let's test it and see if it works.
Totally.
And it can keep looping. So like agent mode is really cool when it's got some sort of feedback. Because I often find that when you ask it to do something and implement something, it'll get it slightly wrong the first time. And then VS Code is like, hey, there's some linter errors, or actually that test doesn't work properly, gives the output, so like the error back into agent mode, and then agent mode goes and fixes it for you. So, all right, it's still gonna be red. What's it complaining about?
Why is it mad?
Oh, I've got like super pernickety Python mode in my VS Code.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It's being picky, but I think it's fine. Yeah, I think we're ready to go almost. Let's have a go and have a look through. So chat, for those of you who've never written a programming language before, which is probably pretty much every developer apart from a small handful. Let's kind of step through this and actually see what's going on. So main.py is the one that we're going to run. So if I just run this, it's going to run main.py. It's going to run the main function, and I should have at least told it what file I want to run. It's going to give me a REPL, vibe language interpreter. I'm going to change it. And it's basically going to go around and loop and then give me an input, and then I can type stuff into it, and hopefully it should run whatever I've put in. And for each input, so the line, it's going to run this run function that it made. It's going to give it to Alexa, not the sorry for setting off everyone's voice assistants. It's going to give it to Alexa, and then that's going to spit out basically a stream of tokens, which is like, so Alexa is like a way of taking the actual text, so like here we've got from, which is a keyword, and we've got a space, and then we've got this, which is like a name. So it's kind of breaking it up into smaller pieces. Those pieces, which are called tokens, then go through to the parser, and that parser takes some tokens. It walks through those, and then it breaks that down into these nodes in what's called a syntax tree or an abstract syntax tree. I had done work in programming languages before, so
I was gonna say, I can tell this isn't your first rodeo. I'm like, whoa, you already know what's happening here.
So I've only tried this once before, and it was years ago. I was on a really, really long flight from Los Angeles to Sydney, which is where I live, which is 15 hours, which is unnecessarily long. It is quite a long way. That's fair enough. And I had 15 hours to spend. So
much more than 2 hours. Like,
I had a lot longer. I had 15 hours to burn, and I was like, I'm just gonna try and also there's no Wi-Fi on the plane, so it's like it's fun to just do stupid stuff like this and try and write a programming language.
We do have one confusion point here. So someone's saying, wait, but you're still programming in Python though. Like what's going on?
Well, okay, so if you're writing a programming language, you need to write it in a programming language.
Yeah.
Yes.
The inception of it all.
Yeah, so I think that so let's pick a couple of examples. Like Python isn't written in Python, it's written in C. C originally was actually written in assembly. So in order to create programming language, you can't write it in that programming language. You need to write it in one that already exists and actually works. And then I think once that programming language is like mature enough, then you can get it to make itself.
Yeah, and it seems like they tend to get more like abstracted as you go along.
Yeah, so I think Go famously is now written in Go, but obviously that wasn't possible when they started it. So they kind of wrote it in, I don't know what they wrote it in originally, maybe C++. And then once it was good enough, like they swapped it out, so it was written in another language. So this kind of feels Python-y, but I just want to get it to say hello world, and then I feel like we can build
make it
on
work,
that.
and then we can break it.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got our parser. Our parser is the thing that takes the stream of tokens, turns that into like different nodes, which is a tree of language. Let me do a Python AST visualizer, because this is going to make a bit more sense to the chat if we try and do this live. Hopefully this is like a website. We can just do it. I have to install stuff. No. I want an online one. AST Explorer. Okay. Okay. Is it? Oh, this is a bit more. This is a bit more text based, I guess. But yeah, if we put some Python in here, it's showing you. Okay, like this is it's a tree. So like this is the program. You've got like the body, and you've got the statements in there. So like basically, it turns the program into like its individual components. So this is an expression in Python. Inside that, we've got like a call, which calls the print function. You've got arguments in there. You've got a string literal. So when I say that AST, basically what we're doing is we're turning a stream of text, which is the actual code, into a tree. And trees are really helpful because we can then give that to a compiler, which basically like looks through the tree, traverses the tree, and then figures out how to execute it.
Okay, so AST, a stream of text.
Oh, no. AST is abstract syntax tree.
Oh, that was just a beautiful coincidence. Okay, fantastic.
A stream of text would be a lot easier. Abstract syntax tree. Okay, cool. So we've got our parser. It's got an eat function. I'm not going to look at this code. I'm just vibing, man. Just stop looking at it. So, okay, we've got main.py, we've got interpreter. I don't even know what's going to happen. Let's just try and run
let's
it.
do it.
Are we ready?
I think it's time.
Are we ready, chat?
I think it's
just
time.
like open up a terminal and just like see what happens. This does require. Am I allowed to type on this? Is this one of the rules? Like, am I allowed to actually run stuff?
I mean, I'm going to be counting how many. But
I've got limited number of keystrokes.
So far you're okay. But you're running out.
Okay. So we got source main.py. Oh, I don't have Python. That would have been a good idea. I was supposed to prepare for this, wasn't I? Okay, we got a REPL. Okay, we got a REPL. So I can put some commands in my REPL, and then I can see see what it does. What did I ask? What did I even ask it to do? I asked it to make name assignments. I'm just going to try holla hello, and I'm going to see
if it works.
if that does anything.
If it hollers.
Oh,
okay, it hollered.
Okay, all right. Let's do the. Oh, okay. My REPL's not fully implemented, so let's do holla hello world. Yeah, it worked.
Okay.
All right, we got our hello world going.
Yeah, it's only been. I think we're still in our
Are we on
timing is
schedule?
on. It's 4:25.
We're 25 minutes in. Okay, we got
So-
holla hello world. Did it do the assignments? I don't know. Maybe.
Perhaps.
Name is not defined. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. It's got errors?
Wait a minute.
Wait. How does it have errors? It's got exception. This is cool. How is it doing that? Okay. Right, so we got our holla statement. Can it do numbers? Let's see. Holla 2. Okay, I guess that's Python-y, so it's just like giving it to Python. So can I print emojis? I don't know.
We'll see.
Is that emoji?
It's a good one.
That's an invalid character.
Doesn't like it.
Doesn't like it. Can I put it in quotes? Which is probably what I should have done. Let's do a love heart. A couple of love hearts. There we go. Yeah, it works. All right.
RPS is saying our new language doesn't have string concatenation.
Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Wah, wah.
All right. I think it's time to break out the agent mode. Yeah.
It's time.
What should we add in our context? Okay, so we've got our interpreter. We've got, because we're going to need to basically be like, hey, here's our program. And
I know. I wish we still had our roadmap.
I lost that.
It's
That's
in the
gone.
abyss.
And you know what? Actually, I'm just gonna tell it to do what I want. Which is I've got this test.vpl file. I'll explain what we're doing. So we're making a programming language. Our test is the test.vpl file. We already have a basic Lexa parser tokenizer and REPL, but not all of the features in the test file work. Can you implement those?
Fantastic. And while it's working, we do have a couple questions. Number one, is Copilot free? There is a free version.
Yep.
So go check that out. Number two, how do I go to agent mode? Well, it kind of depends what editor/IDE you're using. So we're using VS Code right now, and I believe it's rolled out to every VS Code user.
Yep.
So you should be able to flip it once you're in that Copilot panel. There is an agent ask and edit option.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I mostly use VS Code for pretty much everything these days. I occasionally use Visual Studio when I'm doing some C# work, but
and agent mode is now in Visual Studio as well.
It is, yeah. I saw that actually. That's available.
Yeah, it's technically off by default, but it's super easy to flip on. Just go into your settings.
Okay.
Bada bing, bada boom.
All right, so I think what's important when you're using agent mode is you give it a lot of context and you say like, this is what I'm trying to do, you know, go and do it for me, and also be nice to the AI when you're using it, like not just give it bossy instructions.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, so it's looked at the test file and understood the structure. There's a comment, there's a variable assignment, and there's a print statement. Let's check what's already implemented by examining main.py file to understand how to run the program. Let's try running the test file to see what errors we might encounter.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I know what it's done.
Oh,
Because I don't. Yeah. See, it made the same mistake I did. For some reason, I don't have the Python alias.
hmm.
You got to run Python 3. All right, I see the issue. There's a parser error at line 3. Let's review the existing code and identify what needs to be fixed. Based on the error and based on examining the code, I can see that we need to make some improvements to handle multiple statements in a file. Current parser can only handle a single statement, but our test is 2 statements, an assignment and a holler statement. Let's update that to handle multiple statements. Okay.
Let's do it.
I don't know. That sounds good.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, why
Thumbs
not?
up over here.
Oh, okay. So it's actually going to go and say, I don't even need to do anything. I can just sit back and just keep pressing enter.
Yeah.
It's saying, let's run the program again to see if our changes fix the issues. So it's kind of made some changes to the code, and then it's figured out. Okay, all right. It says in its changes, it doesn't see any output, but no errors. So that's a step forward.
Let's check it. Okay.
And let's run it again with our debug output.
I love the little like reporting it's giving us. Like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm not seeing this, but let's try this. Like, let's do it.
Let's make our debugging more robust. Come on, AI. I feel like I'm kind of pushing the boundaries of what this was supposed to be doing.
Somebody had to.
Okay, run it with better debug output. We should call that like, oh, I can see output. I can see output.
Okay. Okay.
Look, it's parsing tokens. It said hello world. Wait. I think it's actually, you know what? I think it's actually done it. Because if it's saying hello world, like that was our test script, was to assign the world to name and to print hello plus that other thing. So I think it's basically done it.
Oh.
Like I'm looking at the output, it's saying, oh, I'm interpreting the AST, hello world, result none. But like the result, I guess, which is like what it maybe is returned, is maybe nothing. Let's
run our debug script.
I think you've got it. I think you've got it, AI. I think you're overcomplicating it now.
It's getting nervous. It knows we're
It's
streaming. It's
freaking
like,
out.
I promise.
It's freaking out because I gave it all that pressure at the beginning. Checking the content. So we have some issues with terminal outputs. Try a different approach. Let's try and simplify our code to focus on just getting the interpreter working first, then the parser and interpreter. It's stepping in. It's like, hey, it looks like you've had a few attempts at this, and you're kind of going around in circles. So it's kind of stepping in and saying, do you want me to take over? Do you want to keep going? I'm going to pause because I think what it's doing is, so it's, I don't even know what it's doing now. It's like, it's trying to introduce way too much debugging. So, I mean, ooh, this is nice. So let's have a look.
Ooh.
So it's added all these print statements, which is cool. And I'm actually going to come back in a second. I'm just going to keep that because, you know what, that seemed to work. So let's keep the changes. Yeah, that looks fine, whatever. I'm just vibing.
The new mantra. That's cool.
So let's run that command again. Interpreting hello world. So we've got variable assignments. We've got a print statement, and we've got a binary operator with a plus. So it's kind of working now. I feel like this is pretty good. And I feel like we've got a basis to start building on top of this and adding some more features. I feel like we're ready.
Alright.
We've spent an entire 35 minutes,
And here we are.
and here we are. We've got Hello World working.
I feel good about it.
So okay. However, I am a professional developer. And so I feel like at this point I should probably save my work.
Yes.
So
Definitely.
I kind of felt sorry for that poor person online who was vibing their way for an entire month and then vibed themselves out of their project
I didn't see that.
and lost everything.
Nightmare. No, let's save.
So let's initialize our repository. It's added some stuff that I don't want, which is PYC files. I don't want PYC files. This is like, oh yeah, sorry, PYC files are like compiler cache things. So startup PYC and O and dunder PyCache. I don't want those either. All right. And all right.
What was that?
All right, let's check those in. Initial
Just vibing.
initial commit and publish. New we called it, what do we call it? Vibe programming
VPL.
language.
VPL, baby.
VPL. I'm actually pretty paranoid that I'm going to find out the VPL is like is either trademarked or just means something really offensive in a language that I don't speak. So Vibe programming
Ignorance
language.
is bliss. We're good.
I'm going to publish it to my own GitHub, which is Tony Baloney. That's because I'm a super serious professional developer. Ship it. Okay, so we've got that. And also, okay, we've got our basic concepts. What do we want to do next? What do we want to add to our language?
Chat. Any suggestions?
The dog. There's questions about the dog.
That's super vital.
Okay, so we got two buddies vibing with us today.
Hold
We've got
on.
a white dog and a fox as well.
All right.
So yeah,
Do they have names?
This is VS Code Pets. You can actually do a roll call. I don't want to spend too much time on VS Code Pets, but
Quick
I think
roll call, then we'll.
I think if we do like, how is it called, roll call? Then it tells you their name. So Banjo is the white dog, and he's saying every dog has its day, and today is Woof Day. And Arizona is the red fox, and the fox is high. So those are our buddies we're vibing with today. Cool. Okay, so let's add something more interesting. So this is our test program. All right. So I feel like agent mode now knows what it needs to do to check that our program works, which is it's going to like basically run the program. And it's an interpreted language, so it is running it via Python, if that makes any sense, because you need something to bootstrap it. We could, I don't know, we've got an entire hour left.
Yeah.
We could make this compiled if we wanted to, but we need to introduce a bunch of new things on top of this. So at the moment we're interpreting it. So we're basically taking our new Vibe programming language, and then we're breaking it down into a tree, which is an AST, abstract syntax tree, and then we're like traversing through that and running each of the statements.
So that's our option 1. What would option 2 be?
Option 2 is a little bit more complicated. Option 2 is you make it compiled to like machine code.
Okay.
So like the machine code on this machine, actually this would be doubly complicated because I'm on a Surface Laptop 7, which is an ARM 64 processor. So what this would actually need to spit out is ARM binaries. So it would actually need to spit out basically assembly code for ARM 64. What do we think in the chat? Should we just tell it to just compile to machine code and see what agent mode does? I feel like that's...
Yeah, what do you think? Anyone? I mean, we could always ask and see.
I did save it. I did commit it. So if this goes terribly wrong...
Yeah, we can always pull it back.
If this goes terribly wrong, we could just revert our changes.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So
change this from interpreted to compiled. This is really hard for me. One of the hardest things about this is doing this in 1080p because I'm used to having this big widescreen dev monitor, and I'm working on my little laptop in this glass booth on a 1080p resolution. From interpreted to compiled.
Dawson
This
says,
is-
"Let's see."
This is a terrible idea. I have a book on ARM64 at home, and like I know this. I don't even know this is going to work. This is ridiculous. I
Could
want
we,
to change
like-
this from interpreted to compiled. It's a simple question. Just figure it out.
Could we reference the book?
Yeah,
The agent?
I could. Oh, I don't actually. I don't want to get in
Oh.
trouble there. It's an awesome book.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I'll be like, look up the book. You shouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, the book is awesome. Recommended to me from a good friend at ARM. Shout out to Diego Russo. ARM and an ARM64 processor. Do I need any more instructions? I don't know. I feel like I need to give it more information.
More
I'm like,
context.
can you make this a compiled language, please?
I think that's. I mean, for now, since it's so experimental, what we're asking, I think we roll. With
Yeah,
it.
I've committed it. I've committed.
I think we roll.
I've committed. We just go with it and see what it does.
Someone's saying create a Blazor app from it. The ambition levels.
I want you to cross compile this to different CPU architectures. Okay, it started off with a pretty ambitious headline. I'll help you convert your programming language from interpreted to compiled for ARM64. This is a significant change. Well, that is an understatement.
Should have bolded that.
Yeah, it's like that will require creating a compiler that generates ARM64 assembly or machine code. Let's start by it's going for it. It's thinking. You know what?
Use 2 references. All right. What? Only 2?
Let's start by designing the compiler architecture and implementing it step by step. Wow. Okay.
Okay.
This thing is confident.
It's super confident.
Mm.
First, I'll create a basic. Okay.
And it's thinking, which
The suspense is like.
I feel like we need like the sort of loading music, like the elevator music.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
So, in the meantime, you mentioned you've done this before. How did that turn out?
Yeah, so I made a programming language called Baloney Script.
Big
this is-
baloney fan.
Yeah, big Baloney fan. This is pre AI as well, and I was on the plane, so I had no internet, so I couldn't. It's doing it.
Oh, okay.
If this works, my mind will be so blown. It's like, yeah, just make compiler.py, man.
It's like it's really that simple. Okay.
Okay, it's made it.
It's done it.
Okay, it's saying our initial approach might be too complicated. What it's actually probably going to do, we've got our abstraction set tree, and it knows how to like interpret each thing in that to run it. What I think it's going to do is actually, it's not going to spit out zeros and ones because that's not how compilers produce like assembly code. What they normally do is they have like an intermediate language. So there's like something just above machine code, which is like lower level instructions, or so this is intermediate language or an IL. So what it might do is it might spit out an IL. That's one option. So Python actually has like an intermediate language, Python opcodes they're called. Or it might, what I'm hoping it does, because it has a much higher chance of working, and this is what I did with Baloney Script on the, I didn't tell it about this. I'm just seeing what it does. What I did with Baloney Script, because I was on the plane, I got it to spit out C code, and then I just stuck it in the C compiler, and then it compiled down. That's kind of cheating, but it's good enough for a plane ride.
It's good enough. It's far beyond that.
Okay, it's
Someone's
thinking.
saying try Claude 3.5. Why 3.5?
I've heard mixed things. I've heard that people love 3.5.
More than 3.7?
Yeah, I feel like if I'm going to push it to like the latest model as well, and pick something. Now let's create a more advanced compiler that uses LLVM. Okay, this is going to go down a very, very deep rabbit warren. I
Well,
feel
we saved our work.
Oh, let's have I actually want to read this because I'm curious to see what it's doing. So what it should do is it should basically, so a tree, an abstract syntax tree, what it should do is it basically walk down the tree and visit like each of the things on the tree. So if you imagine like a physical tree turned upside down, so the tree goes
roots.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So like the roots of the tree, what it should do is it should walk down the tree and visit each node. And then when it visits it, it takes it from like its argument. So we had bin up, which is a binary operator. And the only thing we implemented was like plus.
Mm-hmm.
So the plus, which is the token plus, which in our test.vpl was just the plus symbol, although we might change that later. It's going to visit that, and then it says, oh, if it's a plus, then we take the left-hand side and the right-hand side. If either one is a string, we probably need to generate some sort of string concatenation, and then it will visit the left-hand node. So the left-hand node could be an expression, so it might need to then, look at the left-hand side as a string, but it might be multiple things in brackets, and then it might need to compile those down. So the way it works with strings, it kind of traverses down and then figures it out. It reckons it needs to save the left result. So by moving it into a register and then add the right to the left, and then I don't think that's going to work. This thing is confident.
I was going to say, where are your doubts coming from?
I know, I should stop doubting him.
You have to be optimistic here.
Now let's make the compiler executables runnable. So it's actually been thinking about this, and it's saying chmod plus x, which means add executable privileges. Yeah, why not?
I feel like it's been quite thorough.
It's thinking about it. Let's create a README file. I feel like that's probably not down my list of priorities right now. I want to know if this thing's actually going to compile. And I'm going to give it a couple more minutes. And I feel like I'm going to need to reach in and pull it out of the abyss if it goes too far down this path.
If it's already bringing up README, it's like side quest.
It's like side quest. Let's add documentation before we do our machine code assembly.
Exactly. Yeah. John said the agent is like, that sounds hard. Can I interest you in some other features?
That sounds hard. Would you like to renew your car's insurance?
Much more enjoyable experience.
Okay, compiling. It reckons it can do it.
Okay. It's working.
Let's create a script to demonstrate how to compile.
To run a vibe
I feel like if I'm going to run out of tokens at any point during the stream, it's going to be soon.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Oh, it's made a shell script. Let's make it executable.
It is pulling out all the stops.
It's trying really hard.
I mean, this is the last vibe sesh, so
I know,
if there's ever a time.
I feel like if we're going to go, I can't surf very well. And I had my first surfing lesson in the middle of winter in Wales, which is a terrible idea for anyone who's considering it. It actually started snowing during my surfing lesson.
So you're just more hardcore.
Yeah, I'm pretty hardcore. And one of the things I remember from
and
that
there were
lesson,
sharks there.
Let's summarize what we've done. And I'm really interested to compare this and see what it does. So one of the things I learned from that lesson was my instructor said, go big or go home. And I was like, I really, really want to go home. I am so cold. I can't feel my fingers. I can't feel my toes.
So you're saying we're subjecting the agent to that experience?
Yeah, I feel like I've just chucked it in the ocean in Wales in the middle of winter and said,
But to bring it back, did you go home? Or did you
I stuck through the lesson, but my body was was seizing up. So
well, if we're going along with that metaphor.
All right, let's create a wrapper script to make it easy to use the compiler from anywhere. Created vibe.
Oh, sweet.
Oh yeah, make it executable. Why not? We're actually going to have a vibe on the command line now. So that actually means that I reckon it's probably going to even try itself. You should actually be able to type at the command line vibe and then test.vpl.
Okay.
And it should compile it and run it. So it should compile it down to machine code and run it. My expectation here is that this is I think this is a step too far. But
I think it's perfect. I think it's just enough.
It's so tempting though because it feels so close. It's like it's tempting me with it's like it's got to read me. I've added instructions about how this is all going to work so well. It's stepping in. No, continue. I've committed.
Someone's
bail
saying
out.
it feels like we forgot the original goal. We've lost the plot.
I can't
But
remember.
the vibe is exactly the vibe is the goal.
The vibe is the goal. Keep going.
Words to live by, I'd say.
Oh, okay. This is the big moment. So
Okay.
it's saying, let's check. Let's first check if our compiler is working by trying to compile the test file. It's like,
Okay. Fingers crossed.
I actually don't want to click it. I'm too nervous.
Do it. Don't think. Just do.
It worked. I
Wait.
think it almost worked because
It is saying it says it's working, but we see some issues.
yeah. So it says hello. It didn't say hello world. It just said hello.
Yeah. Hold the world.
But I'm actually amazed with this. I don't. We're 51 minutes into the stream. We've made a compiled machine code programming language from scratch, and I think I've maybe made about 50 keystrokes at this point.
I think even less.
So okay, it's spotted I think the mistake, which is it's compiling, it's linking, it's done it all for me, running test, but it said hello, and I said hello world. I mean, come on. Is this maybe if I'd have picked Claude 3.5, then it would have just worked first time?
Exactly. They were right. They saw this coming.
Come on.
Chat knew.
Boo.
Okay. But now, so now is it going back and thinking through what went wrong?
I think now it's probably regretting its decision to just be so confident at the beginning of its conversation.
As long as it pulls through, I don't mind a road bump, you know?
Yeah.
It's about the destination, not the journey.
Yeah, but I feel like the destination is so far in the distance at this point. It's like a little speck we've got.
Oh dear.
Now let's fix a small issue in the code generator to ensure our strings are properly null terminated. Is that the mistake it made? Come on, this is CS 101. You got to null
Please.
terminate your strings.
It's working really hard.
It is working hard. I shouldn't give it such a hard time. Let's fix the warning about the end of the file, not at the end of the line.
But along the way, I'm very impressed with its own self-evaluation. Like,
Yeah.
oh, we are almost there, but here's how we're going to go back and
It's thinking
try
about
to
what
fix
it's
it.
done. Let's make sure our assembly output always ends with a new line. I don't think that would even help. We're at stage 10 now.
Oh, wow. What's the max you've ever hit?
It's in deep. I feel like it's in deep now.
Does it need a lifeline?
All right. I know.
Oh?
I was happy. You know what? I was happy with Hello. Was that a song?
I was happy. It sounds like one.
You had me. Was it you had me at Hello? I can't remember.
You had me at hello.
I was pretty happy with Hello. Like it's compiled it. So let's
Testing.
It works. No way.
And hello world.
Great. The compiler is now working correctly.
Wait.
The warning is
what?
gone, and we're seeing hello world as expected. Now let's try our more advanced test. How do I save this so it doesn't go off and just like?
Okay, keep for sure. Right?
Do you keep chat edits, or can you go like?
Yeah.
You know what? When you're playing a game, and you've just like.
You're like
just
save.
You've just like absolutely nailed some sort of like scene, and you've just like won the battle, and then you've just managed to pick up some more ammo or something, and you're just about to step into the next room, and you're like, this is the point to save. This is where I want to save my game.
No.
I should give in to the vibes. I should just give in to the vibes.
Don't give in. Don't give in to the vibes yet. Save. Commit.
Do I have a disassembler on my machine? Okay, no. I'm vibing.
No, you're vibing. Stop thinking.
Stop thinking this through.
But I think you should save.
Yeah, but I see. Let's have a look at advanced test. Wow, that is an advanced test.
What?
That is an advanced test.
Yeah, Andre's saying keep.
Keep.
Please keep. Keep. I agree.
Keep doesn't. But if
but
I
if you keep and then you commit, does that not?
keep.
Can't you wait? Where's the? If you just keep. No, if you do this one, won't that keep all? Okay, you've gone through.
Okay. I'm gonna
Please. Please. If this was your surfing lesson, the sun has come out on our whales.
And if I'm
surf.
going to make it a little understated, you need to make your commit messages need to be descriptive.
Mhm.
Yeah. Added machine code compilation. There we go. So what it's actually done is, I should probably explain what's happening for those on the chat that don't make.
Yeah. Let's have a little learning segment.
Let's have a little learning segment,
We're
and I'm going to click
learning.
continue.
Okay, while it's working, tell us what's up.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
You don't even have to ask. Just do it.
Let's add a bit more advanced capabilities to our compiler. Let's implement numeric operations so we can do more than just string concatenation. This is going off and doing its own thing now. Okay, so I said, okay, it's done a bunch of different stages. So when we had interpreted, what it would do is it would go through and actually like execute it as it's kind of figuring it out.
Mhm.
So if you wanted to like ship that, it's not ideal. Also, like performance-wise, it's not great. So what you do with compiled languages is you kind of like compile it down into assembly code, and this is assembly code. So that .s file is assembly code. So what it's done is it's compiled our VPL down into ARM assembly. So we've got some strings. So these are like the strings in our advanced test because computers are good at strings. So we got our vibe one. So yeah, it's basically put those at the top. And we've got some numbers. These are variables. And so it's defined like what the variables are. It knows what a new line looks like. And then it's kind of figured out. Yeah, it's basically written some assembly code.
Oh my gosh.
This is what we've achieved in 58 minutes. It spat out some assembly code.
This is triggering me. I had a class in college where I had to like on a piece of paper, they would give us assembly code and you have to basically try to figure out what was going on with pen and paper.
Yeah, I've actually just been ignoring it. It's just going and implementing a bunch of features. But I did commit.
It's the creative director now.
Did I push? Oh, sorry. For anyone who's following along, there you go. There's the changes. You can ship that to production.
Perfect. Yeah, easy. Put this on your performance review. Yeah.
Put this on your performance review. Okay, so we got So I'm not going to explain ARM64 assembly on the call. On the call, we're on the live stream. We're not on a Teams call. Sorry, I've been working at Microsoft way too long. I'm like, hey, call.
Hey, call. What's up?
Hey, call. What's going on? All right, let's modify our binary op to handle numeric values better. So if we did 1 + 1, it should work out that is 2.
So, okay, you mentioned the assembly, like kind of the process of what it's doing now. But what do you think, like what steps did it take to get us from point A to point B? Like what was it actually doing there? If you had to say, I mean, it did so much. So
it's
quickly.
Just doing it. I don't know. I don't even know anymore. I feel like it's just taken over and I'm just sitting back and watching it. No, I mean, what it should do, and like, to be fair, the LLM has pretty good understanding of like how programming languages are constructed and how you should go from a input, which is like our code, into an output. And there are basically 2 ways of doing that: interpreted and compiled. Kind of, but a compiled one should spit out a binary that we can run. An interpreted one means you have to have another program to run it. So Python is interpreted. So when you run Python, you have to type Python and then the file node. So JavaScript, you have to type node and then the file, so it has to interpret and then run that at the time. So what have we done basically is I've said I don't want to have to install VPL on my production systems.
VPL, yeah.
I don't want to have to go and find the latest version of VPL. I just want the Vibe programming language to compile a binary that I can just ship to my server, and I can just run it on my server. So, oh, sorry, it's waiting for me. It's like, hurry up, stop talking.
Enough explanation.
Enough of the chit chat. Let's get on with it. Come on.
And time check, we are halfway through.
We're halfway through. We're
Vibe
getting
check.
closer, but there seems to be an issue with the numeric test.
Okay.
It's actually just adding tests now as well, which is nice. So thank you very much for that. I feel like my hands are very much off the steering wheel at this point.
Yeah.
And I probably should have also added some more cool language features at the beginning.
I know, because now it's just running.
I feel like it's too late. I should have. The cool thing I like about vibe coding is that the AI can do the work, but the thing that you still need to do as a human
Create
is
the path.
you need to tell it what you actually wanted in the first place.
Yep.
You can't just be like, hey man, make a programming
You
language.
can't be
for
like,
me.
holla.
And our only instructions were like, it should have code comments, variable assignments, concatenation. I didn't even ask it to make the minus symbol, so it can't do subtraction at this point.
Who wants to subtract anyway?
Yeah, who needs to subtract? Just keep adding until it overflows back to the beginning.
So in your dream scenario, now that you kind of know how this session is going,
yeah,
in an hour, where would you like VPL to be? Your aspirations.
Okay, well, I feel like we need to add some more language constructs. I feel like it's going off on its own little journey now. And we saved it at such a good moment. Like, we saved it at a great point in time.
But that's why you save often, just in case.
That's why you gotta keep saving before you move to the next area in the game. That's an understatement. Copilot's been working on this for a while. It can keep going, or you can send a new message to refine your prompt. So let's have a check. So it's made simple compiler, and it's added the concept of num. Where's it getting that from? So it's got it from parser.py. Is num in there? Is there anything such thing as num? There is a such thing as num. Okay, so it has. Okay, all right.
Fun little surprise.
I shouldn't judge it. I should be like, I just trust that it's doing what it's doing. Okay. Oh, if it's a number, convert the number to a string for printing. Oh, okay. So if you did like hello world plus 5, then like in the machine, the world is like, you can't add world and 5 together.
Yeah.
Because 5 is a number and world is a string, and you can't add a number and a string together. You have to convert the number 5 into a string, and then like add the strings together.
Yeah.
Or in Python, you can do cool things like you can like multiply a string by 5, and it just prints the string 5 times, which is pretty cool.
Ooh.
So it's actually kind of adding that and saying, okay, okay, BL is like it's branch, which means like jump to this sort of expression or function, and then it's checking to see like if the left is a number, if the right is a number, and then whether or not I need string concatenation. So like if either side of it needs to be converted to a string, like if it's a number, we need to convert it to a string, then it's going to add some extra instructions in its code to do that. And then it's probably moved if right. Oh, wow. It's really thinking this through, isn't it? So if the right is a number and the left is a string, then it needs to do that. But if the left is a number and the right is a string, it needs to do something else. So
is this what you would have expected to see?
This is pretty, I mean, it's pretty crude, like the way it's doing it. But, you know,
it's getting the job done.
That's fair. This is not really how you would write, you know, if you sat down and write the Go compiler from scratch. Which
I'm doing tomorrow.
Yeah,
so.
Which I feel like you would need to wait for Claude 3.9 to come out.
Yes.
Before you take something like that on. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty literal, but it does the job. And I think simple compiler is a nice idea. Like it's pretty verbose, and it's leaving code comments, which is more than I can say for some engineers out there. It's describing what it's doing, and it's adding comments after its assembly instructions, which is nice. So like it's saying the first argument and the second argument. But I can see I have done work on compilers, and I've done work on assemblers as well, and I can see some little mistakes in there, but I shouldn't give it a hard time. Like the goal was ridiculous, and it's made a string conversion function. So before you don't really have functions in assembly. You just have a sequence of instructions. So before you do some other code, you kind of save your work. And it does that in putting them in registers. So it's saying, let's store what we've got in some registers, and then do the thing, which is change it from a number into a string. And then we'll probably get those registers back to where they were before. So like continue the program. Wow, this is a lot of code.
Yeah.
And also probably writing in Python. I mean, it's easy for me because I can read it. Wow, this is involved.
Oh yeah.
It's
I
really
mean, it did quite a few iterations.
I know. I was giving it a hard time about taking so long, but like it's really going for it.
It's for a good cause.
Yeah, it's for a good cause, and it's added a debug flag. So actually, it's helping itself because it's like, hey, continue. Stop asking me. I'm committed. There are people watching.
All in on the process.
My performance reviews on Friday, please.
Extra motivation. At what point, if at all, do we take the wheel back? Or
yeah, I feel like
it
it's pretty close. I don't even know what it's doing now. Like, I like this change. This looks cool, but to see the file content, what's it trying to do? Where did it get to? All right, well, we got it's a numeric test. So I like those changes. They look good. And we've got simple numeric test. So we assign, so we assign the number 42, which is, of course, the meaning of life, to num, and then we do holler num. So that should print num on the screen, which should print 42 on the screen.
42. Copilot's pretty deep.
Yeah, so you need to make it a string before you print it, because when you print stuff, when you send it to standard output, it needs to be a string. It needs to be a sequence of characters. It's added a numeric test. So it's like, oh, can we assign the number 10 to num1 and the number 32 to num2? Can we add them together to make a result and then assign that to a new variable? And then can we print the sum of 10 and 32 is, and then the output. So let's check in on it. Are you doing okay, buddy? What's going on? Let's create a new version of simple compiler that fixes these issues. Let me take a more comprehensive approach. I feel like it's been pretty comprehensive with the thing I asked it to do in the first place.
Give yourself credit.
So yeah, I've got our two test files now. And we've got I like the look of these changes. I don't know if they work, but I like the look of them. I'd like the idea that at least simple num.vpl would work. And then once it's got through that and it's happy, I feel like at this point, the agent's going to keep making more and more complicated tests for itself.
Yeah.
And it's going to keep kind of like implementing more features to its own compiler. And what started off as our mission to make a new programming language, I feel like the agent's just like, no, I'm going on my own mission now.
Yeah.
I see you later.
It's like, wait, I'm having fun with this.
This is actually really cool. Yeah. I'm just going to head off in this little direction over here, and I'm going to do my own thing. And yeah, I'll see you around in a week, and I'll come back and and ship it.
Well, Randy in the chat did say this would have taken him a week.
A whole week. Yeah.
Are you saying that's long or short?
I'm saying that's short. Yeah.
I
I
was
mean,
gonna say I would take quite a lot longer than that.
yeah. I like that it's added a debug output, which is nice. So we should be able to run like VPL and then the program and then like -- debug. Okay. What issues is it trying to fix though? I don't know. I haven't been paying enough attention to it. I've been talking.
Someone saying meat-based programming language with eggs and steak.
So, yeah, I mean, this is all recorded as well. So, like, if you wanted to repeat this at home and give it your syntax, my suggestion would probably be not to go down the compile path. I feel like that was a fork in the road where we made some poor choices.
I think so. But we can reflect.
We can reflect on that, and I just kind of want some bragging rights.
I wanted the sticker, like we did it.
Hooray! There was an attempt. So yeah, it's kind of working. It's sort of fixing what it's done. So how does it even run simple compiler? So what is it doing? Because did that exist before? I didn't even know the structure of my own program anymore. Like,
let's take a
what
tour.
are these files?
Let's take a little tour.
Let's have a little tour. So let's go back. We've got so we've got our advanced test output. So that's something actually, we got a numeric test output. Oh, so it did compile numeric test. So whilst it's thinking, I actually just want to know like what happens if I run that, because numeric test doesn't do anything.
What's it supposed to do?
It should print something on the screen, I guess. Like that does.
Okay.
When I run, so when I said, oh, it's compiling a binary, so I don't need to type VPL. I don't need to like give it to something. On the command line, I can just run advanced test, and it's basically running the program that we made, which is advanced test or VPL. I say we, it's definitely the AI doing all the heavy lifting here.
We're the minions.
Yeah, we're just the observers at this point. So yeah, it's basically like compiled this program down into ARM64, and then it's compiled that then down into binary. So it's like literally just the zeros and ones in that file. And then the CPU on my laptop here then knows like how to, like it treats each of those as an instruction. So the CPU just reads through those and then like goes through the instructions one at a time. So inside that binary, we've got some like strings and stuff like that, and it knows it's going to like add them together. It's got all the instructions to do it. And it's got the output. So I feel like it's kind of getting stuck on sort of numeric string concatenation at this point. But it's trying, like it's really having a good go at getting that working, because I feel like that's a pretty fundamental feature in our language.
Yeah.
Of which we were incredibly vague in defining at the beginning. But you know, that is part of the vibes.
That's what happens.
That's what you're supposed to do with the vibes.
Do we need to bail it out? Did we vibe too close to the sun?
I think I like where it's going, and I feel like this is another save point.
Yeah.
But
I know we've been a little too sparing with our saves, I think.
yeah. Keep.
Please.
Keep.
Keep.
It would also be cool to go on this journey again and with a different model and just like see what it comes
happens.
up with.
Yeah, see the differences.
And if in hindsight, if I'd have done anything differently, it would be to go back to the beginning and probably be a bit more descriptive in what I actually wanted.
Yeah. That probably would have been a good idea.
And not just been like, hey, I'm making a new programming language. We've got 90 minutes. Make it work.
Make it happen.
Make it happen. Come on.
Yeah, if we had created some kind of spec for it to take in,
Yeah,
or, you
that would
know,
have been a really
that
good
probably
idea.
would have been the way to go.
Yeah, you're actually supposed to think through programming languages before you make them, and not just.
We're ending out this vibe coding with a PSA, which is you can vibe too close to the sun.
Yeah, which is like, please think through your programming languages before you create them.
Yeah.
Let's try a different approach. Let's try create a fixed version of the file and build from scratch. So I think it's kind of iterating on this, and it's trying to fix what it's done. And yeah, we kind of end up at some point with kind of numeric string concatenation. And then I feel like we can start to introduce some other concepts. I mean, at the moment, like if we go and look at our programming language, I don't feel like this is going to be #1 programming language. Do we think this is going to be good enough?
I think it's going to be #1.
What can you do? What are the features of this programming language? Well, you can print on the screen. You can assign to variables.
Me showing up to my VC meeting.
Yeah.
So,
So what are the killer features?
wants to
You can print
invest?
hello world, and you can add numbers together, and you can print the numbers. So
well, we still have 45 minutes.
we've got so much time.
What would bring it to #1?
I
Right
can't
now, I'd say
believe-
it's #2.
I thought this was over ambitious, but I think we should have set our goals a lot higher.
I think so too.
Yeah.
We underestimated it for sure.
Keep.
Yeah. So what should we do? Again, if anyone has ideas in the chat, we're down.
This is the point where I want Copilot to step back in and go, hey, it looks like you've been doing this for a bit of time now. Do you want to save your changes?
Yeah.
Because I think Keep is overthinking it now.
I mean, you could pause it.
How
Put
do
a
we do that?
pause.
Pause?
Yeah.
Pause request.
And then could you keep it, or does that freeze it?
Keep. Do I like save? Does that work?
There must be a way to.
Save. Those are the changes I want. These ones
Yeah.
are the ones that I want. Is that when you've got this little sort of square with the dot in the middle?
Pending changes.
Is that what it
Copilot.
means? So
Modify.
normally, like I've got my changes, and I can see like what's been added and what's been changed. But I feel like with the vibe mode, there's this other level of like unsaved, because normally it's a circle.
Yeah.
And then the circle means like you've made changes, but you haven't saved the file. And I think the square. I think I probably should have found this out before. I went agreed to go on a live stream.
Where we were going.
I feel like the square around the outside means that the AI has made some changes. So, like maybe you've made some changes and not saved them, and then on top of that, the AI's come in and made some additional changes, and then you got to like keep those around.
Well, I mean, we could see, like, if you were to commit these with the square, then go into your repo and just check and see what it's looking like.
Save point.
Save point.
Save point.
And we is pointing out that it is still working. Yeah, it is working on it. And it is working.
It's working. Pause. How do I unpause then? That one?
Oh, there's a little, yeah.
Okay,
Wait,
I'll unpause it.
did you unpause it?
I think so. Okay, so it made changes to this one. I feel like I could check on my little machine as well. I feel like I'm pushing my little laptop a bit harder. Don't know. You probably deserved. It's been doing well for me this week.
Probably deserved.
So at Build, so we're here at Build. In where are we? Seattle.
Yes.
Yeah, we're in Seattle,
Correct.
which is in the United States of
Where are
America.
we got so lost in the vibe.
I got so lost, and my head is down here. I'm focusing so hard on this. So we're here at Microsoft Build in Seattle. Yeah, and it's been a big week for this laptop. Just yesterday, it was on stage demoing how to run Python inside .NET. This morning, we were doing live demos of agentic AI programming,
Oh.
which I agreed to do like an hour and a half before it started.
What? I think all of those are also available online.
They
right?
are. Yep. The Python and .NET one definitely. That'll be available online if it's not already up on the build.microsoft.com. It'll be on the YouTube channel at some point. That was a session with me and Scott Hanselman, and we demoed a whole bunch of crazy stuff on that one. And that was not vibed. That was very
That
much
was prepped.
considered and
Yes.
thought through. We actually thought through what we were doing more than an hour before the talk.
Lee is sorry for us. Maybe revert and try another model.
You should be happy for us.
I think we're succeeding.
I feel like I've got a, when it's kind of like thinking a bit too long and a bit too hard, and I don't know where it's going now. So I'm going to stop it because I feel like it needs a bit of time out. This was one of my kids that had eaten way too much ice cream. This is where I'd be like, okay, you need to go and take a bit of time outside and have some fresh air and stop eating ice cream.
Yeah, but in this case, we fed the kid the ice cream.
It is
I think it was
actually
kind
our
of our
fault.
fault. And they're like, okay, you need to go relax.
Yeah. So it's saying, okay, we got our changes. It's kind of like introduce them. Here are the things I did. It's like, it's added comments as well. So it's like, here's how you use the thing. Because I don't even know now. I don't even know how to use it. Like, the thing I'm bugging me is the keep button stopped working. I feel like I've pushed it too hard. Keep all. Is there a keep all?
I believe it would have been there with the files changed, but it's
keep all edits.
But it's grayed out.
View all edits. Keep. Does that one work? Oh, come on.
It's not reacting.
Keep all edits. Did it save? Did it save them? It looked like it did something.
Please.
That square went away, so I'm happy with that one. But I'm going to start to close down some files because I don't even know what this project does anymore.
When your kids grow up.
Yeah, I'm like, who are you? I was distracted for a couple of weeks, and they turned around and like they've got all these new skills and they can do all these new things, and you're like, oh, sorry.
Leonardo's trying to figure out what's going on. We are creating a programming language.
Oh, hi. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Like, what is going on? Yeah, we're creating a programming language just with vibes. And the AI is doing very much the heavy lifting in this one.
Yeah, it was interpreted.
Yeah, we started off with the sensible goal of doing an interpreted language, but got distracted at a fork in the road about half an hour ago. And the AI, it wasn't helping. It wasn't that friend that put their hand on your shoulder and said, I think it's time to stop.
It said, we can do this.
It was like, let's do it. Come on. Go big or go home. Okay, so where did we get to? Advanced test worked and simple test worked. So like those two advanced tests, I felt like advanced test was a pretty good goal. It's adding strings together. And which one didn't work? Like numeric test, did that one work? Let's try and do it.
Yeah, test it.
Okay, that doesn't work. Why not? Why not? How do you even compile stuff? I've been paying so little attention to what it's creating. How do we compile a program in our new VPL? Yeah, why am I reading? Why am I doing all this work? How do we compile programs?
You might want to switch to ask.
Oh, but I think if you switch out of one mode to the other, and it's like, and it has like amnesia, and it's like,
we don't want it to.
What's going on?
Yeah.
In this situation we're in. so formal. It's like, we have several options for compiling programs using the Vibe programming language. Let me explain the different approaches available to
It's
you.
also working on our documentation as well.
Yeah, I know. It's like, oh, you can use the shell script recommended. This is best practice for VPL, is to run the script.
And I agree.
I concur. This will compile your program and run it in a single step. So that's kind of like an interpreter, I guess. Using the Vibe command line tool. Where did that come from? I didn't ask for that. That wasn't in the spec. We didn't agree on
That's
this.
what happens when you just say continue instead of reading.
Yeah.
what it does.
In our planning meetings, I don't remember. Is this the planning meeting we had where I was not available? Because maybe that's what's happened. So we've got numeric tests. So if we get, I don't know, let's just paste that in. Did it add a debug mode? I don't know. Oh, no, I think maybe we didn't. We didn't do that. We've got a command line, though, which is pretty cool. Vibe compile numeric test .vpl. Cannot import name compile file from compiler. I think maybe what's it done? Is it undone itself?
If we need to, we can always revert.
Yeah, because we kind of got to a point where it was working, and then I felt like I interrupted it halfway through and stopped it, and then I've kind of stopped it from going down.
Yeah, I think we cut it off at an awkward
So
point.
which commit did I push? Maybe I need to revert that commit. Cannot import name compile file from compiler. But it was working on something called simple compiler. Oh, it's made a Vibe compiler. It's made a simple compiler. It's got a verbose mode as well. It's got all these native, simple. Oh, wow. Okay. It hasn't implemented one compiler. It's implemented 3. It's really, really trying to overachieve, isn't it? This little thing.
It is. I mean, you gave it some strong motivation in the beginning.
Yeah, and I gave it such detailed requirements to begin with. All right, so let's put it like that. It's going to do the same thing. Let's just type Vibe and see what it does. Okay, so let's actually read the instructions. Like, we should pay attention. Vibe programming language. Using Vibe, command, options, and file. So our commands are compile, run, and help. Our options for compile are output, so we specify like what the binary should be called. The compiler backend, we've got native, simple, and LLVM. I don't even.
Very sensible.
It's okay. This is wild. Which one was it working on? It's working on the simple compiler.
Mm-hmm.
Native is it implemented a native compiler? I don't think it did. And maybe that's where it got to. I think so which one does it default to? Vibe command backend. So if I did like Vibe compile and then B for backend, and then I said simple and verbose, because I love verbose mode. Is it that in that order? And we got the file. So we've got which one wasn't working? The numeric test, numeric test.vpl. So let's give it that one again and see if we get some information. Simple compiler.py. Does it work in LLVM mode? I don't even have LLVM installed. I probably should have done that beforehand. And what was the other mode? Native mode. Okay, so native is default. That doesn't work. LLVM is not installed. And simple mode doesn't work either. So we've dug ourselves in a bit of a hole here.
We have to go back.
It's created invalid Python. Yeah, I feel like I stopped it halfway through what it was trying to do, and so like it's got confused. Oh, okay, it's got like a try statement, and then there's no accept. So it's like try, and then it never gets any further. So yeah, in like true, amazing programmer, you just do accept pass, which just means if something bad happens, just ignore it and carry on. Actually, let's print the exception. Notice what I want to do: accept and exit. Okay, so we've got that. So let's fix the code. I'm so bad. Why am I typing code? This is a vibe session.
I think it's teamwork at this point.
Yeah.
All hands on deck.
Did I fix it? It's done something. So yeah, maybe that's where I kind of bring in my amazing expertise of knowing that you have an accept after a try. And then I've kind of intervened enough to get it working. I can see Aaron over there. He's laughing and judging me for this fantastic idea. So I actually want the what does the README look like? Because I feel like if I go to my GitHub now, I feel like I've just given all control over to the AI, and I've just said, okay, you go and ship this. We've got a vibe programming language. We've got a description of what it does. Simple, clean syntax. I'd agree with that. Variables with emoji assignment. I mean, that's a pretty critical feature. I've got string operations, print operations. I feel like it hasn't called out its kind of most critical feature, which is it compiles down to ARM64 assembly. I mean, it should be shouting that from the rooftops.
Yeah.
And for compilation, you can use GCC ARM64 LLVM. I haven't tried the LLVM approach. I don't know if that works. And it's described. Yeah, so I can kind of read what it's done and understand what it's done. Extending the language to add new features to the language, you need to update the tokenizer, the parser, the interpreter, and the compiler.
Fantastic.
Okay, that sounds straightforward enough. So it compiled numeric test, and does it actually do anything? No, it doesn't. So let's give the agent another nudge. And when we run, which one was it? Numeric test.vpl.
Do we want to venture a save or anything at this point?
I feel like I'd saved. So I saved.
Did you just?
I added my accept statement.
Okay.
So I'm gonna check commit that.
Yeah.
Added.
Sounds good.
Advanced
That's
error handling, which is like we just catch any exception and just print it on the screen and then quit, which is what all the pros do. And then I kind of want to step in and help it along the last step, which is, yeah, I want you to get numeric test working because that's an important one. Why am I even being nice to it? Get VPL working in simple mode because I don't have LLVM installed on my WSL environment. Yeah, it should know what to do. How much more instructions does it need?
Exactly.
Make it work. Come on.
A couple of people are asking, they want things drawn on screen. One thing at a time.
Can you make it draw shapes on the screen? Wow, that is a... yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things involved in that. Printing. So if you want to get somebody into programming and you get them to print "Hello World" on the screen, like that was really cool when I was a kid in the 80s and the 90s, because that was pretty much all that computers could do. We had pretty simple graphics, and printing your name on the screen was like amazing. And now when I show my kids, I'm like, you can get it to print something on the screen. They're like, okay,
cool. I think.
And they're like, but how do I make it do 3D graphics?
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah. How does it do more than that? And you need to kind of like introduce other things. So the operating system actually does most of the heavy lifting when it comes to like displaying stuff on the screen. So like in this case, I'm on Windows. I am in WSL, but you know, if I was getting it to do things like display graphics in Windows, what you would get the program to do is to send information to the Windows operating system about what to draw, and there were like different drivers to do that. So I mean, I'd probably need to be a bit more descriptive and say, okay, let's narrow our use case down a little bit. Can you display graphics on the screen? And we also need to separate like 2D graphics and 3D graphics because there is a bit of a difference in terms of how they work. And I'm running in WSL as well. So like this is Linux running on my Windows machine. But at the moment, I'm just running it in the console in the Linux environment. And so, like, if it displays graphics, I think you can display graphics in Linux that come up in WSL, but like, there's a lot involved. I feel like you need to kind of build up to that level. Like, graphics is like is an ambitious goal. You also need to think about, like, the operating system does more than just graphics. It does like sound and network. So like, if it needs to like communicate with other things, or like talking to other programs, storing things on the disk. So like, the operating system is basically the layer that does capabilities other than printing hello world.
You don't think BPL can get there?
I don't think in the 20 minutes that we've got left we can get 3D graphics working, if I'm truly honest. So it's made some changes. Okay, I'll help you get it working. Let's look at the code. I can see there's an issue with the structure of print AST and compile file. And let's try and get that working. And so the thing I like actually here is it added a debug mode pretty much for itself. It added a cheat code, I think.
Yeah.
So it added a debug mode so that when it compiles things, it gets the output, and it also gives more information about like what's happening when it's doing the compilation. And it gives itself that output and that feedback. So like, in debug mode, I can see the assembly that is generated.
Oh, wow.
And it's also giving me like the AST structure. So it's saying, okay, let's run that compile numeric command. Segmentation fault. Yes, nice. Okay, okay, we're getting into the deep dark jungle now.
Oh, wow.
We're getting a segmentation fault. Whoops. Let's fix our numeric addition implementation. I see a potential issue with how numeric addition is handled. Let's update the code to handle variables. Okay, what is a segmentation fault? A segmentation fault is a technical way of saying you did something wrong. And the operating system is like, it looks like you're trying to read or write from memory that you don't own, or you're trying to do something like at a low level which you shouldn't be. So that's not a good idea.
I like these teachable moments. In some ways, this feels like a how not to make a programming language session.
Mistakes were made.
Learn from us.
Yeah. Also, I didn't ask it to make 3 compilers. I feel like maybe because when I switched from ask mode to agent mode, I think it lost some of the context about our conversation. I was explicit in that conversation. I said, we've got 90 minutes. And I think the key piece there is that you shouldn't be making 3 compilers at the same time. And it's working away. It's introducing more commands now.
Oh, wow.
What is it doing?
Let's fix the
It's going down a deep dark hole. I also want to keep in mind that when we finish the stream in sort of 10-15 minutes, that we should probably finish on a high. And so what often happens when you work on things like this is you kind of go down a deep dark path until you either get frustrated or bored, or you achieve something magical. And I feel like we achieved something magical 20 minutes ago.
I know. We did. We hit the high so early.
You know, we peaked at lunchtime and then we kept going.
So we need our afternoon coffee.
Yeah, I feel like we probably need an afternoon break. But I did ship something that kind of worked. And we like achieved our goals, which was, I haven't tested the LLVM one. I'd love to test that. The ARM64 assembler, which is called AS, that's the thing that we've made. And yeah, this is what more do we need? I mean,
if we had to put a bow on it between this point,
yeah,
and kind of what we have ish now,
yeah,
how can we meet in the middle?
How can we meet in the middle?
I'm all about compromise, I think.
Yeah.
And I need your performance review to go well.
I know.
so-
I'm like, I made a programming language that didn't really work. It kind of worked for printing strings on the screen, which was an ambitious goal anyway.
Yeah, it brought good vibes to everyone involved,
but
but
yeah,
like it.
You can't add numbers together. You know,
I thought we could add, we couldn't subtract.
do we really need that feature though? I mean, who needs to add numbers in programs?
MVP.
Yeah,
Minimum
exactly.
viable product.
The
Okay.
MVP diagram with the skateboard. We're like, it's only got 2 wheels. It's gone down the path again. Okay, it's created a whole new compiler. Where are you going?
Another?
It's created a fixed compiler.
Lee says, at least it's funny. Thank
Yeah, it
you."
is. I'm enjoying this.
And I think, I mean, when we're talking about vibe coding, this is purely for fun at this point. I mean,
Yeah.
there's definitely ways to incorporate this in a more realistic setting. And, you know,
Yeah, there definitely have been other examples on this stream where they've been more practical.
yeah, we really
Demos.
were shooting for the stars here.
But I
you
just
know?
wanted to have fun on the stream with you.
I
just thought it'd
agree.
be cool. And also, I put it on social media that I was going to try and make a Viber programming language, and thinking that, you know, nobody would really care. And then a whole bunch of people saw it, and then they were like, "Oh, I'm so excited for this! I can't wait to see it happen." And I was like, "Oh dear,
Oh, dear.
it's way too late to back out now." So it's looking at our file. It's chunking the compiler now. It's working on the third one. Yeah, what do we think? It's examining the compiler to see what is missing. Can you do multiple chats at once?
I believe
Like
you
if I do a
can.
new chat, it won't reset this chat, will it?
I'm a bit more familiar with how it works in VS, but there you
Mm.
can like reference your other threads.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
sure here.
Hit the triple dot.
That one.
Yeah, open a new window.
The
then
pros
now
just
you
walked
got
in.
two.
Yeah.
Wow,
The
look at that.
expert.
Yeah,
You can also pin that to the top.
For some
Oh.
reason hasn't intervened before this point, but
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Thank you.
The parent has just stepped in and intervened. They're
Said
like,
too far.
I'm just in your other Copilot.
because I want to ask it
It's
to.
not recommending.
Oh, this is not recommended.
No, I mean it's not recommended.
I think this whole session is not recommended. I think we should just do it.
Oh, okay. So this is our original. This is like the original one that it was doing. Okay, cool. So I've got a new thread because what I wanted to do is I wanted to.
Two at the same time that you can run.
Ah, okay, cool. So could I like, I don't know, put GPT-4o? Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna start off another agent. I'm like, I feel like Claude 3.7 needs a break, and I'm gonna ask Claude GPT-4o to, yeah. I mean, I feel like README doesn't really explain the programming language in enough detail. It's really kind of just bragging about the fact that it wrote a compiler, which is fair enough. I mean, that's fine, but it's not really explaining how to actually write code in this programming language.
Mhm.
So let's kind of bring this back to something a bit more
Let's ground
practical.
ourselves.
Let's ground ourselves in something more practical. So can you create a documentation page for people to learn the Vibe programming language? Include examples. Use Markdown. Add McDocs. There's a debate as to whether it's MKDocs or McDocs. I like McDocs because it sounds
Oh.
funny.
Like it. Docs. Okay.
Like McDonald's, but for documentation.
and it's more fun. Yeah.
And it's more fun.
Okay.
All right, it's Learn Vibe.
Learn Vibe.
Okay. And it wants to install my favorite extension, which is McDocs material. And it's saying, okay, we got created Learn Vibe. We've got a YAML file which adds the learn vibe, which is in a docs folder. Is that where it put it? Yeah, that's where it put it.
Yep.
Nice. We've got index.md. Does that even exist? So yeah, it's saying let's do that. This will start a local server. So to preview it, and yeah, that should work. Yeah, add GitHub Actions to publish that to GitHub Pages, because a cool thing about McDocs is that yeah, you can compile your Markdown into HTML, and then you can add in GitHub Actions, you can add a workflow which says, okay, now publish that HTML to an actual website. So yeah, like the super basic way of getting some documentation up and running, which is what I do for most of my projects right now, is I basically create a McDocs or MKDocs if you want to be fancy, McDocs configuration. I have a docs folder, and then I have my markdown files where I like explain how to do the thing. And then I have another workflow in GitHub Actions, which like compiles that to HTML and then publishes it to GitHub. So yeah, it's committed that for me, and I feel like that's a pretty good MVP. And then we had another window open, didn't we, where it was going off and doing stuff. And I'm going to kind of...
And this is another... Wait. Oh, that's also... Okay, yes.
Yeah, this was its like little side quest that we had, where I asked it to just make string concatenation and numeric stuff work. Let's keep that. I don't even... did it complete that mission? So
Let's see. It's given us a report.
Yeah. And because I'm a pro dev as well, I'm going to save my changes. But I think with changes, you want to save atomic changes. So like we made 2 changes because we were doing 2 different agents at the same time. We added documentation. And we've added those. That's the learn vibe. We've got our new workflow, and we've got our McDocs. So like add documentation. Let's commit that. And then we've got a whole new compiler. And we've got the fixes or the changes that made to the simple compiler. So it's moved some stuff around, and I don't really want to add fixed compiler. I feel like that was like a step that didn't need to be there. Also, it's kind of like it's gone down a little path here where I feel like I've pushed it a little bit too hard. It's trying to add in, where is this? In the compile file, it's like adding a whole bunch of extra things at the end, which yeah, it's adding like assembly, the ARM like assembly compiler. It's adding a linker. It's creating the executable, and it's like then modifying the permissions of the file. So like, I feel like this is going a bit far beyond its remit of what I've actually asked it to do. So I'm going to push my other changes up. We've got documentation. We've got, what have we got? So in our Vibe programming language, we've got, you know, it does machine code compilation. Like, what more could you want? We've got our instructions. We've got, let's see if that pushed. Yeah, we've got docs. We've got our learn vibe now. So we've got, okay, introduction, getting started, basic syntax, some examples. So this is how you do variable assignments. This is how you do print statements.
This is like memory lane. Like,
yeah.
I remember when we did that.
I remember a whole 60 minutes ago where we set off on this journey.
We've done so much that feels like a distant memory.
Yeah, I mean, my brain needs a break.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know about you, but like,
I agree.
this has been exhausting. Simple math. It's introduced some simple math. I don't feel like it implemented parentheses. So like, I'm nitpicking here. It's introduced brackets and conditional statements. It's like, you asked me to create documentation for this fictional programming language.
It's like, no, we were getting there.
Yeah,
so
I haven't implemented that yet.
That's why it's there.
It's kind of gone past the MVP, and I feel like it's kind of said, this is what we want it to be.
Yeah.
It's gone into VC mode, I feel like.
And I
It's-
appreciate that.
I appreciate its effort.
But
However, we would like that to be correct. I probably should need to be explicit in my instructions about creating documentation to just create docs for syntax that actually exists.
we've learned a lot today.
I've learned
Okay.
a lot.
Be specific.
Be specific.
Give good context. Save a lot.
Yeah, and before you start out on your journey, actually think through what it is you're going to do.
Yes.
I think that's my main advice with AI programming is, yeah, the AI can do a lot of the work,
Yeah.
but it needs a lot of information
hmm
as to what it is you want to do and why. And yeah, we're not explicit
We just
at
vibed a
all.
little too hard.
We just wanted to be fun. We
Yeah.
just wanted to make this fun and just see what it came up with. Yeah, and it's created something interesting. It's creating 64 assembly and compiling it for us, which is nice.
Which is pretty cool.
And it's made documentation. Some of it is for syntax which doesn't exist. Which is
Well, maybe. What if?
maybe that's because I interrupted it and it
True.
was like
Maybe it's like, no, that was part of the plan.
it's like, excuse me, I was implementing that feature. So yeah, I think that's the end of our journey. I feel like in an hour and 50 minutes, which is five minutes longer than I was contracted for.
This is overtime.
That we've achieved something pretty interesting and maybe pretty special. Was it a good idea?
You can decide. I think it had its high highs and its low lows.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of like got a high point about halfway through the stream.
Yes. We rode that a little bit and we're not watching.
And then the wheels kind of like came off our skateboard and then we just hurtled down the hill and we ended up in a place where I'm quite confused. But it has created something pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now, what I would love to do is to ask it to go and explain what on earth it's been doing for the last hour and a half.
Yeah, let's get a recap.
And can you turn that into a document and explain it so we can reproduce it in simple steps? If we wanted to like rebuild VPL, then, you know, what are our prompts? And probably when I get off stream, I'm going to ask James Montemagno, who's like a pro with this stuff, how do I save our commands and our prompts so that people who are watching at home who want to go and vibe their own programming language, first of all, don't get down the compile path. that's my main bit of advice. We should have stuck.
That was the error of
yeah,
the
that was
day,
the
I'd
mistake.
say.
Yeah, keep it interpreted, keep it simple, and probably describe what syntax you want in your language at the beginning. And yeah, you can if you want to go and watch this again in slow motion, you can watch the stream again. That's the magic of YouTube.
That's the magic of YouTube. Yeah. So it'll be available once we get off the stream. Seems like we're ready to sign off. So thanks everybody for vibing along with us. This was our final vibe coding session of Microsoft Build. We're bummed to hear it, but there's a whole bunch of different streams and videos you can catch up on. If this was your first one, hello, I think there were 9 others. So definitely go back and check those out. But thanks again.
Thanks very much, everyone. It's been a blast.